Heaven Officials Blessing Chapter 78 to Chapter 92. The youth was startled. He asked, why? In Xiaolian's mind, he replayed the moves he had just used to kill the lowly slave. He casually made a few moves and said, "You've never tried using a knife before, right? When you use a sword, the wind of the sword is treacherous. Although it's fast and ruthless, it seems to be somewhat restrictive. You can't use it properly. If you've never used a knife before, why don't you try it next time? I think the power might be even stronger." Every time he saw someone make a move, there was something wonderful about it. He couldn't help but want to exchange a few words. He wasn't pointing fingers, but rather, he was full of interest and wanted to actively discuss with the other party. Because his combat experience was too rich, he often didn't even need to think about it to know at a glance. However, for a moment, he couldn't say why. He just felt that it must be like that. Most people respected his status and listened. In their hearts, they rarely thought about whether or not what he said made sense. However, this youth listened seriously, as if he was thinking. From time to time, he would also look at the blade in his hand. After saying a few words, suddenly, there was a rustling sound in the pitch-black forest all around him, as if something was quickly crawling past. Xiaolian immediately remembered that he was still in a dangerous situation. His interest came at an untimely time. He immediately collected his thoughts and said, "I don't know if there are any other evil creatures on this mountain. We need to thoroughly clean them up." The youth nodded his head vigorously and offered the iron sword in his hands. Xiaolian shook his head and said, "You just need to protect yourself. You didn't leave just now, and now you can't leave. I'll do my best to protect you. You must also be vigilant." At this time, he saw the grass tremble again. Something quickly leaped over. Xiaolian swung his hand and struck it. That thing let out a blood-curdling screech and stopped moving. Xiaolian smelled a bloody smell and couldn't help but feel strange. If it was a lowly slave, what flowed out after being beaten would be sticky bodily fluids that were extremely sticky. It wouldn't emit this kind of bloody smell. Thus, he went forward to investigate. Pushing aside the grass, there was indeed a big-headed lowly slave inside. It had already been smashed into pieces by his palm. However, it wasn't the creature that emitted the bloody smell. Instead, it was the thing in its mouth, a piece of scalp with long hair. Lowly slaves lived by eating scraps. It seemed that a living person had already been killed. As it crawled over, drops of blood dripped onto the grass. Xiaolian immediately followed the trail of blood and walked forward. The young soldier followed closely behind him. The further he went, the thicker the bloodstains became, and the stronger the stench of blood became. Soon, he heard a weak cry. The soldier raised his sword and stood in front of Xiaolian, but Xiaolian pulled him behind him. After turning around a flowering shrub, a half-sized cave appeared in front of them. This cave was probably a temporary resting place for some people, but now, it was littered with corpses. 20 to 30 slaves were happily gnawing on the corpses on the ground. There were 5 or 6 of them surrounding a young girl on the ground. That young lady had a pained expression on her face. Her chest had been cut open, and her internal organs were scattered all over the ground. However, she was still alive. She seemed to have been putting on a simple makeup just now. She wore many bright red flowers on her temples. The bright red blood contrasted with the bright red flowers on her temples, making her look particularly cruel. As for the group of slaves, they were licking her steaming internal organs and were about to take a bite. Suddenly hearing someone approaching, they all turned around and pounced over. Xiaolian didn't even bat an eye. With a single palm strike, he killed all of them and immediately examined their corpses. There were men and women, old and young among the corpses. They were all covered in dirt and wore simple clothes. They were undoubtedly the commoners of Yong, and Xiaolian couldn't help but be shocked. He thought that the demons and ghosts that suddenly appeared in the mountains were all summoned by the strange man in white. That man in white saved Lang Ying, so he was most likely in cahoots with him. But why would these slaves feed on the commoners of Yong'an? Non-human beings would not form an alliance with humans for no reason. Could it be that this was Lang Ying's condition of exchange? Using the lives of those who followed him as a bargaining chip? The young lady was in pain and fear. She vomited blood and whimpered, "Don't kill me. I have never done anything bad. Don't kill me. Xiaolian couldn't help but think of the family of 3 that died under the city walls that day. When did they ever do anything bad? He leaned over and said in a softer tone, "Don't be afraid. It's okay. I'm here to save you." The soldier pulled out his sword and pointed it at the young lady. "Your Highness, be careful. It's a demon deep in the mountains." Xiaolian naturally knew that there was such a possibility. Moreover, the possibility was extremely high. But after thinking about it, he still felt that he couldn't ignore it. It was better to be cautious. He took the young lady's pulse for a moment and looked at her palm lines and fingerprints. He quickly determined that she was a living person and had never practiced martial arts before. She didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken. Thus, he immediately began to treat her. He took out a medicine bottle from his sleeve and unscrewed the stopper. A wisp of light white smoke filled the air, giving off a fragrant smell. This medicine could not only alleviate the temporary symptoms of various poisons, but it also had a miraculous effect on wounds. Xiaolian was not stingy with the spiritual medicine and used up the entire bottle for her. He asked, "Are you feeling better?" The young lady's injuries were extremely heavy and tragic. After inhaling the smoke, her face recovered a bit of color and she weakly nodded her head. Xiaolian asked, "Are you people from Yong'an? How did this happen?" The young lady cried. "Yes, I am. I don't know why either. Originally, everything was fine. But suddenly, my father died, and my older brother also died." Xiaolian gently patted her shoulder and asked, "Who was the murderer who killed them? Or was it something else?" The young lady choked with sobs and said, "The murderer who killed them was you." When she said the last sentence, her face suddenly revealed a sinister expression. Her 2 eyes brightened as she opened her arms and hugged Xiaolian. That young soldier had been vigilant from the side the whole time. His reaction was surprisingly fast as he stabbed his sword towards her back. That young lady was already seriously injured. Now that she was stabbed, she definitely wouldn't be able to live. However, she still laughed cheerfully and tightly hugged Xiaolian, not letting go. She maintained this position until she breathed her last. She hugged him too tightly, so that young soldier had to struggle to drag her corpse out. He said, "Your Highness. How are you?" Xiaolian also thought that this young lady wanted to sneak attack him in the end. However, she didn't have any sharp weapons on her body. She didn't even try to bite him. She only tightly hugged him as if this was enough to satisfy her. Even in death, she didn't let go. He said in a daze, "I'm fine, I." Before he could finish his sentence, as if she was mocking him, a sudden wave of dizziness hit him. That young soldier's bright black eyes widened as he said, "Your Highness?" Xiaolian only felt a burning pain in his heart and liver. He couldn't speak, he didn't want to speak, and he didn't want to listen to anyone speak. He shook his head and raised his hand without saying a word. At this time, there was a burst of women's laughter coming from all around. He 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 he. He 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 he. The 2 of them were shocked to find that there was no third person around. The ones who were laughing turned out to be those bright red flowers. Xiaolian instantly understood what kind of trap he had fallen into. Land of tenderness. This land of tenderness was not the land of tenderness. The land of tenderness was a kind of flower demon that liked to live together. They lived by sucking men's essence and blood. Their fragrance was not something good. Xiaolian immediately said, "Cover your mouth and nose tightly, don't breathe in the fragrance of those flowers." That young soldier's face was originally firmly blocked by bandages and filtered by a layer, so he didn't breathe in the fragrance. Hearing Xiaolian's words, he tightened the bandages. Then, he realized that Xiaolian had nothing to cover himself with, so he tore off the cleanest sleeve on his body and vigorously rubbed it. Then, he patted it clean and handed it to Xiaolian with both hands. However, Xiaolian said, "No need. It's useless." When he treated that young girl, although he was on guard, he wasn't on guard against the smell. He was extremely close to her, but he didn't know that the flower she wore on her temple was a land of tenderness. Before she died, she had also tightly hugged Xiaolian, ensuring that nothing would go wrong. In other words, Xiaolian had long since unconsciously inhaled a few breaths of the gentle fragrance. This time it could be considered as genuinely refreshing. After the gentle fragrance entered the body, a man's blood would become impetuous. First powerless, then manic. Now, his whole body was soft as if it had been cramped. In a moment, when the numbness passed, he would turn into a barrel of dynamite. If that strange white-clothed man appeared again at this time, Xiaolian really didn't know how confident he was in dealing with him. Originally, he didn't know how much ability the other party had, so his first reaction was to touch the medicine bottle. However, only after touching it did he remember that the medicine had already been used up in order to save that young girl. However, in the end, that person didn't survive. He glanced at the corpse beside him. That young girl still had a faint smile on her face, as if she was sincerely happy that she could finally see her loved ones after tricking the enemy before her death. He could only blame the bloody scene for diluting the dangerous beauty of the flower, and the smell of blood diluting the strange fragrance of the flower. He also never thought that a girl who wasn't more than 15 or 16 years old would have such an extremely resentful expression on her face, and that she would be able to do such a ruthless thing. On the other side, the flower demons were extremely excited as they muttered, "He took the bait. He caught it. It really is that His Highness the Crown Prince. It's him. So handsome. My roots are about to go out of control, they're about to climb out of the soil." That young soldier brandished his sword and chopped down, flattening a patch of flowers. However, this flower stem was unexpectedly very flexible, so after that broken sword chopped down once, it became somewhat blunt. The flower demon swayed and cried out in alarm, "Io! This little brother who hasn't even grown his hair yet is actually quite fierce. With great difficulty, I'm about to bloom, how are you going to compensate me?" That young soldier was so angry that his eyes burned with fire. "You're courting death. I'll burn you all with a fire." The flower demons stuck their green leaves on the stem and shouted, so fierce. "We didn't provoke you, why are you so angry?" Xiaolian also said, "Don't burn them. They are demons, if you burn them, they will produce poisonous miasma. You can't pull them out either." That young soldier immediately stopped his hand that was about to pull them out. Xiaolian weakly said, "The stem is full of poisonous thorns." The flower demon sweetly said, "Io, Your Highness the Crown Prince is so gentle, thank you for protecting us. Just wait, we're about to get the results. We'll definitely love you dearly, he 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 he. There aren't many men who practice the virgin technique from a young age. Although you'll lose your virginity and your magic power will drop by 1 realm, but, you'll have to suffer, he 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 he." The tender flowers rubbed against each other and giggled, revealing traces of lasciviousness. That young soldier was stunned for a long time. What virgin, lost virginity, realm, he didn't seem to understand, but he could tell that it wasn't something good. While brandishing his sword with all his might to chop the flowers, he angrily shouted, wanting to drown out the sound of teasing, not letting Xiaolian hear it. Xiaolian's knuckles on both of his hands were cracking. So that's how it is. So the series of events tonight was a trap specially set up to deal with him. They only kidnapped Qi Rong because they knew that with his pride and consideration, Xianla martial god would definitely choose to chase after him alone, reducing the big problem into a small one. As for that heavily injured girl, she wanted to use up all of his elixirs, causing him to be unable to relax even after inhaling the gentle fragrance. The demons, ghosts, and the living cooperated with each other, just to wait for him at this step. The Tao that Xiaolian cultivated indeed had a requirement that he must have a virgin body. After the Taoists of this line ascended, the people who came to worship also firmly believed that the god they worshipped was definitely extraordinary, free from human desires. Thus, if he didn't protect his virginity, it would undoubtedly cause the worshippers to collapse, and his magic power would be greatly reduced. Although it wouldn't be so serious that he would directly fall from a heavenly officer to a mortal, and after cultivating for a few years, he would still have the chance to cultivate back. However, at this juncture, how could he have the time to cultivate for a few more years? The Emperor Pol Temple's rules were strict, and as the most outstanding person, Xiaolian had never broken the rules before. He thought that he had already cultivated to the point that he was as hard as iron, and that even a strong wind wouldn't be able to cause a ripple in his heart. He had also experienced many such tests, and every time, he would pass them perfectly. However, even though his heart was as calm as water, he was still young and shy. At this moment, there was still a small soldier at the side, listening to those flower demons pouring obscene words on him, which couldn't even be considered as a hint. In addition to the lingering fragrance of the flowers, his blood and qi surged, and his heart was restless. Xiaolian couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed, and a hint of redness appeared on his face. However, the most hateful thing was that he couldn't stand up. Hearing this, the young soldier's back suddenly stiffened. He slowly turned around, but he didn't dare to come over. The current situation was urgent. Seeing him hesitate, Xiaolian felt a wave of anxiety rush up in his heart. He resisted the impatience and said, "Don't be afraid. I won't do anything to you. Come here quickly." Finally, the young man took a step forward. He ran 2 feet in front of Xiaolian, then suddenly stopped. Xiaolian silently took a light breath and reached out a hand to him. "Help me up, take me away." The young soldier carefully held this hand. As if a dying person had finally found someone to rely on, Xiaolian instantly relaxed. He fell onto the young man's body. Because he was immersed in the land of warmth, his body temperature rose, and his whole body was already burning hot. However, this young man's palm was unexpectedly as hot as his, and was still slightly trembling. Xiaolian only leaned for a while and gathered some strength. He took a breath. He managed to stand up straight. He didn't want a person shorter than him to support him with all his strength, so he slowly walked a few steps with the support of the other party. Unexpectedly, he heard the flower demons say, "Don't, Your Highness Crown Prince, don't leave. He is waiting for you on the road. If you leave here, you will meet him." "He?" Xiaolian asked, "Who is he?" When this person was mentioned, the people in the land of warmth seemed to be slightly frightened. They froze for a moment, then muttered, "He is he." The flowers nodded at each other and said, "He is he. He's the person who brought us here." Although they didn't dare to say that person's name or identity, the half-crying, half-smiling mask immediately appeared in Xiaolian's mind. He said, "What you mean is that if I go back now, the person who dug you here will kill me on the road. And if I stay here, he won't come to find me, right?" The flower demons were very satisfied and nodded their heads while chattering. Xiaolian's heart was suddenly filled with anger. Not killing him, only trapping him here and limiting him to this embarrassing situation. Was this deliberately playing with him or what? It was better to just come out and fight to the death. After calming down a little, he suppressed his anger. It seemed like the other party had no intention of defeating him head-on. It seemed like they only wanted him to damage his mana, drop his cultivation level, and lose his followers. These flower demons might not be telling the truth, but even if they weren't, thinking about it carefully, even if this young man supported or carried him all the way, they might not be able to return safely. If the other party had deliberately thrown a few women down halfway, the situation would have been even worse and more awkward. After weighing the pros and cons for a moment, Xiaolian spat out a scorching hot breath. He closed his eyes and said, "Take me to the cave over there." The young soldier followed his instructions and helped him pass through the corpses strewn all over the ground until they arrived in front of the cave. Xiaolian said in a low voice, "Stop." The soldier stopped. Xiaolian's hand trembled as he asked, "Where's your sword?" The lad supported him with his left hand and lifted his sword with his right. Xiaolian stretched out a hand and rolled up his sleeves, revealing a small part of his arm. Under the lustrous moonlight, it was like a cold jade. The young man's breathing stagnated, but Xiaolian didn't notice. He said in a low voice, "Stab me." The hand holding the broken sword immediately dropped. Xiaolian said, "Don't be afraid. Just stab me. Stab me a bit deeper. I need to set up an array. Right now, I don't have any other treasures on hand, so I must see blood." The young soldier said, "Your Highness, please use my blood." After he finished speaking, he raised his own arm and slashed with the sword, not holding back at all. Xiaolian said, "No need. Your blood." However, he didn't make it in time. A deep cut had already appeared on the young man's arm, and in a split second, blood flowed out. Xiaolian sighed, forget it. His blood was a priceless treasure that could open the light. How could a mortal's blood compare to it? However, seeing the soldier's sincerity, Xiaolian didn't have the heart to say that what he was doing was useless. He only said, "Thank you very much. However, I still need a bit of my blood as a primer." Thus, he took the sword himself. His hands trembled, and after several cuts, he managed to accurately stab the center of his forearm. Dark red divine blood flowed down his white arm, dripping in two arcs in front of the cave. Like two barriers, it could be said to be a reckless waste of natural resources. Xiaolian also specially mixed in a bit of that young man's blood. After he finished drawing, he felt even more dizzy. He said, "Go in." The cave was pitch black. That young man took out a fire starter from his bosom and rubbed it. The light of the fire illuminated the surroundings to an extreme degree. That young soldier's face was firmly covered by bandages, but at this moment, Xiaolian's sorry state was completely exposed. Cold sweat dripped down, his hair was slightly messy, and the corner of his lips was stained with blood, swollen and slightly red. That was the wound left behind when he bit his lip and opened the light for the treasured sword. The light of the fire stung Xiaolian's eyes, and the heat wave also burned him, making him feel exceptionally uncomfortable. Xiaolian immediately said, "Don't light it, extinguish it." That young man immediately threw the fire starter and stepped on it to extinguish it. The surroundings once again fell into darkness. Xiaolian was supported into the cave by him. He sat on the ground in a meditative position for a moment before slowly saying, "Right now, I have a task for you. Can you complete it?" That young man half knelt on the ground and said to him, "I'm willing to die 10,000 times." Xiaolian endured his hurried breathing and forced himself to calm down. "In front of this cave, I set up a barrier. There are two in total. The one on the outside doesn't let anything from the outside in. The one on the inside doesn't let the people inside out." After silently breathing a few times, he continued, "In between the two barriers, there is a space for one person. You will stay there and guard the cave entrance. No matter what you hear outside, don't go out. Similarly, no matter what you hear inside, don't come in." That young man was slightly stunned. "Your Highness, you're alone inside?" Xiaolian replied, "Yes. I don't know what I'll do. In short, no matter what, you can't come in." With the current situation, he had no way of going back. As for waiting for reinforcements, Ji Rong reckoned that he would still be stumbling on the road. Just running back to the imperial city would take a long time. By the time he called for reinforcements, who knew how long that would take? He could only first lock down a territory, firmly defend it, and think of a way to dissolve the gentle fragrance. He lowered his voice and said, "The flower demons bear fruit, and their charm is extremely strong. They are most likely about to mature soon." At this moment, the fragrance in the air suddenly soared, interrupting his words. That warm, soft, and ambiguous scent blotted out the sky and covered the earth. The flower demons let out carefree giggles and said one after another, "My roots. My roots have hardened. The fruits have ripened." Smelling that extremely fragrant fragrance, Xiaolian felt his heartbeat speed up and his blood rush to his head. Clenching his teeth, he said, "Quickly get out. You absolutely cannot breathe in the fragrance. If they come near, don't be afraid. Nothing can cross the bloodline, but as long as your feet are still inside the array, you can use your sword to kill them." That young soldier glanced outside, nodded his head, and rushed out with his sword in hand. He then stuck himself between the two bloodlines at the entrance of the cave. Outside the cave, among the corpses lying on the ground, the clusters of flowers were even more gorgeous. And that entire cluster of flowers was faintly trembling, as if the roots underneath were about to break out of the ground. Not long after, sure enough, something broke out of the ground. It was a woman's head. That woman's head grew out of the ground, breathing the fresh air on the surface of the soil. She seemed to be extremely carefree and intoxicated, her eyes narrowed into slits. Following that, half a perfectly round shoulder and an arm also climbed out of the ground. The gentle and fragrant fruits were born under the roots. And after they ripened, the fruits that grew out were all kinds of women of all shapes and colors. It was already time to ripen. Countless naked women broke out of the ground. They raised their hands and plucked off the bright red flowers on their heads, bathing in the moonlight, stretching their limbs to their heart's content. Originally, it was those small flowers that were emitting the fragrance, but now, it was these seductive women that were emitting the fragrance. They patted the soil off their plump bodies, tidied up their long hair, and walked towards the side of the cave entrance, saying with a charming smile, "Your Highness, we are here." The inside of the cave was also filled with a strong fragrance that was suffocating. Xiaolian closed his eyes and sat cross-legged in the cave, silently reciting the Tao Te Ching in his heart. However, it didn't have much effect. When those flower demons spoke, they didn't have the slightest sense of shame. Countless voices whispered outside the cave, saying things like sweetheart, big brother, little brother, 5 colors make people blind, 5 sounds make people deaf, galloping and hunting make people crazy, rare goods make people walk uneasily. Calmness is better than impatience, cold is better than heat, tranquility is the way of the world, those who are good I am good, those who are not good I am also good. He didn't notice that the scripture that he usually recited backwards was now recited incoherently. Outside the cave, the female demons clapped their hands and laughed, "Good crown prince, good sweetheart, my good highness, you're not a monk, why are you reciting scripture?" "I-oh." Screams could be heard everywhere. It seemed that the young soldier didn't say a word, but his hands were ruthless, slashing and slashing madly, causing the group of female demons to flee, saying, "Kill demons." Some cursed from afar, "You goddamn little brat, a little monster who ruthlessly destroys flowers. You don't know how to have tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex at all." "I'm scared to death, I'm scared to death, he's so young, yet his attacks are so ruthless. What will happen when he grows up?" The group of flower demons eagerly squeezed into the cave, yet they just couldn't squeeze in. For a moment, they didn't see the blood formation on the ground, so they thought it was because someone was blocking the entrance of the cave. After discussing for a while, they gathered not far away and said, "Little big brother, why do you have to block here and not let us pass? It's not like we want to do bad things, we just want to have some fun with His Highness the Crown Prince. Be good little general, don't disturb us when we're looking for His Highness the Crown Prince to do something good. This little brother is fierce and domineering, it's a pity that he's a little too young, a little too tender. He probably doesn't even know what good it is." Amidst the group of flower demons' laughter and ridicule, Xiaolian slightly opened his eyes, only to see a pitch-black silhouette standing at the entrance of the cave. It was a youth who was holding a sword with both hands, looking like he wouldn't give way even if he died. Suddenly, one of the female demons said, "I say, little big brother, don't just stand here like a wooden club. What are you plotting? Why don't you follow me to the side and have some fun? What do you like? How about me?" That young soldier still didn't utter a single word. The group of female demons thought that if they wanted to enter the cave, they would have to go through him. One after another, they used all of their skills and jeered, "What about me? What about me? Do you think I look good? Look at me, do you like me?" However, from the initial teasing, to the later complaints, to the final curses, that youth remained the same from start to finish. When they were far away, he would ignore them, and when they were near, he would chop them. Xiaolian knew that before a woman was unearthed, one could casually fabricate their appearance in the soil. He wanted to remind the youth, but for some reason, he didn't dare to open his mouth. With great difficulty, he endured the waves of heat. Then, he said, "Don't look at them." Just resisting the blood rushing to his brain had already made him exhausted. Therefore, even though his voice was extremely light and low, that young soldier heard it in an instant. He immediately said in a loud voice, "Yes. Your Highness, how are you?" Xiaolian said, "I'm fine. If it's too hard to endure, I'll seal your eyes, mouth, and nose." That young soldier hadn't even replied when at this moment, a female demon suddenly burst into laughter and said, "I know. Little friend, I'm guessing that this must be your favorite, right?" It seemed that there was another new woman that had broken through the soil. Outside the cave, there was suddenly a deathly silence. And that young soldier also seemed to have held his breath. In the next moment, the crowd of female demons' earth-shattering laughter almost overturned Xiaolian's entire body. They clapped their hands and screamed, "I-oh. This time, you're incredible, incredible. My God. How did you think of this? Truly amazing, ha 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 ha. Quickly look. This brat's entire body is stunned. I think there's an 80% chance that it's like this. That's right. I thought this damn brat was a rock, but who would have thought that I was wrong?" He's so young, yet his courage is so big. I concede defeat, I concede defeat. How about it, little friend? With such a beautiful scenery, why don't you hurry over and enjoy yourself? If you miss this village, you won't have this shop anymore. If you don't come now, even if you want to eat it for 800 years, you won't be able to eat it. Or, do you want us to help you? Right now, isn't it, he. That young soldier was thoroughly enraged. His voice carried a chilling intent as he said. You are courting death. At the same time, Xiaolian, who was inside the cave, was also reaching his limit. After this sound was leaked out, Xiaolian suddenly covered his mouth. The young soldier suddenly turned around, and said, Your Highness? Xiaolian supported himself with one hand and covered his mouth with the other. His breathing was chaotic and his shoulders were twitching. Just listening to this voice and looking at this back, most people would think that he was sobbing. In Xiaolian's entire life, whether it was before or after ascending, he had never experienced such a torturous moment. It was much more difficult than the harshest cultivation in the Emperor Polarity Temple. His hand that was supporting himself on the ground lost its strength and his entire body fell to the side, lying on the ground in a daze. He saw that the young man seemed to want to come in. Xiaolian shouted, Don't come over. I said, no matter what you hear, don't come over. The young man stopped. Xiaolian turned his body over with great difficulty and faced upwards. His breathing was barely smooth, however, the heat flowing through his limbs and bones was getting higher and higher. The demonesses outside the cave heard him tossing and turning. The fire was burning, they all clapped their hands and laughed. Good Your Highness, why did you come? Today, you are afraid of losing your believers. If you don't come and enjoy this pleasure, tomorrow, you are afraid of losing your believers, so you don't dare to do anything else. How is this a priest? Isn't this a convict whose hands and feet are tied down by your believers? Such a god, it's fine if you don't do it. You have to lose it anyway, why don't you do it for your own pleasure? Come and go, why bother with him? A few shallow veins appeared on Xiaolian's forehead. His emotions were a little out of control as he said angrily, Shut up. The demonesses were naturally not afraid of him at this time. They teased the soldier again, Little brother, do you think what we said makes sense? Ha 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 ha. He. You're standing here, don't you feel uncomfortable? Cold sweat had already soaked his entire body. Xiaolian was extremely irritated. He reached out and tore the clothes in front of his chest, only hoping for a trace of coolness. Hearing a chi-chi sound, he suddenly reacted, why did this hand suddenly have a little strength? Although that strength was fleeting and quickly disappeared, he carefully felt it. As expected, the numbness had passed and his strength was gradually surging. However, Xiaolian's heart sank. Falling into this gentle land, it was first numb, then manic. Now that the numbness had passed, in a little while more, she would go berserk. Although he had specially set up 2 barriers in front of the cave, the inner one was to prevent him from losing his mind and rushing out, but if he lost his temper, he didn't know if it would be able to stop him. This moment of clarity was not easy to come by. Xiaolian seized the opportunity, his mind turning at lightning speed as he quickly thought of a countermeasure. Suddenly, he thought of something. The onset of the dream of tenderness was very fast. It could be said that the blood went to the brain and he lost control. Why did he hold on until now? Was there no other reason other than his willpower? Thinking of this, Xiaolian took a deep breath, slightly tilted his head, and said to the silhouette of the youth at the cave entrance, You, come in. Hearing this, the young soldier seemed to want to immediately rush over to Xiaolian's side. However, after a few steps, he seemed to recall Xiaolian's angry shout, No matter what you hear, don't come in. Thus, he didn't know whether he should go in or not. Xiaolian had no choice but to change his words. He said, Come in first and we'll talk. That youth no longer hesitated, and rushed in. The walls of the cave were long and narrow, and the inside of the cave was warm and damp. It was pitch black, and one couldn't even see their fingers if they stretched out their hands. Relying on Xiaolian's suppressed breathing, that youth groped his way over to him. Xiaolian said, Put down your sword. Put it on the ground. Stay by my side, don't go too far. That young soldier said, Yes. Then, he cupped his hands and handed over his only self-defense weapon, placing it at Xiaolian's side, within easy reach. Xiaolian then said, "Please help me up." That youth half-knelt beside him and stretched out his hands to help Xiaolian up. Who would have thought that when his hands touched, his fingertips wouldn't touch cloth, but rather warm skin? That pair of hands immediately retracted. Xiaolian was also caught off guard by the youth's scorching hot hands. Only now did he remember that when he was struggling on the ground, he had torn off his shirt. Originally, it wasn't a big deal for a man to be half-naked. However, in this situation, it was a bit awkward. However, this awkwardness didn't need to be pointed out. What needed to be done would be done. That youth probably also understood. Without waiting for Xiaolian to open his mouth, he once again reached out his hands, pulling Xiaolian's bare shoulders and quickly helped him up. Then, he immediately withdrew his hands. Xiaolian leaned against the cave wall, his back pressed against the slightly cool rock. Slowly, he felt the other party retreat 2 steps, so he hurriedly said, "Wait, don't go out." No matter what he said, this young soldier would immediately do as he was told. Xiaolian said, "Cut off a small strand of my hair. It's useful to me." That youth complied and stretched out his hand. However, it was hard to see clearly in the darkness, and Xiaolian's long hair was neatly tied behind his back. He couldn't touch Xiaolian's hair, but instead, he accidentally touched a piece of skin on Xiaolian's chest. It was smooth and supple, with a thin layer of sweat on it. Xiaolian was already having a hard time tolerating it, but this youth's touch was too inappropriate. His chest immediately felt as if an electric current had run through it, and a numb feeling spread throughout his entire body. He let out a low moan. In that instant, the 2 people inside the cave both stiffened. As for the group of flower demons outside the cave, they couldn't help but perk up their ears to listen, so how could they miss this? They all giggled and said, "Io, what's going on inside? It's so embarrassing. I don't dare to listen anymore." While they were laughing at how hard it was for him to endure, Xiaolian clenched his teeth and said, "You guys." Hearing him get angry, that young soldier also hurriedly withdrew his hand, not daring to touch again. Xiaolian naturally wasn't clenching his teeth at him. In his eyes, this little soldier was nothing more than a child. Thinking that he was probably afraid of offending him, Xiaolian softened his tone and said, "Don't panic, you can continue. Don't pay attention to them." The other side hoarsely said, "Yes." However, it seemed like he was also panicking. For a long time, he couldn't touch the place he should touch. After touching for a while, he realized that it was wrong and withdrew his hand. In the end, he could only randomly touch along Xiaolian's chest. This made Xiaolian feel unspeakably numb. He wished he could fiercely smash the back of his head against the cave wall and just pass out. Finally, that youth touched Xiaolian's trembling Adam's apple. Reaching behind him, he grabbed a strand of Xiaolian's hair. He only grasped an extremely thin strand. Cautiously, he picked up his sword and cut it. Then, he immediately said, "Your Highness, it's done." At this time, Xiaolian regained some strength and was able to raise his hand. He said, "Give me your hand." That youth raised his hand. Xiaolian took that thin strand of hair from his hand and carelessly tied a knot on one of the youth's fingers. That youth stared blankly for a while. Then, with a trembling voice, he said, "Your Highness, this is?" Xiaolian sighed and said, "The flower demon's fragrance is about to enter the 2nd stage. I need to borrow your sword. In a moment, if anything wants to hurt you, just raise this hand. It can protect your body and save your life. Now, hurry up and get out." After a while, that young soldier withdrew from the cave. That group of flower demons jeered, "You're out? Finally out. You blocked us outside, but you went in yourself. Little friend, this matter of yours isn't very kind." At the same time, Xiaolian felt even more strength surging into his limbs. He took a deep breath. His right hand grabbed the broken sword left behind by that young soldier. Calming his mind, he raised the sword and made a cut on his left arm. In a split second, as if the fog in front of him had been pushed aside, his 5 senses became slightly clearer. Sure enough, Xiaolian's left arm was bleeding profusely. However, in his heart, it was as if he had grasped a thread of hope amidst the chaos of war. The fragrance of the warm and gentle home made people impatient and impatient. It aroused the desire deep in the bottom of people's hearts. In the past, the more serious the suppression was, the more powerful the rebound would be after inhaling the fragrance. But in the past, what Xiaolian had suppressed, other than the lust, was the desire to kill. This desire to kill couldn't be used to kill demons and ghosts. Because he had killed a lot of demons and ghosts in the past, it couldn't be said that he had suppressed it. The target of the kill had to be a person or a god. Only then would there be a forbidden feeling. Before entering the cave, Xiaolian had cut himself with his sword in order to set up the array. At that time, he had seen blood. Therefore, it had a mitigating effect on the warm and gentle home. Because killing himself was also killing himself. In the end, lust and desire to kill were both extremely aggressive desires. Xiaolian had even heard that some people believed that the two were essentially the same. Then, using this as evidence, he could find an alternative method to get through the difficulties in front of him. After confirming this point, Xiaolian did not hesitate to cut his left arm with the sword again. Every time he cut, he felt that his mind was a little clearer. He was overjoyed, but he didn't know if it was the demonic aura of the warm and gentle home that was causing trouble in his body. At the moment when the desire to kill was satisfied, Xiaolian's body suddenly surged with a wave of turbulent pleasure. This wave of intoxicating pleasure engulfed every inch of his body from the top of his head to the tip of his toes, easily breaking the barrier he had painstakingly built up for a long time. By the time Xiaolian realized it, he was already softly moaning. If he wasn't the only one in the cave, Xiaolian wouldn't dare to believe that this sound came from him. He was so scared that he shivered and opened his eyes wide. He thought to himself, this method is obviously feasible. How could it be like this? Looking at the sword again, he suddenly remembered that the young soldier had used this sword to cut the roots of flowers and beheaded the demoness in human form. The blade had long been stained with the juice of the warm and gentle home. He had used this sword to seek relief from his injuries. The first sword had used 20% of his strength, and the second sword had to use 30% of his strength to achieve the same soothing effect. Wasn't this drinking poison to quench thirst? It was also because he had become muddle-headed from his impatience. Otherwise, he would have noticed this a long time ago. Xiaolian secretly cursed himself. Since things had already reached this point, he could only tear his left sleeve and frantically wipe the sword. Then, he tore his right sleeve and stuffed it into his mouth. He firmly bit it, barely restraining himself. As he bit his lips and teeth, this soft moan was forced to be intermittent. However, the cave had its own echoes. All the subtle sounds were amplified and transmitted out. Moreover, the young soldier had listened to his instructions and had already blindfolded his eyes. He could only hear sounds to distinguish things. His ears were even more sensitive, so how could he not notice the abnormality? He could no longer hold back and said with a trembling voice, "Your Highness?" This kind of embarrassing situation was truly the greatest shame and humiliation of his life. Xiaolian couldn't imagine what would happen if someone else saw him like this. Even if the cave was pitch black, he still couldn't bear it. He shouted, "Don't come in." Xiaolian's left hand was already dripping with blood. But after all, it was just an injury. If he didn't kill, his desire wouldn't be completely satisfied. The cloth plug couldn't hold on any longer and fell from his mouth. He attacked even more fiercely and stabbed his left leg. This stab was rather deep. The sound of the blade piercing flesh was clear. The young soldier could not hold it in any longer. He rushed forward. Hearing the rustling footsteps, Xiaolian backed away in fright. He retreated until his back was against the cave wall and he was still desperately shrinking back. "No, no, no. Don't come over, don't, no." The second line of blood at the entrance of the cave. This was something Xiaolian had specifically set up to stop him. Even if he couldn't stop the young man, he could still hide in the safe zone. However, the gentle fragrance had already started its second round of attack. As long as that youth entered, Xiaolian would probably end his life on the spot. How could they allow him to escape again? He was afraid that he would accidentally kill the child, so he could only hide. The young soldier heard the fear in his voice. He said in a daze, "Your Highness." The killing intent exploded in Xiaolian's blood. His hands were trembling. Raising the broken sword, a voice repeatedly shouted in his heart, "I won't die, I won't die, I won't die." In the next moment, he made a prompt decision. He turned the blade around. In the darkness, the young soldier vaguely saw a flash of cold light and shouted, "Your Highness." Xiaolian's sword had already pierced through his abdomen and nailed him to the ground. A sharp pain exploded from his abdomen and spread to his whole body, dispersing the heat. Xiaolian tightly gripped the hilt of his sword, his eyes wide open. He coughed lightly, and a trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his lips. Even his breathing became sluggish, and he stopped moving. The young soldier seemed to be stunned, and with a plop, he knelt down beside him. At this moment, a shrill scream came from outside the cave. "Who is it?" The delicate voices of the flower demons were very ear-piercing. However, someone's roar was even more ear-piercing than theirs, covering all their voices. "What the hell?" Hearing this roar, Xiaolian suddenly took a deep breath. "Xianxia." Another voice said in a muffled voice, "The land of tenderness. If you don't want to get hit, quickly cover your face." This was naturally Mu Qing, who had already covered his mouth and nose. Xianxia covered his face. As if he had seen something, he said in a muffled voice, "That's Her Highness? Your Highness? F***CK. What the F***CK? What are you trying to do?" Mu Qing also let out a cry of surprise and said, "This is truly improper, too outrageous." However, his tone was not as angry as Xianxian's. Instead, it was as if he had heard a bad joke. Xiaolian lay in the cave, not knowing what they were talking about. He could roughly guess that they were dissatisfied with the female demon's naked body in front of him, as it was offensive to public decency. Xianxian cursed repeatedly and said, "Hurry up and burn it. Don't let anyone see you." Then, there was a burst of fire and the sound of burning. In the raging flames, the screams and curses of the demonesses gradually disappeared. Mu Qing said, "Burn it cleanly. This banshee's fragrance is poisonous. If the seeds are left behind, they will grow up and cause trouble." Xiaolian took a deep breath and was about to speak when he coughed. The two men recognized his voice and shouted towards the cave, "Your Highness, are you inside?" Xiaolian said, "I'm here." Although he tried his best to keep his voice steady, it was still weaker than usual. The two men immediately went over and were blocked by the blood thread at the entrance of the cave. However, because they were familiar with Xiaolian's habit of setting up obstacles, they also knew how to undo it. Xianxian ignited a flame in his palm and walked a few steps. Before he could light up the deepest part of the cave, he suddenly said, "Who is it?" Mu Qing was also vigilant as he asked, "There's someone else in the cave?" Xiaolian said, "It's nothing. It's just a small soldier." Only then did the two men relax and walk over. The bright flame illuminated the entire cave with a warm orange color. Meanwhile, Xiaolian was lying on the ground with his long hair spread out and his shirt completely removed. A long sword had pierced through his abdomen, nailing him to the ground. Seeing this, the two men were both shocked and horrified. Xianxian leaned over and asked, "Who did this?" Xiaolian said, "Myself." Mu Qing was stunned as he asked, "What happened?" Xiaolian shook his head and said, "Don't mention it. I had no choice but to resort to this method. Hurry up and get me out." Mu Qing walked forward and pulled out the sword with a frown. With a clang, he threw the sword to the side and the young soldier picked it up. Xianxian helped Xiaolian sit up and draped a coat over him. Only then did Xiaolian roughly tell them about the frightening night he had after encountering the gentleness. He said, "You guys came faster than I expected. Where's Qi Rong?" Xianxian replied, "Qi Rong has been locked up in the imperial palace by the king. He's always swaggering around outside, so it's easy for people to target him. However, after he returned, he still knew to look for us first. At least he's clear about things." It could be seen that although Qi Rong hated Xiaolian's two attendants, he also knew how formidable they were. The two of them originally wanted to leave one person behind to defend the city. However, because of Qi Rong's ghostly howling and the treasured sword that had been blessed by Xiaolian's blood, they were afraid that the danger would exceed their expectations. Thus, they came together. The demonic aura in this area of the backslope was heavy, so it wasn't difficult to find them. Although Xiaolian had an ascended physique and normal swords couldn't harm his foundation, stabbing himself like this wouldn't kill him. However, in the past 20 years, he had almost never lost a real battle or a life or death struggle. This was the first time he suffered such a heavy injury, so it was inevitable that he needed to rest. Thus, Feng Xian carried him on his back and prepared to return to the imperial city. An unfamiliar sharp pain came from his abdomen. Xiaolian frowned frequently but tried his best to restrain himself. He said, "On the way here, did you guys meet anything?" Mu Qing replied, "No." Xiaolian took a deep breath and said, "Be careful, there's something inhuman." He originally wanted to tell them about the crying and smiling man in white, but he was really exhausted. From the corner of his eye, he saw the young soldier carrying the bloodstained sword and following behind them. He felt at ease and closed his eyes to recuperate before falling into a deep sleep. Ever since he requested to descend to the mortal world, Xiaolian hadn't closed his eyes for nearly a month. The continuous accumulation of energy exploded this time, causing him to rest for 3 days straight. 3 days later, he suddenly woke up with a start and discovered that he was lying in his room. The ceiling above him was magnificent and majestic. It was actually the imperial palace. He immediately sat up. Feng Xian. Feng Xian was outside testing his bow when he heard the sound. He came in and said, "Your Highness." The injury on Xiaolian's abdomen had long since healed. He immediately got off the bed and said, "Did I rest for a long time? Did something happen?" Feng Xian replied, "Don't worry. It's only been a few days. There haven't been any enemy invasions these past few days. If there were, wouldn't I have called you? Go to bed. You're not wearing shoes." Xiaolian finally relaxed and sat back on the bed. After a pause, he asked, "Where's Mu Qing?" Mu Qing also walked in. In his hands were the clothes that had been prepared for him. He said, "Here." He served His Highness the Crown Prince as he dressed. On the side, Feng Xian said, "However, although there hasn't been any fighting these past few days, we've discovered something." Xiaolian asked, "What is it?" Mu Qing said, "Previously, didn't you say that there was something strange going on with Yong'an? We suspected that they had external help. We went to the back slope to investigate the situation. We saw a few people. Although they were dressed like locals, their accents were very strange. They didn't seem like people from Xianlu. I've captured those people. Sure enough, there are other countries secretly supporting them by secretly transporting provisions and armor. Otherwise, with so many living people from Yong'an squeezed into a barren mountain, it would have been impossible for them to survive until now by eating wild vegetables and peeling tree bark." Feng Xian cursed, "Mother ****, they usually pretend to be good friends. Now, at this critical juncture, they're stirring up muddy waters. They want Xianlu to be as chaotic as possible." Xianlu country had a vast territory and abundant resources. It was rich in minerals and rich in gold and jewels. The surrounding countries had coveted it for many years. Xiaolian had long since expected this. He lowered his head and shook it. Then, he thought of another matter and asked, "What about that child?" Feng Xian asked, "Which one?" "That little soldier? That day, he was busy bringing you to see the state preceptor. No one paid attention to him. He probably returned to his unit by himself." Xiaolian finished putting on his clothes. Putting down his arms, he sat upright on the bed and said, "That child's skills aren't bad. I think he's an excellent swordsman material. If he's trained well, he'll definitely be stunning when he grows up. When you return, Mu Qing, remember to find him and properly settle him down. You can mention him." Xiaolian was a person who loved people with good skills. He would only mention them when they were by his side every day. This wasn't the first time, but it was the first time he evaluated a child like this. Mu Qing listened to Xiaolian praise him as excellent swordsman material and will definitely be stunning when he grows up. His expression became somewhat subtle. He crumpled Xiaolian's hair band into a ball in his hand before turning around and tossing it to the side. Xian said, I think that kid is only 14 or 15 years old. Isn't that too young? What can he be mentioned for? Mu Qing also faintly said, it's not too appropriate. It doesn't conform to the military rules. Xiaolian said, even gods can descend to the mortal world. Why would the military still pay attention to so many rules? He then praised, you guys should really see the way that child killed the lowly slaves. It was extremely beautiful. Speaking of lowly slaves, that strange white-clothed person once again flashed before his eyes. Xian said, Your Highness, why would a demoness like Wen Xiang appear on the backslope? You've never heard of it before, right? Xiaolian stood up and said, this is what I wanted to tell you guys that day. Now that he had some time, he finally told them about the smile-crying masked person. The three of them buried their heads in discussion. None of them dared to be careless. They all felt that it would be better to report this matter to the heavenly court. Thus, Xiaolian went out the door. He first hurriedly went to see the king and the empress before going to Mount Taizong's divine martial palace. If it was in the past, Xiaolian would definitely have directly returned to the immortal capital and told Junwu in person. However, the current situation was different. He had taken the initiative to leave the immortal capital, which was equivalent to him taking the initiative to return the key. Now, even if he wanted to go back, he wouldn't be able to open the door. In addition, he had left in too much of a hurry that day. The voice in the divine martial palace was sonorous, so he felt a bit embarrassed towards Junwu. Thus, he only respectfully offered a few sticks of incense in the divine martial palace and sent a message to the statue of the divine martial heavenly emperor. When Junwu was free, he would hear it. However, there were at least 8,000 people who offered incense to Junwu every day. There was no lack of great believers among them. When he would hear it, that would really depend on fate. He didn't dare to leave for too long. He immediately returned to the battlefield and continued to defend the city. Perhaps it was because they had consumed too much in the first battle, and their external help had been repeatedly cut off by Xian and Mu Qing. Yong'an changed their strategy and no longer blindly rushed forward. Over the past few months, they had fought a few small battles, but they didn't lose too badly. Compared to the first battle, it was simply a small skirmish. That strange man in white also didn't appear again. Thus, the Xianlu imperial city gradually relaxed. Xiaolian also had a rare opportunity to go down from the front lines and take a walk in the imperial city to relax. He crossed a small stone bridge and pushed aside the weeping willow beside the bridge. He looked at the bright red carp swimming happily in the flowing water under the bridge. He was very envious. After a while, he suddenly felt someone staring at him from behind. When he turned his head, he didn't see anyone. He felt it was quite strange, but because he didn't feel any killing intent or malice, he didn't care. After getting off the bridge, he slowly walked along the divine martial street. Along the way, people either excitedly, respectfully, or happily saluted him, calling him His Highness the Crown Prince. Xiaolian smiled and nodded to them one by one. After walking for a while, he felt the gaze staring at him from behind again. This time, he had a plan. When he suddenly turned his head, he really caught someone. He saw that behind a willow tree, half a figure flashed back. Xiaolian walked up and was just about to reach out to grab that person when he saw a youth with a bandaged head hiding behind the tree. He couldn't help but be startled and said, "You are." That youth's head was covered in bandages, but he still had his arms crossed to cover his face. Only a pitch-black eye peeked out from behind his patched sleeves. He dryly said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, I didn't do it on purpose." Xiaolian pointed at him and said, "You were that night." Before he finished speaking, he immediately remembered what happened that night a few months ago and how miserable he was. The scene in his mind surged and his face turned red. Feeling slightly embarrassed, he hurriedly coughed and said, "So it was you. I've always wanted to find you, but there were too many things to do and I forgot." Cough, aren't you a soldier in the army? Why are you in the city? When the youth heard this, he stared blankly and said in a muffled voice, "I'm not in the army anymore." Xiaolian was astonished and said, "Ah? Why not?" That youth was even more astonished than him and said, "I was kicked out." Your Highness, you didn't know? Xiaolian was dumbfounded and said, "No what?" He had clearly told Mu Qing earlier that this child was a good seedling and that he needed to properly settle him down and mention him. How come after he specifically warned him, this youth was instead kicked out of the army? That youth seemed to be excited and happy at the same time. All of a sudden, he put down his arms and said, "So your Highness didn't know?" I still thought. The more Xiaolian listened, the more curious he became. He said, "Come, tell me, how did you get kicked out? Who kicked you out? Why did you think I would know? Also, what did you think?" That youth took a step towards him, but before he could open his mouth, at this moment, on Shenwu Street, a horrified scream rang out, "Ah!" That person was a tall man. He ran wildly like a madman. Several pedestrians on the street were knocked down by him. They all said unhappily, "What are you doing? Why are you running so fast on such a hot day? This is the first time I've seen someone who doesn't have a face when they walk." As they spoke, several people started to laugh, but they weren't really angry. Who knew that that person would charge forward recklessly? He crashed into a tall and gorgeous carriage. Blood splattered everywhere. He fell on his back. The passers-by who were originally joking screamed. The owner of the carriage was also shocked. He stuck his head out and said, "Who hit him? Who hit him?" It happened so suddenly. Xiaolian had no choice but to put down the youth and quickly step forward. He asked, "What happened?" That person crashed into the hard carriage and seemed to have fainted. His messy hair covered his face. Many people were watching carefully. Without waiting for Xiaolian to get closer, he suddenly jumped up again. He screamed, "I can't take it anymore. Kill, kill. Someone come and kill me. Come quickly." A few burly men among the passers-by couldn't stand it anymore. They said, "Which family's crazy person did not lock up properly and ran out? Take him back, take him back." They wanted to go up and hold this person back. Who knew that, just as they surrounded him, when they saw the crazy man's face clearly, they also screamed several times. They hurriedly dodged. "What kind of monster is this?" The crazy man ran towards them and shouted, "Beat me to death." Those people were extremely shocked. Xiaolian happened to come up. When they saw that it was the crown prince, they rushed behind him as if they had been pardoned. Without thinking, Xiaolian raised his leg and kicked the crazy man, causing him to somersault in the air and fall to the ground like a gentle dog gnawing on mud. A few people pointed to the ground and said, "Your Highness. This person. He has. Without needing them to say anything, Xiaolian also saw that this person actually had two faces. To be more precise, it was a face that had grown another face. This second face was squeezed on half of the crazy man's cheek. It was the size of an adult's palm. This crazy man was a young man, but this face was like a wrinkled little old man. It was extremely ugly. Xiaolian was extremely shocked. All he could think of was one sentence: what kind of monster was this? He immediately grabbed the sword at his waist and pulled it out. This sword was given to him by the divine martial great emperor, the Red Mirror. Ever since he met the strange man in white, he had been carrying this sword with him, in case he needed it someday. Maybe one day he would be able to see the true face of that thing. It just so happened that it came in handy at this moment. He unsheathed the sword, and the gleam of the sword gleamed brightly. However, when he lowered his head to take a look, the image reflected by the sword didn't change in the slightest. It was still the same person, the same two terrifying faces. In other words, this madman was not a demon or a ghost. He was a human. However, could there really be someone in this world who looked like this? If she was born with such an appearance, how could it not be spread in Immortal Music Imperial City for so many years? Just as Xiaolian was bewildered, a person beside him suddenly asked, trembling with fear, how did he become like this?" When Xiaolian heard this, he put the red mirror sword back into its scabbard and turned his head to ask, "You know this person? Wasn't he like this before?" Quite a few people said, "Yes, we worked together with him. Of course it's not like this. Before, his face didn't have this thing." Seeing that more and more onlookers had gathered, almost blocking the street, Xiaolian's expression turned solemn. He raised his voice and said, "Everyone, don't come near. There's nothing, disperse." That bandaged teenager helped him separate the crowd, but Xiaolian didn't notice. He was busy communicating with Feng Exi and Mu Qing, quickly come to the imperial city's Shenwu Street. When he put down his hand, he saw another person stuttering on the side, looking very hesitant. Xiaolian took the initiative to step forward and asked, "Do you have something you want to say?" Seeing the crown prince ask, that person finally mustered up his courage and said, "Your Highness, there's something I don't know if I should say or not." How could Xiaolian have the time to wait for him to exchange pleasantries? He concisely said, "Just say it." That person said, "A few days ago, there were a few small pits on my chest. 3 big pits and 2 small pits. I didn't feel anything. It didn't itch or hurt, but it felt quite comfortable when I scratched it. I didn't care much about it, but when I saw this brother, I felt a little guilty, haha." He laughed dryly and unbuttoned his clothes, revealing his chest. "Look at me, there's no problem, right?" When he took off his clothes, the crowd fell silent. What was on this person's chest? How were there a few small pits? His facial features were clearly complete, and they could make out a vague woman's face. That person looked down and was shocked. How could this be? It clearly wasn't so lifelike before? Lifelike? No matter which word was used, it was extremely terrifying. Everyone felt their hair stand on end. That person couldn't help but grab Xiaolian's clothes and shouted, "Your Highness, save me." At this time, Feng Xian and Mu Qing received the communication and rushed over from the city gate tower. Seeing this, both of them frowned. Feng Xian shouted, "Get up, what's going on?" Xiaolian didn't have time to explain. He patted that person's shoulder and comforted him, "It's okay. Just calm down." His tone was gentle and firm, serious and calm. That person thought he had a card up his sleeve and was even more convinced that such a small matter was as easy as flipping his hand for His Highness the Crown Prince. He calmed down. However, Xiaolian's heart was in turmoil. This kind of human face actually grew gradually. And those who had this symptom, let's call it a symptom for the time being, wasn't just one person. In that case, could it be possible to guess that there were actually more? He immediately summarized the general situation to Feng Xian and Mu Qing and said, "Report to the Imperial Palace and pass down the order to search the entire city to see if there's anyone else who has similar things on their body. We must not miss a single one." Because this thing was too frightening, the monarch attached great importance to it after receiving the news. He dispatched a large number of people to conduct a search and investigation, and the efficiency was surprisingly high. That night, it was confirmed. In the entire Xianlu imperial city, there were already 5 people who had relatively clear human faces on their bodies. These 5 people either saw it and didn't take it seriously, or the human face grew in places where it wasn't easy to detect. In addition, it didn't hurt or itch, so they didn't notice. In addition, there were more than 10 people who already had relatively shallow pits and protrusions on their bodies. They were suspected to be human faces that hadn't yet formed. Among these 20 or so people, the majority were women and youths. After they were all sent to Xiaolian, they were all anxious and uneasy. They greeted each other and casually comforted each other with a few words. Xiaolian was originally explaining things to others, but when he noticed this, he felt that something was wrong and asked, "Do you all know each other?" The official who had been busy all night glanced at the booklet and said, "Your Highness, many of these people live in the outskirts of the imperial city and live relatively close to each other. It's possible that they have some daily interactions with each other. Many of them live in the same place?" Mu Qing was stunned and said, "The people who live close to each other all have human faces on their bodies? Could it be that this thing is contagious?" Xiaolian thought about it faster than him, but he didn't speak as fast as him. He immediately said, "Separate. Disperse the crowd. No one is allowed to hang around nearby. Find a place and completely isolate everyone here. There's a strange disease. It's contagious." Once these 6 words were leaked out, it was more effective than dispersing the crowd or dispersing the troops. How could it be that the surrounding crowd dispersed? More than half of the houses on the street were empty. Xiaolian ordered the officials and soldiers who had come to listen to his orders to be fully armed and properly protected. He then led these 20 or so people to the outskirts of the imperial city where some of them lived. Near the outskirts of the imperial city, there was a large forest called the Buyo Forest. The ministers intended to build an area here to temporarily house the patients. However, when they entered the forest, the others were busy setting up camp. The more Xiaolian walked, the more an ominous feeling circled around his heart. Feng Xian and Mu Qing naturally also felt it. Feng Xian took the lead and said, "Your Highness, could this be that Lang Ying?" Xiaolian crossed his arms and frowned, "That's right. It's here. Wasn't this the Buyo forest where Lang Ying personally dug the hole and buried his son's body?" The three people noticed this and looked at each other in dismay. Although they couldn't clearly say what it was, they vaguely had a guess. It drove them to coincidentally start looking for the place where Lang Ying's body was buried that day. However, several months had already passed since that day. Moreover, there were so many trees in the Buyo forest. How could they still remember which tree Lang Ying's body was buried under? Just at this moment, an indescribable stench wafted over. This stench was somewhat similar to the smell of rotting corpses, but it was even more suffocating. Just one breath was enough to make a person faint. The others also smelled it and retreated one after another. They covered their noses and fanned themselves. "What's over there? What's going on? It's even more smelly than if it was marinated in a jar of soy sauce for 10 years. Xiaolian rushed forward and followed that frightening smell. Sure enough, he found a somewhat familiar crooked tree. Under the tree, the ground slightly bulged, forming a gentle little mound. The soldiers raised their swords and gathered around to protect him. Xiaolian raised his hand to stop them and said in a low voice, "Be careful. Normal people shouldn't come over." Feng Xian, who wasn't a normal person, casually picked up a shovel and went forward. With a few shovels, that mound of dirt became a pit. The stench became increasingly strong, and he became even more careful with his shovel. After a few more shovels, a little black thing was dug out from under the soil. It seemed to be slightly squirming. He slowed down his movements, and the soldiers acted as if they were facing a great enemy. Suddenly, the surface of the soil arched up high, and a swollen, enormous figure broke out of the ground, exposing itself to the crowd of people holding torches. That putrid stench instantly soared, and quite a few people immediately vomited on the spot. Xiaolian's pupils also shrunk. That thing could no longer be described as a person. Anything else was more similar to a person than it. No one would be able to tell that this corpse, which could be described as enormous, was once a thin and weak child. An urge to vomit surged up his throat, and Xiaolian tilted his head to look to the side. Feng Xian and Mu Qing were also stunned. They both blurted out, "What is this thing? Is this a curse, or is it purely the decay of a corpse?" Regardless of what it was, Xiaolian knew what he should do now. He said, "Everyone retreat. The further the better. Burn this thing clean." After he finished speaking, he raised his hand and a raging flame gushed out. The flame soared into the sky, and the thick smoke billowed. Right at this moment, the mournful sound of a bugle horn came from a distant city tower. The three of them simultaneously raised their heads to look. This was the signal for the enemy to invade. Feng Xian cursed, "Damn it, they just had to attack us at this time." Mu Qing's face was calm. Under the light of the flames, he looked uncertain. He said, "Perhaps they did it on purpose?" Xiaolian decisively said, "Mu Qing, stay here and deal with this. Feng Xian, you come with me. First, beat them back. Remember, you can't let them see any flaws." At night, the two of them hurriedly rushed out of the city and hastily fought a battle. Although they were caught unprepared this time, they still won. Although they won again, none of the people from Xianlu, including Xiaolian, felt the slightest bit of joy from winning. This sudden strange disease was called the human-faced plague by the people. Within Immortal Music Imperial City, it spread like wildfire with the speed of a thunderclap, causing everyone to be in a state of panic. The monarch had considered sealing off the news, but the first patient had rushed out from the streets. There were countless witnesses, so it couldn't be hidden from the start. Moreover, the human-faced disease spread and flared up extremely quickly. Within a short 6 days, suspected symptoms were found in more than 50 people. At the same time, Yongyan's attacks also became more frequent. Under the pincer attack from many sides, Xiaolian almost didn't have time to spare to make rain in Yongyan. Most of the magical power and energy that was originally used to do this were consumed in the imperial city's quarantine area. In the cold and secluded forest, there were large expanses of tents and shacks. Xiaolian walked through the patients on the ground. This quarantine area had more than 20 people in the beginning, but now it had nearly 100 people. It was getting bigger and bigger. Every day, as long as Xiaolian was free, he would come here and use his magical power to alleviate the terrible symptoms of the patients here. But in the end, relief was not a cure. What people hoped was that he could cure themselves. As Xiaolian walked, a young man lying on the ground suddenly raised his hand and grabbed the hem of Xiaolian's clothes. He said, "Your Highness, I won't die, right?" Xiaolian was about to speak, but he felt that this person was somewhat familiar. Looking carefully, wasn't this the passerby who gave him an umbrella when he found out that Xianlu was short of water and it was raining in the imperial city? Thinking of that day, that rain, and that umbrella, Xiaolian's heart immediately warmed. He squatted down and lightly patted the back of this person's hand. He said seriously, "I will do my best." That person seemed to have obtained the hope of life. His eyes flashed with joy. He repeatedly said good and lay down again. From these people's eager eyes, it could be seen that they deeply believed that he could do it. Therefore, every time he met their eyes, Xiaolian would feel a little self-reproach in his heart. He wanted to find a solution as soon as possible. After walking around the quarantine area, Xiaolian found a place to sit. Mu Qing raised a bonfire and he sat in contemplation. In the distance, a few little odd job workers carried a stretcher and left. They whispered, but they didn't know that Xiaolian had heard everything. "How many is this? The 4th or 5th?" The stretcher carried a patient who died in the secluded forest. In fact, it was very difficult to kill people with the human face disease. But, not dying was scary. Not dying meant that they would have to carry this thing on their body for the rest of their life. Just thinking about it made people lose the courage to live. Especially some young women who cherished their appearance. If it grew on an important part like the face, most of them would choose to die in the end. One person sighed, "Sigh. When will it end?" Another person said, "With His Highness the Crown Prince here, we won't lose. Don't worry." The first person complained, "I'm not worried about losing, but in this situation, what's the use of not losing? It's still hard for us commoners to live." Sigh. "Forget it, I'm not complaining. Just pretend that I didn't say anything." If Feng Yaxian was here, he would definitely scold them immediately. Mu Qing glanced at Xiaolian and continued to light the fire. She didn't say anything. When the two people were completely gone, she said indifferently, "It's really the opinion of a commoner. They only know how to complain. Don't tell me that they want a martial god to monopolize everything?" Xiaolian shook his head. What that person said made a certain amount of sense. He was a martial god. An army with him would be invincible. However, at this time, what was the use of just winning the battle? The army was established to protect the commoners, but the commoners at the back were being attacked by the plague. Wouldn't the original advantage become a joke? At this time, the bonfire swayed slightly. A person sat beside Xiaolian. It was Feng Yaxian. Xiaolian immediately asked, "How was it?" Feng Yaxian shook his head, saying, "It's the same as the result of your investigation. We couldn't find Langing on the back slope. We also didn't see any strange people in white clothes. We don't know where they are hiding. There's no way to check if they are playing tricks. Also, the people of Yong'an are really good. None of them are infected with the human face disease." Mu Qing poked the fire, saying, "The imperial city and the back slope are so close. No matter what, it's impossible that none of them are infected. It's obvious that they are the ones playing tricks." Many people secretly thought this way, and it was indeed very reasonable to think this way. However, even if they knew that it was the people of Yong'an, or more specifically, that it was Lang Ying who was playing tricks, the other party hid very well. They couldn't find any clues. They suspected that the human-faced disease was caused by a curse. The corpse of Lang Ying's son was the source of the curse. However, if it was a curse, this curse was really very beautiful. It didn't leave any traces that they could trace back. What could prove this suspicion? Nothing. Who knew if this human-faced disease was just a new type of disease that was born naturally? Unless they caught the target of their suspicion, Xiaolian had no way to determine what the human-faced disease was. He also hurriedly reported his guess to the heavenly court. However, it was already said that Xiaolian broke the rules and descended to the mortal world. Things were different now. In the past, if he wanted to report something, he could just directly enter the Divine Martial Hall and tell Junwu loudly. Now, he had to follow the rules. One must know that the so-called rules, if he was lucky, he could pass it by mercilessly throwing some merit points. If he was unlucky, he might be forced to follow a set of extremely complicated procedures that would endlessly delay. After it was done, the heavenly court would just send a heavenly court official to deal with it. Xiaolian himself was a heavenly court official. Other than Junwu, there was no one in the heavenly court who could surpass him. The heavenly court official that was sent down might not be as strong as him. Junwu's burden was so heavy. In the mortal world, it was said that he was busy every day. It was impossible for him to come down personally to help him. Therefore, this report was just a symbolic one. There was no real hope. However, Xiaolian's mind was not thinking about this. He was thinking about another problem. He said, if Yonglin released the curse in order to destroy the imperial city, then the most effective attack should be to attack the army. As long as the army is defeated, wouldn't it be equivalent to opening the city gates? But in reality, the human-faced disease did not spread to the army at all. It was not that there were no victims of the human-faced disease in the army, but relatively speaking, the number was extremely small. There were only 3 or 4 of them. Moreover, after they were sent to quarantine, the situation was immediately controlled and did not spread. Xianxia always said what he thought. Perhaps it was because they felt that even if they defeated the army, they would lose without a doubt with you around. They might as well not attack the army and directly attack the civilians. Hearing this, Mu Qing laughed. Xianxia said, "What are you laughing at?" Mu Qing said, "Nothing. You can always come up with very reasonable opinions. I have no objections." Xianxia was most annoyed by his manner of wanting to stab people in his heart but always pretending to be gentle. He directly ignored him and said, "If it was really done by them, I will look down on them. If they have the ability to fight on the battlefield, what is the point of using such underhanded methods to harm innocent civilians?" Hearing this, Xiaolian deeply agreed. He sighed and said, "These days, I have been thinking about how to get infected. First, we need to know how to get infected, then we can control it." Xianxia said, "Isn't it very clear? If you get too close, come in contact with it too much, drink water, eat, sleep and so on together, you will be infected." Xiaolian rubbed his forehead and said, "On the surface, it is true. However, let's take the army as an example. The soldiers in the army also drink water, eat and sleep together, so they should be closer and more frequent than normal people. But why are there so few infected soldiers?" Mu Qing frowned and said, "What you mean is that under the same conditions, but with different constitutions, some people will be infected and some won't. What you want to ask is what kind of people can resist the human-faced disease." Xiaolian raised his head and said, "Mu Qing understands me. It is exactly so. If we can find this, we will have a way to stop the spread of the human-faced disease." Mu Qing nodded and said, "That's good. Then we will look at what kind of people are more likely to get human-faced disease. Among the patients in the secluded forest, what kind of people are the most common?" Xiaolian had been brought to the secluded forest countless times these days, so he could answer with his eyes closed. He immediately said, "Women, children, youths, the elderly, and young men who are not very tall." Xianxia said doubtfully, "Could it be that only those with weak bodies will be infected? Should we ask the king to order all the people in the imperial city to train their bodies diligently?" It was obvious that something was wrong. Because the first person to rush onto the Divine Martial Street was a strong man with a strong physique, it was untenable. Compared to the other soldiers, the few soldiers who suffered from the human face plague, as for what exactly was different, Xiaolian had thought of many possibilities and tested many of them. In all aspects, they were not much different from others. Among all the infected, appearance, physique, even identity, personality, were all varied, unable to come up with a fixed pattern. Could it be, who was infected and who was not? Was it really just a matter of luck? Xiaolian muttered to himself, what exactly did the soldiers do? How could they resist the spread of the human face plague? In other words, what exactly was there that the commoners did less, the soldiers did more? At this point, his eyes suddenly widened, his face turned pale. Hearing his voice stop abruptly, Xianxia said, "What's wrong, Your Highness? What did you think of?" Xiaolian had indeed thought of something. He thought of a reasonable speculation, at the same time, it was also a terrifying speculation. He suddenly stood up and blurted out, "No. No, it shouldn't be like that, it's impossible for such a thing to happen." Xianxia and Muqing also stood up and said, "What is it?" Xiaolian covered his forehead and paced back and forth a few steps. He raised his hand and said, "Wait a minute, I have a very absurd guess. It shouldn't be true, but I need to test it." Muqing said, "What exactly is your guess? How do you want to test it? Do you want me to find someone to test it for you?" Xiaolian immediately rejected, "No, I can't find a living person to test it. What if I guess wrong?" It was better to say that he hoped in his heart that he guessed wrong. It would be better if he was very wrong. Muqing frowned and said, "Your Highness, if you want to know if your guess is right, you have to use a living person to test it. This is the best way. It's useless for you to worry here." Xianxia also frowned, "Don't you see that he's annoyed? Don't say such things at this time." Muqing turned his head and said, "Strange, what did I say? Am I not telling the truth? At this point, what's the use of hesitating and struggling?" Xianxia said in disgust, "Do you have to measure everything by whether there is a use or not? That's a living person. You didn't even hesitate. Aren't you being too calm?" Muqing said, "Calm down? Are you trying to say that I'm cold-blooded?" Xiaolian also didn't have the patience to gently mediate between the two of them in the past. He said, "The two of you can start fighting over a single sentence. How improper. Stand here for the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, and no one is allowed to move during that time. Old rules." Upon hearing the 3 words old rules, Xianxia and Muqing's expressions changed slightly. Xiaolian waved his hand and said, "The heavenly official blesses me. Begin." After a long while, Xianxia gritted his teeth and said, "The star of fortune shines upon us." Muqing also gritted his teeth and said, "Just follow the script." Xianxia said with difficulty, "Ku. He was still thinking hard about how to answer when Xiaolian turned around and entered the Bayou forest to find the 3 sick soldiers for questioning. The so-called old rules was a method that Xiaolian thought of to divert their attention. Xianxia and Muqing had nothing better to do than to stab each other with a few words. The starting point was neither big nor small. At the beginning, Xiaolian would make them stand silently for the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, and not speak to each other until they had calmed down. However, the results were minimal. Hence, Xiaolian decided to change it to having them play the dragon with idioms, to have a battle of victory and defeat. This way, their minds wouldn't have the time to think about the quarrel just now, and would have to rack their brains to think of a way to win the other party. After discovering this good method, Xiaolian felt that the world had become much more peaceful, and was very satisfied. Now that they had to follow the old rules again, it could be considered as letting everyone relax a little. However, this relaxation didn't last for long. After the time it took for an incense to burn, Xiaolian returned. His expression was extremely unsightly as he ordered, "Gather all the soldiers in the camp who live and eat with the soldiers who are sick. I have something to ask them." The 2 of them had already been stuck several times, and each had their own victories and defeats. Finally, they didn't have to play the dragon anymore, and they both heaved a sigh of relief. Muqing said, "That's fine. However, this kind of roundabout way of seeking confirmation might not necessarily guarantee that the results will be completely accurate." Feng Xian turned around and was about to carry out his orders when Xiaolian spoke up again. Wait. It's already late at night. Going to ask them now would make too much of a commotion, and we can't gather too many people at once, lest we attract attention. The things I want to ask can't leak out even the slightest bit of information. This way, we won't be able to hide it from others. Feng Xian turned around and asked, then what should we do? Should we bring them one by one to your place and ask them in private? Xiaolian replied, that's the only way. Tomorrow, first bring the soldiers who are close to those people to my room one by one. We can't let them know that they've all been interrogated. Remember to order them to absolutely not tell anyone else. Otherwise. He sucked in a breath, then sighed and said, forget it. It's better if you threaten them. Just say that if this gets out, they will be killed without question. The more ruthless, the better. Mu Qing said, if we ask them one by one, how long will that take? Xiaolian replied, no matter how long it takes, we still have to ask them. The more we ask, the more we can confirm this matter. I have to get to the bottom of it. I absolutely cannot make the slightest mistake. Thus, on the second day, Xiaolian sat in a room that had been temporarily set aside for him on the city gate tower. He personally interrogated over 300 soldiers. Faced with the questions he asked, these 300 people all gave the same answer. With every question asked, Xiaolian's expression sank a little. After he finished, Feng Xian and Mu Qing walked into the room. They saw Xiaolian sitting at the table with one hand on his forehead. He didn't say anything, and after a long time, he slowly said, you guys guard the city gate. I'm going to Mount Taizong. Feng Xian hesitated before asking, Your Highness, did you manage to ask anything? In the end, was it a curse or? Xiaolian nodded his head and said, I got it. It was a curse. Mu Qing solemnly asked, Are you sure? Xiaolian replied, I'm sure without a doubt. I also know what kind of people will be infected, and what kind of people won't be infected. Although he said this, his face didn't have the slightest bit of joy from finally unraveling the mystery. Feng Xian and Mu Qing felt that the matter wasn't that simple. However, since Xiaolian didn't take the initiative to say anything, as his subordinates, they naturally couldn't ask too much. Their hearts also sank. Mount Taizong, Huangji Monastery, the highest peak, Divine Martial Hall. The state preceptor offered incense amidst the rising smoke. Xiaolian stepped into the hall and got straight to the point. State preceptor, I want to see the emperor. After the state preceptor finished offering incense, he turned his head and said, Your Highness, the gate to heaven is no longer open for you. Xiaolian replied, I know. However, I have already investigated and found out that Xianlu country is currently suffering from an unprecedented evil cursed tide. This isn't a natural disaster, it's caused by something that isn't human. Please lend me a hand and invite the emperor to descend and possess my body. Then, I can directly inform him of this news. Perhaps he will know what the source of all this is. Perhaps he can find a way to turn things around. Ever since he returned to the human world, he had come to the Divine Martial Hall to report 3 times. However, the first 2 times, he didn't intend to ask for help. He was just going through the motions. Only this time, he sincerely wanted to seek help. The state preceptor sat on the chair and said, It's not that I don't want to help you, Your Highness. It's just that there's no need. Even if I lend you a helping hand, the emperor will descend and possess my body. When you talk to him, the answer you receive will only disappoint you. Xiaolian's expression slightly changed as he said, Do you know something? Do you know what that white-clothed man wearing the smile-crying mask is? The state preceptor said, Your Highness, do you still remember the words I told you before? The fate of this world, good or bad, is fixed. Xiaolian stared blankly and immediately fell silent. The state preceptor continued, Originally, many of the people of Yong'an were about to die. You transported water and rain, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. However, you weren't able to completely rescue them from the drought and arrange for their future. Therefore, right now, they have to fight for a future for themselves in the Yong'an army. Originally, the imperial city had already fallen into decline. However, you personally descended to the human world. With your strength alone, you instantly reversed the situation and allowed the imperial city to breathe a sigh of relief. However, you didn't resolutely exterminate the Yong'an rebel army and exterminate the roots. Instead, you allowed them to survive until today. Like a group of cockroaches, the more you fought, the stronger they became. The state preceptor strangely asked, "Your Highness, can I ask what you're doing? Could it be that you're still waiting for both sides to repent, turn over a new leaf, reconcile, and return to the same country?" Xiaolian's heart inexplicably gave birth to a feeling of shame. However, it quickly turned into confusion as he thought, it's really strange. Regardless of whether I save people or protect them, it's all because those people are innocent commoners. Their crimes don't warrant death. Every single thing I've done is clearly something I've seriously thought about and made after struggling with myself. Why is it that when someone else says it, it sounds so laughable? Why does it sound like I haven't accomplished anything at all? I'm such a failure? Just as this word emerged in his mind, he immediately erased it with thick ink. The state preceptor continued, with your deity's body, you interfered with the affairs of the human world. The destiny of Xianlu country has been turned upside down by you, turning it into a complete mess. In order to achieve balance, some other things will naturally be born, bringing back the tracks that were deviated by you. I don't know what that thing is, but I can confirm that it was born for you. Xiaolian's figure swayed. The state preceptor continued, I can also confirm that when the divine martial emperor saw you, he would certainly tell you the same thing. Because this is the reason why he didn't let you come down. But I feel that even if he told you at that time, you would most likely still come down. Teenagers are like this. If they don't listen to advice, if they don't fall, they won't believe that they can't walk. Xiaolian said in disbelief, you mean, the cause of this human face plague is actually me? So, according to the so-called theory of fixed numbers, whatever that thing that doesn't laugh or cry does, I deserve it? So, the heavenly court simply won't care about this matter? The state preceptor said, you can say that, but you can also not say that. After all, if you really want to calculate it this way, you can still blame your imperial father and imperial mother. Because if they didn't give birth to you, you wouldn't have ascended, and you wouldn't have descended to the mortal world. So on and so forth, you can blame the ancestors of your Xianlu country. Therefore, it was meaningless to discuss who created the cause. As for the last question you asked, yes, it won't. Because, the destruction of Xianlu country was originally inevitable. Since you reached out and messed up this chess game, then, there must be another hand to put the chess pieces back in place. Xiaolian took a deep breath. He didn't want to discuss with him whether or not the destruction of Xianlu country was inevitable. Closing his eyes for a moment, he said, then, may I ask the state preceptor, if I disappear now, will this thing also disappear with me? The state preceptor said, I'm afraid it won't. It's easy to invite a god in, but it's hard to send him away. There's no difference between demons and ghosts. Xiaolian nodded and stiffly said, good. Thank you for your guidance, state preceptor. He knew that it was useless to say more. The only thing he could rely on was himself. After paying his respects to the state preceptor, he said goodbye and prepared to leave. Behind him, the state preceptor said, Your Highness. From now on, what do you plan to do? Xiaolian lowered his head and said, since it's useless for me to disappear now, then I will fight it to the end. This is my only path. Pausing for a moment, he raised his head and said word by word, I don't care if it's a hand or something else. However, the people I'm protecting are definitely not its chess pieces. Half a month later, Langing led the Yong'an army to attack again. After going through several months of countless battles, the current Yong'an army could finally be called an army. They were no longer a group of bandits and refugees, but a regular and powerful army. It was as if Langing had disappeared from the world for a long time. This time, Xiaolian once again saw this man on the battlefield. He, who had been waiting for a long time, directly flew over the crowd and pressed forward. Slashing down with his sword, he shouted, Where is that man in white? Langing blocked his sword. He didn't reply and seriously counterattacked. Xiaolian pressed forward step by step and said, You know who I'm talking about. My patience is limited. Suddenly, Langing stared at him and said, Your Highness, didn't you say that it would continue to rain in Yong'an? Xiaolian didn't expect him to ask such a question. His heart trembled and he was at a loss for words. He did promise Lang Ying that it would rain in Yong'an. However, during this period of time, the number of people infected with the human face plague in the imperial city had multiplied several times. Currently, there were almost 500 people infected. These 500 people were all squeezed into the Yulin. Seeing that this quarantine area was about to be insufficient, the officials discussed moving to a further, larger place. Most of Xiaolian's mana was used to alleviate the illnesses of these 500 people, so he couldn't go to Yong'an to reign anymore. Since he had no use for the Rainmaster's hat, he was too embarrassed to keep someone else's talisman. With no other choice, he sent Feng Xian to the Rainmaster's country to return the hat to the Rainmaster and express his thanks. Xiaolian stabbed out with his sword and angrily said, "I was the one who made the rain. Why did it stop? Don't you guys know?" The angrier he got, the calmer Lang Ying became. "It's none of my business. I only know that even without this human face plague, your mana won't last long. Just like how even with your rain, not many people in Yong'an can survive. It's all useless. Your Highness, why do you think you can do whatever you want? Rather than handing my fate to you, I choose to hand it to myself." Xiaolian didn't know which sentence stabbed him, but his killing intent rose. He slightly turned the blade of his sword and secretly raised his left palm. There was a voice in his heart that clamored, "Kill this person. The remnants of Yong'an are nothing to be afraid of." Since they met, this was the first time he was truly determined to kill Lang Ying. Unexpectedly, he sent out his palm and hit Lang Ying's chest, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. However, it didn't pierce through his heart. Instead, he was shaken away. With this shock, Xiaolian couldn't believe it. He retreated a few steps and said, "You?" Xiaolian couldn't be more clear about what had shaken him away. There were powerful people in the world, such as monarchs, geniuses, and righteous people. Whenever they encountered a critical moment, they would naturally produce a protective aura to protect them from harm. Most of these people had the potential to ascend to immortality. Lang Ying was nothing more than a wild person, yet he actually produced this kind of protective spiritual aura. Moreover, it was an extremely rare kind, the aura of a monarch. Xiaolian didn't dare to think about what this meant. Suddenly, he felt a chill in his chest. It was Lang Ying's sword stabbing over, piercing through his chest. In this battle, the two sides didn't have a winner or loser. The invading Yong'an side still lost many people, but this time, the Xianlu Imperial City's side didn't fare much better. If it was someone else, it could be said to be a Pyrrhic victory. However, for Xiaolian, this was definitely a defeat. This was his first defeat. Moreover, although Lang Ying still couldn't beat Xiaolian and was eventually injured and retreated, many people saw the scene of Lang Ying stabbing him. Xiaolian could roughly guess how many officers and soldiers in the army were discussing behind his back. "His Highness is a martial god, how could he be stabbed? Aren't we the soldiers of the gods? Why didn't we achieve a complete victory like in the past?" However, he was already unable to pay attention to these small voices. That was because Mu Qing told him that today, Bu Yulin had sent over 100 more patients with the human face plague. In a short day, there were another 100. Now, the first batch of patients with the human face plague had already reached an extremely serious stage. From top to bottom, there wasn't a single spot that could be seen. Everything had to be covered with thick white cloth, otherwise, just looking at it would be horrifying. However, through the white cloth, one could faintly see the uneven contours of the body. Xiaolian walked around to treat the patients. With great difficulty, he finished a round. Only then did Feng Xian pull him to the side and whisper, "Your Highness, what happened on the battlefield today? How could you be stabbed by that barbarian? Later on, you clearly hit him several times. Why didn't you kill him?" Xiaolian didn't want to tell him that Lang Ying's body had an additional layer of the aura of a monarch that even a heavenly official couldn't offend. He could only helplessly smile bitterly. It wasn't that he didn't want to kill him, it was that he couldn't. The magic power contained in his attacks had all been absorbed by this layer of King's aura. Thus, it was completely ineffective against Lang Ying. After he discovered this, he immediately switched to using real swords and spears, fighting with his fists and feet. However, this Lang Ying's skin was coarse and thick, so he could take a beating. Right at this moment, a person in the distance suddenly held, "Your Highness, save me." Xiaolian had just received a bowl of water from Xianxia. He had just taken a sip when he heard the howl and immediately choked. Without even taking a breath to rest, he rushed over. The one who had howled was the youth who had delivered him the umbrella that day. Because Xiaolian had been especially gentle towards him, this youth had been especially diligent in shouting for him to save him. The first part of this person's face was his knee. Xiaolian had cast a spell to control it, preventing the plague poison from spreading. Thus, from his entire body, only his left leg had a human face. Right now, he was madly kicking that leg, hovering between life and death. Xiaolian held him down and comforted him, "Don't move. I'm coming." That youth was extremely terrified. He grabbed him and said, "Your Highness. Your Highness, save me. Just now, I felt my leg itch, as if there was some kind of grass pricking it. Then I looked down and saw those things, their mouths were opening and closing. They were moving. They're eating grass. They're alive." Xiaolian immediately felt his blood run cold. He looked down and sure enough, the youth's left leg was packed with dozens of human faces. Quite a few of their mouths had blades of grass in them, and some were even chewing them hungrily. Many of the patients began to scream, and the crowd became restless. It was only thanks to Xianxia and Mu Qing and the soldiers that they managed to suppress the riot. Xiaolian held the youth down with one hand and asked the person beside him, "Can he still move this leg?" No, the guards of the Yu forest were all fully armed. Their entire bodies were tightly wrapped in bandages and cloaks, so it was impossible to see how they looked. The person working on the side answered. Judging from the voice, it seemed to be a youth. He said, "Your Highness, he can't. His leg has already been crippled. I don't know what else is growing inside, but it's as heavy as lead. I can't even move it. Moreover, the plague poison has been climbing up, and it's about to climb out of his leg and spread to his waist." Xiaolian had already tried his best to save him, but the youth's leg could be said to be terminally ill. He had almost lost the feeling of a normal person. At this moment, a doctor whispered, "Your Highness, in my opinion, the only thing we haven't tried yet is to cut off the part of the human face and see if we can stop the spread of the plague." Xiaolian could only think of this method. He said, "Then cut it off for him." The youth hurriedly said, "No." He was afraid that his leg would really be amputated, but he didn't dare to hug his deformed leg. He said in extreme pain, "My leg is not crippled yet. Maybe it can still be healed." "Your Highness. Don't you have any other way to save me?" Xiaolian didn't want to reply with words like "I'll try my best" or "I'll try my best" anymore. His vision darkened as he said, "I'm sorry, I don't have any." This was the first time the Crown Prince had said such a thing. Countless people present were extremely shocked. Some even lost control and shouted, "You don't have any? You're the Crown Prince, you're a god, how can you not have any way? We've been waiting here for you to think of a way for so many days, how can you not have any way?" The person who said this was immediately silenced by an unknown person. However, it wasn't Xianxia or Mu Qing who stopped him. Mu Qing seemed to feel that Xiaolian's words were too frank and didn't appease the crowd. He frowned and didn't say anything. Xianxia, on the other hand, was shouting at a few patients who were jumping up and down. Xiaolian had been badly battered for the past few days. He didn't return his sword to its sheath. It hung at his waist, the blade of the sword a little closer to the leg. A human face felt the cold sword energy and suddenly stopped chewing. It opened its mouth and screamed. This thing, it actually screamed. Although the sound was weak, it was undoubtedly coming from this leg. The youth screamed and almost fainted from fright. He hugged Xiaolian tightly and repeatedly said, "Your Highness, save me. Save me." At the same time, 3 slightly sunken pits appeared on his leg near his waist. The doctor said in shock, "Your Highness, it's spreading, it's spreading. The plague is about to crawl out of the leg." No matter how much magic power he used, Xiaolian still wasn't able to control the youth's illness. He watched as these terrifying things were about to spread to the youth's entire body. Once they spread, they could no longer be taken back. Could it be that he was just going to sit and wait for death? Xiaolian clenched his teeth and said, I'll ask you one thing. This leg, do you want it or not? I can't guarantee what will happen if you don't have it. If you don't want it, then nod and we'll act immediately. If you don't want it, then don't nod and we'll see. The youth gasped for breath. He was actually so scared that his eyes were empty and he was on the verge of losing his mind. He seemed to be nodding, but also seemed to be shaking his head. The faces on his left leg began to scream one after another, as if they were welcoming a new companion. Amidst their squeaking, one could even see their joyful expressions and their tiny, bright red tongues that were currently trembling. It was hard to imagine what kind of scene the inside of this youth's left leg was like. What kind of thing had it become? He couldn't drag it out any longer. Xiaolian said to the doctor, cut it off for him. However, the doctor repeatedly waved his hand and said, Your Highness, please forgive me. I also don't have the assurance. I don't dare to cut it in this place. Even if I cut it off, it won't work. It's better not to take the risk. He inwardly scolded himself for talking too much. The bird that poked its head out would be shot, and he almost got himself into a frightening situation. He fled back into the crowd and didn't say anything. The youth muttered, Your Highness, save me, Your Highness, save me. Xiaolian's mind was a blank. In his heart, a voice of despair was also muttering, Who will save me? All around him, there was a clamor of all sorts of things. Those distorted little faces also squeezed together below and screamed. In an instant, Xiaolian felt as if he was looking at hell. It was as if he was rigidly staring at this hell, but at the same time, it was as if he was staring at nothing. Amidst the cold sweat, he opened his eyes wide and raised his arms. That young man was originally half unconscious. After Xiaolian cut off his left leg, he suddenly woke up and screamed, My leg! My leg! Xiaolian knelt in a pool of blood. His white clothes were stained with blood. He struggled to hold him down and said, It's okay. Doctor, stop the bleeding. Several doctors were flustered. Muqing couldn't stand it anymore. Don't lose your head. He came up and took out a small medicine bottle. Faint smoke flowed out. The bleeding slowly stopped. Xiaolian also covered the young man's wound with a layer of spiritual light. As for the leg that had been cut off, it lay alone on the ground. Suddenly, it slightly curled up. After leaving the body, it was still twitching and wriggling as if it was a living thing. Xiaolian raised his hand. There was a huge blaze, and the leg was burnt into a pile of pitch-black charcoal in the raging fire. That young man screamed, My leg! Xiaolian looked at his waist and saw that the scar hadn't climbed up. His eyes lit up. He happily said, Okay, it stopped. It's not spreading anymore. Only then did the young man stop crying. He opened his eyes and said, Really? Is it really okay? The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air and became restless. After hesitating for a while, someone shouted, Your Highness, please help me treat him. Not far away, a young man's voice shouted, Don't mess around. It's not certain. What if he relapses again after a while? With this voice's reminder, Xiaolian calmed down and said, Yes. Right now, I can't be sure. I still need to observe for a while. Someone fearfully said, How much longer do I have to observe? I can't wait any longer. If I wait any longer, this thing is going to grow on my face. Someone threw caution to the wind. I'm willing to take this risk. Not long after, the hundreds of people in the Buyu forest all clamored, Your Highness, I beg you to relieve our suffering. Xiaolian was placed in the center. Although it was difficult, he didn't dare to be careless. He said, Everyone, please get up first. If this person doesn't relapse after a while, I will definitely do my best to treat everyone. With great difficulty, he pacified the crowd, made many promises, and brought the youth with the broken leg to another place. Xiaolian sat under a tree. Muqing looked around and said in a low voice, Why did you just cut off his leg? If I don't beg you again and again, don't make the decision. If it doesn't work after you cut off his leg, then you'll be the one he hates. Xiaolian's heart was still beating wildly. He covered his face with one hand and said in a hoarse voice, At that time, we couldn't wait any longer. He didn't answer me, and the doctors didn't dare to do anything. We couldn't just watch as the virus spread. Someone had to come out and give us the final decision. I'm really. Feng Xian had a rare look of worry on his face as he said, Your Highness, I think you should take a rest. You really don't look too good. We'll help you take care of this. Xiaolian also felt that he couldn't hold on much longer. He slowly nodded and said, All right. I'm just going to rest here for a while, and I'll be going back soon. I can't go too far. Just at this moment, someone cried out in the forest. Feng Xian and Mu Qing went to see what was going on. Xiaolian stared blankly for a while before lying down on the ground. If it was in the past, he would definitely not lie on the muddy ground in the wilderness like this if no one had built him a tent and set up a bed for him. But right now, he really didn't have the energy to bother with these things. He didn't even clean off the dust and blood stains on his clothes. With his face covered in dirt, he fell asleep. After an unknown amount of time, he heard Feng Xian call out to him in his daze. Xiaolian suddenly woke up and flipped over to get up. He felt something slip off his body. Looking down, he saw a tattered and patched blanket. He didn't know who had covered him with it while he was resting. Xiaolian rubbed the space between his eyebrows and said to the approaching Feng Xian, I don't need this. Give it to those patients. Feng Xian was stunned when he heard this. Ah? What did you say? This blanket? I didn't give it to you. I just came back. Xiaolian turned his head. Is it Mu Qing? Mu Qing said, It wasn't me either. It was probably one of the believers who lived in the quarantine area who gave it to you. Xiaolian looked around but didn't see anyone worth paying attention to. He shook his head and thought to himself, I actually didn't even notice someone approaching. My condition is really terrible. He folded the blanket and placed it on the ground. Standing up, he said, Let's go. He left with this matter in his heart. And very soon, the thing he was worried about happened. Just 2 days later, when Xiaolian could no longer go to the secluded forest, some doctors told him that at night, more than 10 people with the human-faced plague had ignored the warnings and secretly crawled up. Some used fire to burn their infected areas, while others used knives to cut their flesh. There were also a few who, because of improper methods, lost too much blood and were still covered in blankets, not daring to make a sound. They were afraid of being discovered, so they quietly died. Xiaolian had just left the battlefield when he heard this grievous news. Standing among the hundreds of people, he looked at the bloodied and painfully wailing patients on the ground. Finally, he got angry. Why didn't you listen to my advice? Didn't they say that we still haven't confirmed whether or not this method could eradicate the plague? How could you be so reckless? This was the first time he had gotten so angry in front of so many believers. Everyone lowered their heads and didn't say anything, keeping quiet out of fear. Xiaolian was really angry in his heart and couldn't help but say a few more words. As he spoke, out of the blue, someone said, Your Highness the Crown Prince is immune to hundreds of poisons. The illness is on our bodies, not yours. Of course you would say that we were reckless. But weren't we just trying to find a doctor randomly because we were really sick? What else could we do? Although this person didn't directly contradict him, his tone was very eccentric. When Xiaolian heard this, his blood rushed to his head. He said, What did you say? After that person finished speaking, he shrunk back and couldn't be found. Feng Xian, who was far away, didn't hear this. Otherwise, he would have immediately started cursing. Mu Qing, on the other hand, saw that the direction of the crowd wasn't right, so he cautiously chose not to aggravate the situation. Seeing that Xiaolian didn't respond, another person said, Your Highness the Crown Prince, if you can't save us, then we can only save ourselves. Don't worry, we won't waste your spiritual medicine and mana. Just now, Xiaolian's blood had rushed to his head, but now, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. In his heart, he said, What are you saying? Could it be that I care about those spiritual medicine and mana? I was clearly afraid that amputations would be useless, so I stopped them. Why do you make it sound like it's easy for me to talk? I can't understand these kinds of illnesses, but if I didn't sincerely want to save people, why would I give up my position as a heavenly magistrate and come down to ask for trouble? In his entire life, he had never been stabbed with such words, nor had he ever suffered such grievances. His heart had 1,000 words to say, but his mouth couldn't say a single one. This was because he knew that it was because he hadn't been able to find a way to cure the human face plague, causing his believers to gradually lose their patience. The suffering these common people were suffering was 100 times harder to endure than his. He could only clench his fists until his joints made caw-caw sounds. After a long time, he suddenly punched a tree to the side. That tree responded with a caw-caw sound and snapped. Everyone jumped in fright and stopped whispering. In the distance, Xianxia finally realized that something had happened. He rushed over and said, "Your Highness." After Xiaolian punched out, he vented out a mouthful of sullen air and calmed down a bit. Unexpectedly, in the deathly silence, another person said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, you don't need to be so angry. Everyone here is a patient, all of you are your believers. No one here owes you anything." As soon as these words were said, many people inwardly nodded. Although they had all lowered their voices, Xiaolian's 5 senses were clear, so he could hear every sound clearly. Below him, they were all muttering, "Finally, there's someone who dares to speak the truth. I've always been holding it in and didn't dare to say it. Didn't they say that Your Highness the Crown Prince was very gentle? How come he's actually like this?" Amidst the waves of voices, Xiaolian unintentionally took a step back. In the past 20 years, he had never felt fear in front of any enemy. He would forever be fearless. However, at this moment, an emotion similar to fear swept through his heart. At this time, he heard someone say in a low voice, "With this kind of divine might, if you went to the enemy and threw fire, it wouldn't be so difficult to fight." Hearing this sentence, he could no longer stand here. How could he not know that the current him simply wasn't like that martial god who wielded a sword and held a flower on the altar with a calm smile? Xiaolian turned around and dashed out of the Buyo forest as if he was escaping. Xianxia and Mu Qing shouted from behind him, "Your Highness! Where are you going?" Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd. It seemed that a young nurse had suddenly started punching and kicking a few patients, triggering a round of tumultuous fighting. However, Xianxia and Mu Qing couldn't be bothered with this side. They called over a few squads of soldiers to look after the scene before closely chasing after Xiaolian. The direction he madly ran in was towards back slope. With a single step, he flew several feet. Not long after, he arrived at the lush mountaintop. Xiaolian's eyes turned red as he shouted from within the forest, "Come out!" Xianxia replied, "Your Highness! What are you doing here?" Xiaolian rushed towards the sky and shouted, "I know you're here, get out here for me." Mu Qing replied, "If he could come out the moment you shouted, then he wouldn't have." Before he could finish speaking, he abruptly stopped. That was because the 3 of them heard a creaking sound coming from behind them. They fiercely turned their heads around. Wasn't the person sitting on a tree vine looking down at them? Wasn't that the one with the left side of his face crying and the right side smiling? He actually came out after shouting. As soon as Xiaolian saw him, he lost all reason. Flying over, he fiercely shouted, "I want your life." That white-cloaked person lightly and skillfully dodged. His wide white sleeves were like a pair of butterfly wings fluttering in the wind, extremely graceful. Xianxia and Mu Qing both cried out in surprise. Originally, they wanted to go and help, but they abruptly discovered that something was wrong and stopped their movements. Both of them had stunned expressions on their faces. However, because Xiaolian's heart was filled with rage, he didn't notice anything. Unsheathing his long sword, Xianxia shouted, "Your Highness! Didn't you notice?" Xiaolian had already grabbed that white-clothed person's neck with one hand, while his other hand held onto his sword. The tip of the sword was pressed against that person's chest. That white-clothed person was clearly under his control, yet he suddenly began to laugh loudly. This laughter was clear and gentle, as if it belonged to a youth. Xiaolian felt that it was extremely familiar, as if it belonged to someone. However, due to his rage, he couldn't remember whose voice it was. However, a trace of doubt flashed through his mind. Very quickly, that white-cloaked person sighed and said, "Xiaolian, Xiaolian. No matter how much you struggle, it's useless. You've lost, Xian Le country is finished." Xia Lian was extremely furious. Pulling out his hand, he slapped him and said, "Who do you think you are? If I didn't let you speak, then shut up." To him, this was truly an extremely crude action. That white-cloaked person's head was slapped to the side. Turning back, he said, "Do you really want me to shut up? Fine, fine. However, in reality, there is still a method that can allow you to turn defeat into victory. It all depends on whether or not you're willing to do it." If he hadn't added the last sentence, Xia Lian definitely wouldn't have paid attention to him. However, when he added the last sentence, Xia Lian felt that there was a possibility that what he said was the truth. There was a method, but in a moment, he would have to pay a heavy price. Taking a deep breath, Xia Lian said in a low voice, "What method? What do you want me to do? Just say it, less nonsense." That white-cloaked person said, "If you come a little closer, I'll tell you." Xia Lian said, "Okay." Xianxia said, "Your Highness. You shouldn't be." However, he saw Xia Lian's sword pierce through that white-cloaked person's heart. Leaning down, he said, "Speak." That white-cloaked person used an extremely low voice to whisper into his ear for a while. The bystanders couldn't clearly hear what he said. However, the more Xia Lian listened, the wider his eyes became. After listening for a while, he couldn't bear it anymore and slapped that white-cloaked person again. He shouted, "I didn't ask you to say this. What I want is a solution." "A solution?" That white-cloaked person said, "I said, this is the solution. It all depends on whether or not you're willing to do it." Xia Lian's face twisted as he said, "In the end, what do you want to do? In the end, who are you?" That white-cloaked person laughed mischievously and said, "Who am I? Can't you take off your mask and see for yourself?" Xia Lian had long had this intention, so he took off that half-crying, half-smiling mask. In the next instant, his entire person froze. Under the mask, smiling at him, was the face of a handsome, snow-white youth. His eyes were sparkling, and the corners of his mouth held a smile. His expression was infinitely gentle and humble. Xia Lian was unable to restrain his anger. He pulled out the sword from his chest. Just as he was about to stab again, he discovered that there wasn't a trace of blood on the sword. In that instant, his mind became clear. He turned his sword. He chopped off the head of the white-clothed youth. It was easy to chop it off. However, after the head separated from the body, both sides quickly deflated, turning into a flat bag of skin. This body was actually an empty shell. He had seen this thing twice. He had always used a fake body. His real body had never come out even once. Although he wasn't surprised, Xia Lian was still filled with hatred. The long sword stabbed randomly at the soft head and body. The sharp sword energy sliced a bag of skin into pieces, but he still wasn't satisfied. Xianxia couldn't watch anymore. He stopped him and said, "Your Highness, this is just a shell." However, this shell was exactly the same as Xia Lian's appearance when he was young. Thus, it looked like Xia Lian was cruelly slaughtering himself. This scene was somewhat uncomfortable. Xia Lian took a few heavy breaths. He threw away the sword and sat on the ground. "I know. But he actually dared to use my face." He was truly furious. The two of them squatted down in front of him. After a moment of silence, Xianxia said, "Your Highness, are you feeling better? Don't take this thing's nonsense seriously. It's just a prank." Unexpectedly, Xia Lian said, "No, he said some things. He wasn't pranking me, it's just..." Xianxia was shocked. "He really told you the method to remove the curse?" Xia Lian's right hand grabbed his hair and said, "He didn't tell me the method to solve the human-faced plague. What he told me was, the method to create the human-faced plague." The two of them were stunned. "Create?" Xia Lian nodded his head and looked around. He felt that it was better not to stay on the slope and decided to leave first. Right now, he didn't want to see the evasive gazes of the soldiers. He also didn't want to hear the wails and dissatisfaction of the patients. Thus, he returned to the crown prince's palace that had been empty for many years. After closing the door, Xia Lian barely managed to calm his mind. He sat down and said in a deep voice, "Those human faces on people's bodies are all the souls of the people of Yong'an. Some of them died on the battlefield, but most of them died during the drought." Mu Qing was not surprised, and said, "No wonder the people of Yong'an are immune to the human face plague, of course they wouldn't fight their own people." Feng Xian frowned. Those who died in the drought weren't killed by the people of the imperial city. Even if they have resentment, they shouldn't be directing it here, right? Xiaolian sighed and said, "That may be the case, but you all know that when a person dies, their soul will have a chaotic period. For a period of time after a person died, their soul would be like a newborn child, confused and half awake. They wouldn't know who they were, where they were, or what they were doing. This period of time could be long or short, and it all depended on the person and their fate. This state was called the chaotic period. Under such circumstances, their loved ones could guide these souls or influence them. The folk custom of calling souls on the 7th day of the month was based on this principle." Xiaolian said, "He told me that the soldiers of Yong'an had an extremely strong resentment towards the imperial city, and many of their parents, wives, and children had died during the drought. These souls had no one to rely on, so they would be infected by the emotions of their loved ones. He used the sharp wills of these soldiers to instill hostility towards the people of Xianxia city into these souls, driving them to reside in the bodies of the living, fighting over the nutrients of the living. Because these souls of the chaotic period had already been repeatedly told one thought, if it weren't for them, you guys could have survived." Feng Xian said, "What kind of damn thought is this? Who deserves to live, and who deserves to die?" Xiaolian covered his forehead and said, Lang Ying had previously unintentionally buried his son's corpse in the imperial city, and this became the primer for his spell. I asked him to tell me the solution, but after talking for half a day, he actually told me about this curse technique. What does this mean? Knowing the technique wasn't enough to break the curse, so Feng Xian scolded, "He's playing a prank on you." "What kind of joke is this, F***CKME? Mu Qing said, "He's not playing a prank on you. He has indeed already told you the method." Xiaolian and Feng Xian raised their heads and turned their heads, saying, "What method?" Mu Qing said, "The solution." His eyes lit up, as if he had discovered some secret, saying, "The curse on Yong'an city's side is effective because they have resentment towards Xianxia city. However, on Xianxia city's side, how could they not have resentment towards Yong'an city?" Xiaolian slightly opened his eyes, his breathing slightly stagnant. Mu Qing continued, "Since he told you the method of the curse, then you can use the same method, a tooth for a tooth, an eye for an eye, and create a human face plague that only infects the people of Yong'an city. Think about it, for the human face plague curse to be effective, there must be the support of living people. As long as they are infected with the plague, they can't even fend for themselves, or even if there isn't a single living person left, wouldn't the curse collapse on its own?" Xiaolian had never thought of this kind of method. Hearing him speak so confidently, he was momentarily stunned. After a while, he blurted out, "Absolutely not." Mu Qing said, "Why not?" "Don't forget, the ones who placed the curse first were them." Xiaolian abruptly stood up, saying, "No means no. Also, you're wrong, the soldiers of Yong'an city will definitely have a hard time being infected with the human face plague, just like the soldiers of Xianxia city. Don't ask me why, Mu Qing very quickly said, "Then even if it only infects the commoners, it's still good. They don't have the complete protective equipment and manpower of the imperial city. Once the human face plague breaks out, the epidemic will inevitably spread even faster, and they definitely won't have the strength to fight back. Using the safety of the commoners behind them to threaten them to stop the curse and surrender is the same, they can't afford to waste more time than the imperial city." Xiaolian immediately rejected, "Even more not. Don't forget when they attacked the innocent commoners of the imperial city, what did we say to them? Despicable. If we also do the same thing as them, wouldn't we become the despicable people that we ourselves claim to be? What difference is there between us and them?" Mu Qing restrained his excitement, saying, "Your Highness, don't forget who it was that used death to lure you into a land of gentleness. It's the innocent commoners that you speak of." Hearing this, Xiaolian hesitated for a moment. To tell the truth, it was impossible for his heart not to care. But in the end, he still said, "Yes, there are indeed people like that. But that's because these people often rush to the forefront and are the most fanatical. That's why you only see these kinds of people. But in reality, even more commoners simply don't understand anything. If you go to the back slope and take a look, you'll understand. Many people don't even know why they're fighting. Wherever there's food, they'll go. Mu Qing, what you're suggesting me to do now is to kill another group of innocent people in order to save another group of innocent people. He sighed and said, I'll think of another way. Mu Qing's tone became a bit bad, saying with a bit of ridicule, why should I go to the back slope and care about how the enemy commoners live their lives? Forget it. Your Highness the Crown Prince, you're thinking of others like this, yet others have never thought of you. Aren't you being a sucker? Xiaolian's heart felt heavy, lowering his head without saying anything. In his mind, however, the image of the leg that was still twitching after it was cut off appeared. After hesitating for a long time, in the end, he still shook his head and said, in the end, I'm not thinking for others, even if I'm only thinking for ourselves. Curses are in themselves a double-edged sword, harming others but also harming oneself. In order to curse others, the living must be filled with resentment, and the dead cannot rest in peace. They suffered so much when they were alive, and after death, they still have to live in other people's bodies, becoming that kind of monster. You saw the thing on that person's leg that day, those human faces that were struggling at death's door, how much better are they compared to the infected people? Curses will eventually backfire one day, and they won't have a good ending. After being rejected again and again, Mu Qing was about to lose his patience, saying, if they don't have a good ending, you won't have a good ending here. You don't have a third way, and you won't be able to find a second cup of water. Wake up, Your Highness. You don't have time. Xiaolian felt his head was a bit hot, closing his eyes, saying, don't say it first, let me think about it. Mu Qing finally couldn't bear it anymore, muttering and cursing, you, this person. The one who is suffering entangled is also you. Now that the solution has been placed in front of you, the one who isn't willing to do it is also you. You, this person, really. Are you done? This kind of ghastly appearance, it's annoying to see. Your believer really has 8 lifetimes of bad luck. Feng Xian had been listening to their argument for a long time, but because he couldn't come up with any good ideas, he didn't interrupt. At this moment, he suddenly raised his hand and slapped Xiaolian, scolding, are you done or not? Mu Qing retreated a few steps from his slap. Xiaolian said, Feng Xian? Feng Xian said, Your Highness, don't bother with me. Then he said to Mu Qing, what are you so annoyed about? Tell me, what's so annoying about you? I've endured you for a long time, but today, I can't hold it in anymore. I really King can't stand people like you. You're clearly a deputy general, but if His Highness didn't promote you, who knows where you'd be eating and drinking. Why are you always acting like you're the smartest, you understand the most, and you're stronger than him? If you're really that capable, why didn't you ascend? His Highness ascended instead? Mu Qing said, I. Xiaolian pulled him back. Forget it, Feng Xian. Mu Qing is just anxious about the situation. Feng Xian interrupted him, what's he anxious about? Your Highness, I'm telling you, he's just looking for an opportunity to teach you a lesson. He won't let go of any opportunity to show that he's stronger than you, because in his heart, he truly feels that he's more capable than you. Such a cold person, and I've never seen him love Xianlu country that much. Now, he knows how to be anxious? After he finished speaking, he turned to Mu Qing. You think I can't see that in your heart, you feel that His Highness is a fool? I've tolerated your usual sarcastic behavior and secretly rolling your eyes. I've also tolerated your actions of never standing where you should stand in the heavenly court. If you want to show off, then so be it. In any case, this isn't the first time. Fine, I'll let you show off. In any case, you only have that little bit of skill, so you can't overturn the heavens. If His Highness doesn't bother with you, then I'm too lazy to care about you. But since you've already climbed all over me, don't blame me for being impolite. Listen well, I don't find it strange that you like to use those despicable methods. However, His Highness is His Highness. No matter what he does, you better show some respect. Stop pointing fingers and pointing fingers. Don't King forget who you are. While Feng Xian was speaking, Xiaolian tried to stop him several times. However, it was probably because he'd held it in for too long that he couldn't stop Feng Xian at all. Every time Mu Qing heard a sentence, his complexion would turn a shade paler. At first, it seemed as if he wanted to make a move, but after listening to the end, he didn't say a single word. Instead, he stared at Feng Xian with a cold gaze. Xiaolian angrily said, "Are you done yet? Do you want me to kick you both down?" Feng Xian's entire face was flushed red. With one look, it was obvious that his blood had rushed to his brain. Stiffening his neck, he said, "Kick me then, I don't care. What does a heavenly official count for? If it wasn't for His Highness's order, I wouldn't even want to be one. But even if I were to be kicked down and become immortal, I would still be loyal and devoted to His Highness. If you say one word, I'll be the first to rush up. I despise ingrates the most. But this person, if he can't bask in your light and can't become a heavenly official, he might not be willing to follow you. I reckon he probably won't even have a single good word to say. I'm done." Mu Qing originally pursed his lips and didn't say anything. However, after enduring silently for a long time, he finally couldn't take it anymore and retorted, "Bask in your mother's light. You really know how to paste gold on your own face, what do you know?" Xiaolian went crazy and said, "Both of you shut up. Shut up." The two of them reluctantly shut their mouths. This time, the ruckus was too big. He was afraid that even Ji Long wouldn't be able to be saved. With great difficulty, Xiaolian gradually suppressed his anger and said with a headache. "In short, cursing is absolutely not feasible." Mu Qing sneered but still said, "The decision is up to you." Feng Xian then said concisely, "I'll listen to you." Mu Qing recovered his indifferent expression and said, "Whatever the consequences, His Highness will definitely bear them yourself." Feng Xian scoffed and didn't say anything. Immediately after, Xiaolian said, "Naturally. I've already thought of." At this moment, the three of them felt a violent tremor. As their bodies swayed, Xiaolian asked in astonishment, "What's wrong?" Feng Xian was the first to react and said, "The earth is moving." Once the earth moved, there were bound to be casualties. Xiaolian shouted, "Save them." Unexpectedly, just as the three of them were about to rush out, they saw a person hastily roll out from under the bed. The person stretched out his hand and said, "Cousin. Cousin, don't forget me. Bring me along." When Xiaolian saw this person, he was even more astonished. "Qi Rong, why are you in my palace?" How could he understand Qi Rong's strange daily life? Qi Rong spent all day searching for everything related to Xiaolian. Xiaolian didn't know how long Qi Rong had been hiding here and listening, but the current situation was critical and he didn't have time to ask. Xiaolian grabbed Qi Rong and ran, throwing him into an empty space. He saw that the imperial palace was in a mess, and countless palace servants were screaming and running out of the richly ornamented palace. He shouted, "Is anyone hurt? Is there anyone trapped?" Fortunately, after a while, the earth stopped moving. After asking around, it seemed like there weren't any casualties. However, before he could relax, he suddenly heard another wave of screams. Many people raised their hands and pointed at the sky behind him. Xiaolian fiercely turned his head, his pupils shrinking. He saw that in the center of the imperial palace, there was a tall and gorgeous pagoda that was slowly tilting to one side. The sky pagoda was about to fall. This sky pagoda's full name was Celestial Pagoda. It had several hundred years of history and was one of the symbols of the Xianlu Imperial Palace. It was also the tallest building in the entire Xianlu Imperial Palace. Located in the center of the Imperial Palace, it was a famous scenic spot. Once this pagoda fell, there would inevitably be countless casualties. The palace people inside the Imperial Palace and the pedestrians on the streets outside the Imperial Palace fled even more crazily. Seeing this, Xiaolian's right hand quickly formed a few seals. Facing the direction of Mount Taizong, he shouted, "Come." The pagoda continued to slowly tilt. When it tilted a third of the way down, everyone suddenly felt another tremor. This tremor was also coming from the earth. However, it was different from the tremors of the earth. This tremor had its own rhythm and was getting faster and closer. When the sky pagoda tilted a few more times, everyone finally discovered that the tremor was actually the sound of something's footsteps. A huge golden statue that was more than 5 feet tall, with one hand holding a sword and the other holding a flower, was currently walking towards the imperial palace with large strides. Immediately, someone cried out in alarm, "Isn't that the crown prince statue from Huangjiguan Xianlu Palace?" Sure enough, more and more people recognized it. It's true. That's the golden statue. Look, it's running down from Mount Taizong. Every step of that golden statue covered several feet, yet it didn't step on a single person. Thump, thump, thump. As if it was flying, it stepped into the imperial palace. In one fell swoop, it supported the falling sky pagoda and stopped its decline. This was the first statue that people had erected for him. It was also the most majestic and solemn statue. In the past, looking at himself like this, Xiaolian had always accepted it calmly. He didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. However, at this moment, he felt that this dazzling golden statue was extremely unfamiliar. He couldn't help but think, is this really me? On the other side, Feng Xian and Mu Qing were separately checking to see if there were any undiscovered trapped people. A trace of confusion flashed through Xiaolian's mind. Seeing the crowd gradually calm down, he let out a sigh of relief. However, before he could relax to the end, he suddenly felt a burst of pressure on his body. Xiaolian's heart immediately tightened. After all, that sky tower was too tall and too heavy. That statue also seemed to be slightly strained. Its hands trembled slightly. Its feet sank, and its tall golden body was also bent a little. Only the smile remained unchanged. Seeing this, Xiaolian immediately summoned another spell. However, the spell was repelled. His heart turned cold. Not only did the golden statue not rise, it actually bent a little more. It seemed that it couldn't hold on much longer. Xiaolian's hands also began to tremble. He had never felt this way before. As far as he was concerned, if he wanted to hit a mountain, it would fall down. He stamped his foot, and the mountain fell down. He stomped his feet, and the earth would shake. However, he had never felt this thing before. It was called powerlessness. As a last resort, Xiaolian clenched his teeth and flew up. He sat down at the foot of the huge golden statue and suddenly raised his hand to summon the spell again. This time, he personally went into battle. As expected, that golden statue rose again. It fiercely raised its head and once again pushed up the tilting sky tower. Although he had forcefully endured it, Xiaolian's back and heart were already drenched in cold sweat. Countless people inside and outside the imperial palace didn't know that he was suffering but couldn't speak. They had already knelt in front of this golden statue and shouted, "In the face of national calamity, His Highness the Crown Prince has appeared. Your Highness, please save us. Save the people. Protect the common people." Xiaolian gritted his teeth for a while before reluctantly saying, "Everyone, please get up and retreat. Retreat a little further. Don't surround this place, At this point, he found that he was actually out of breath. His voice was drowned in the tide of shouts. The more he tried to amplify it, the more he realized how small he was. Xiaolian took a deep breath and was about to shout when a hand suddenly grabbed his ankle. He lowered his head and saw that it was Qi Rong. He hurriedly said, "Qi Rong, quickly go down and tell everyone not to gather around here. Be careful of collapsing." These words were blurted out, and when Xiaolian realized what he had said, he suddenly felt his blood run cold. In the past, he wouldn't even have such thoughts, let alone say such words. Even if the world were to collapse, he believed that he would be able to withstand it. But now, he discovered something extremely terrifying. He didn't believe it anymore. Not only did people not believe him, even he himself did not dare to believe himself. Qi Rong casually said, "How could it collapse? Aren't you holding it up?" Hearing this sentence, Xiaolian's heart trembled again. Qi Rong, however, did not notice his slightly pale face. His eyes were green as he said, "Cousin, let me help you." Xiaolian stared blankly for a moment before saying, "You're helping me? How are you going to help me?" Qi Rong said without hesitation, "Didn't you say you knew how to create the human face plague? Tell me that method, and I'll help you curse the people of Yong'an. I'll help you kill them." As expected, he was hiding under the bed and had heard everything the three people said. Xiaolian was so angry that he felt powerless. You're simply messing around. Do you know what a curse is? Qi Rong, however, did not seem to care as he said, I know. Isn't it just a curse? Cousin, let me tell you, I'm very talented in this area. I often curse my father, and I suspect that he was cursed to death by me. You. Xiaolian couldn't listen anymore and said, you should leave. Qi Rong hurriedly said, no. No. Fine, if you don't want to tell me how to curse, then tell me, how can I avoid the human face plague? Xiaolian's heart skipped a beat. Qi Rong then said, you know, right? You know why soldiers won't be infected, don't you? Cousin, can you tell me why exactly? At the moment, there were still many palace people gathered nearby, and it was unknown how many pairs of ears were listening. Xiaolian was afraid that news would leak out and cause trouble, so he kept his mouth shut. However, there really was someone who couldn't restrain himself. He raised his head and asked, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Is this true? You really know how to cure the human face plague? Then why don't you say it? Those people's eyes emitted the same green light as Qi Rong's. Xiaolian tightly shut his mouth, but between his teeth, he squeezed out a few words, no. I don't know. There was a small disturbance in the crowd, but it wasn't big. At this time, Feng Xian returned. From afar, he saw Qi Rong lying beside Xiaolian and shouted, What are you doing? What are you doing? Xiaolian immediately said, Feng Xian, take him away. Feng Xian responded and came over. However, Qi Rong suddenly grabbed Xiaolian and fervently said, Cousin, you will definitely defeat the people of Yong'an and drive them away, won't you? You will protect us, you definitely will. Won't you? If it was a few months ago, perhaps Xiaolian would still be full of passion and loudly answer, I will protect you. But now, he didn't dare. Qi Rong's expression was extremely excited. Xiaolian looked at him, slightly confused. Because he was very clear that Qi Rong wasn't the kind of person who would worry about the country and its people. Even if the country was in danger, he should be more afraid. Why was he so excited? After a while, he suddenly thought of something. Qi Rong's father also seemed to be from Yong'an. Seeing that he didn't answer, Qi Rong's voice suddenly became mournful, Cousin Crown Prince. You won't really leave us like this, right? Don't tell me we are just going to let others trample on and humiliate us like this? Don't tell me we don't have any way? Hearing his question, Xiaolian felt a wave of sorrow in his heart. Because he discovered that Qi Rong wasn't wrong. Facing this kind of situation, he really didn't have any way. Feng Xian said, I'll go ask the king to put him in confinement again. Qi Rong was brought away by him, but he still struggled and shouted, You must hold on. You must not fall. Can't fall. Xiaolian also knew that he couldn't fall. Even if the people nearby had evacuated, this heaven tower still couldn't fall. If it fell, not only would the century-old ruins of the imperial palace be destroyed, the main trunk of Shenwu Street and many houses would also be smashed into pieces. Moreover, this tower still had countless rare treasures and century-old scrolls left behind by generations of ancestors. They couldn't all be moved at once. If the heaven tower fell, everything would be gone. And the imperial qi of Xianlu country that it was guarding would also be completely cut off. However, his magic power, like the water source of Yong'an, seemed to be drying up day by day. In order to support this huge golden statue, he couldn't leave this place for the time being. He could only hand over the defense of the city to Feng Xian and Mu Qing, stay in the same place and meditate. Because this 5-foot-tall golden statue was originally the statue of God that guarded Mount Taizong, Xiaolian summoned it here. The original believers had no statue to worship, so they swarmed here and prayed for it under the open sky. Although this was the imperial palace and outsiders shouldn't be able to enter, the underground cave had caused the palace walls to collapse. Secondly, the current situation in Xianlu country was chaotic and there wasn't enough manpower to manage it. Thirdly, he was afraid that it would incur the anger of the people and cause chaos again, so he had no choice but to let them in. Xiaolian sat in one place. The king and the empress came to visit him every day. He muddle-headedly endured for a few days. On one hand, he used all his strength to support the Heaven Tower, on the other hand, he accumulated his strength and waited for an opportunity to leave. The king didn't have it easier than him. His hair was already completely white. He was clearly in the prime of his life, but he looked like he was over 50 years old. When the father and son met, they didn't say anything, but they were much more harmonious than before. The empress had watched Xianxia grow up since he was a child, but she had never seen her beloved son's spiritual and elegant appearance. Now, seeing him bitterly guarding this place, weathering the wind, the sun, and the rain, yet still refusing to let anyone get too close to shelter him, her heart ached. She personally held an umbrella for him under the scorching sun. After holding on for a while, Xiaolian was afraid that she would get tired from standing for too long, so he said, "Empress Mother, let's go back. I don't need it. You all don't come near here, and don't send anyone near either. I'm afraid." What was he afraid of? In the end, he wanted to say something, but he hesitated. The empress had her back to the gathered believers. After enduring for a long time, she still couldn't help but shed tears. "My son, you've suffered. You. How can you suffer like this?" In order to cover up her haggard appearance, the empress wore a lot of makeup. Her tears washed away her makeup, further revealing that she was a woman who was no longer youthful. Her heart ached for her son, and she cried for him. However, she didn't dare to cry too loudly for fear of being discovered by the people behind her. The king held her shoulders, and Xiaolian also stared at her in a daze. When a person suffered at any time, the first person they would think of was the person who loved them the most. For Xiaolian, this person was undoubtedly his mother. Perhaps it really was useless, but after suffering for so many days, and having been cut one by one until now, at this moment, he really wanted to turn back into a 10-year-old child, throw himself into his mother's arms, and cry. However, up until now, he had chosen all his own paths. His parents' situation was already extremely difficult, and with so many people anxiously looking at him from below, he absolutely couldn't show a trace of weakness. If even he couldn't withstand it, then who else could? Thus, Xiaolian said against his will, "Empress Mother, don't worry, I'm fine. Your son isn't suffering at all." Whether it was suffering or not, only he knew in his heart. Several palace maids supported the king and empress, and after every step they took, they left. Xiaolian was once again exposed to the scorching sun, and he drowsily closed his eyes. After an unknown amount of time, he opened his eyes. Dusk had fallen on the horizon, and the setting sun shone on the ground. Below, there were only a few believers left. However, when he lowered his head, he saw that not far from him, there was a lonely little flower placed there. Xiaolian wasn't very sure when a flower had appeared there, so he freed a hand and picked it up. It was an extremely small flower. A snow-white flower, a clear green calyx, and a thin and frail stem that still carried dew, as if it was a teardrop. It had a very pitiful appearance. The faint fragrance seemed familiar. It was inconspicuous, but it refreshed the mind. He couldn't help but tightly grasp the flower, bringing it closer to his heart. Right at this moment, the sudden smell of blood covered this wisp of the quiet and beautiful fragrance of the flowers. Xiaolian raised his head, and his vision became blurry. At the same time, a figure roared and rushed towards him. "Why? Why?" Xiaolian was startled. He waved his sleeves and pushed that person away. With great difficulty, he asked, "Who is it?" That person was flung away by his sleeves, and rolled on the ground several times. Xiaolian still had to support the 15-foot golden statue. He didn't dare to get up, and he also didn't dare to approach. However, he immediately recognized who this person was. This person only had one leg, it was the youth who had given him the umbrella, and then had his leg personally cut off. That youth's entire body was covered in blood, and both of his palms were stained with blood. He had actually crawled all the way here on his hands and feet, leaving behind a frightening trail of blood on the ground. With great difficulty, he sat up. Xiaolian was stunned. Why did you come out? Weren't you cultivating in the Buyo forest?" That youth didn't answer him. Instead, he used his hands and feet to crawl towards him. Because he only had one leg, he looked extremely frightening. Xiaolian said, "You That youth suddenly lifted up the trouser leg of his remaining right leg and said, "Why?" Focusing his eyes, Xiaolian saw that on his right leg, there was shockingly a distorted human face. At this moment, one of the things that Xiaolian was most worried about had really happened. If he hadn't been sitting, he most likely would have fallen. That youth slapped the ground and roared, "Why did you cut off my leg? I still relapsed. My leg is also gone. Why? Return my leg. Return my leg." That day when he had given him the umbrella, the smile on that youth's face when he had stuffed the umbrella into his hands was still vivid in his mind. Yet, right now, he looked like he had gone insane. This contrast was too tragic. Xiaolian's mind was a mess. Muddle-headed, he said in a trembling voice, "I." After a long while, he finally reacted and said, "I'll help you." After he finished speaking, he immediately cast a spell to suppress the evil aura of the plague poison on that youth's leg. Unexpectedly, wailing sounds could be heard all around him. Another 3 or 4 people rushed over, all of them crying, "Your Highness, save me! Your Highness, save me! Your Highness, look at my face. I've cut off half of my face, but why hasn't it healed? Why? In the end, how can I be cured? Your Highness, look at me. Look at what I've become." Bloody scenes were forcefully shoved in front of him one after another. Xiaolian's eyes stared blankly. His hands didn't know where to wave as he muttered, "I won't look, I won't look, I don't want to look." It turned out that after the victims of the human face plague in the Buyu forest collectively relapsed, they finally erupted into chaos. They actually broke through the guards and doctors guarding them and ran out to find him. Since they had already run out, if he didn't hurry and suppress the plague poison in this group of people, he was afraid that the human face plague would spread even faster. Xiaolian closed his eyes and forced himself to use his power. He wanted to help these people suppress the plague poison and temporarily relieve their pain. However, just as he suppressed the poison on this side, even more people immediately rushed over to him. "Your Highness, there's still me. Help me too." Surrounded by more than a dozen people, Xiaolian vaguely felt that the golden statue above him seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Panic grew in his heart as he said, "Wait a minute, wait a minute. One person couldn't help but say, "I can't wait anymore. I don't want to wait anymore. I've already waited for too long. Your Highness, why did you treat him, but not me?" Gradually, the voices surrounding him changed. "Why is it that when you treated him, it completely disappeared, but when you treated me, I didn't get much better? Aren't you a god? Why are you so unfair? I want fairness." Xiaolian argued, "No, I'm not being unfair. This isn't my problem, it's just that your illnesses are different. You either don't help, or help to the end. What's the meaning of throwing away your burden now? Is it up to you?" Xiaolian was a little out of breath and said, "I'm not throwing away my burden, I just want to wait a bit. Do you know how to cure this disease?" Xiaolian opened his mouth. If you know, then why aren't you willing to tell us?" Xiaolian hugged his head and said, "I don't know." "You're lying. I've already heard people say that you clearly know. I've seen through you. You're not willing to tell us because you want us to keep begging you like this, so that you can swindle our offerings. Liar, you're a liar. In the end, what is the method? Hurry up and say it, you still won't say it." Xiaolian's complexion was pale, and his eyes were blank. Countless hands were pushing and shoving him here and there were even hands that had already fiercely grabbed his neck. Thus, the most comical scene appeared. He was clearly a deity, but at this moment, there was a weak voice in his heart calling out, "Save me, ah!" It seemed like someone was pulling away these hands, but it also seemed like they weren't. He wasn't very clear, but he knew that these people with bloody scars and missing limbs seemed to want to tear him into pieces and eat him. After an unknown amount of time, the sound of a horn that sounded like the wailing of ghosts could be heard in the distance. Everyone was only concerned with their own wailing and tearing, completely ignoring this horn. However, Xiaolian suddenly quivered. Because he knew that this was the horn of victory for the people of Yong'an. He could no longer sit still, or perhaps he couldn't hold on any longer. His body leaned forward, and he knelt in front of him. At the same time, the 50-foot golden statue that he had bitterly supported for several days also acted in the same manner as him. In an instant, as if it had lost its life, it loudly collapsed. Accompanied by a loud rumbling sound, the tall and heavy sky tower pressed down, and along with the golden statue, it was smashed into pieces. The golden statue itself wouldn't shatter. However, because Xiao Lian had poured too much of his spiritual energy into it, hoping that it could support the sky tower, it had long since become extremely fragile. Of the patients that escaped from the dark forest, some escaped, some died, and some were injured. In the imperial palace and the streets, people were frantically moving about. Some were hiding from the fragments of the sky tower, and some were hiding from those extremely terrifying human-faced patients. Xiao Lian covered his head with both hands, stumbling all the way to the gates of the imperial palace. The city tower was on fire, black smoke billowed. Xiao Lian rushed up the tower, brushing past countless soldiers that were retreating in a sorry state. On the city tower, he also didn't know what to do. He could only look down blankly with a face full of black ash and tears that had unknowingly flowed down. In his blurry vision, corpses littered the ground. There was only a white figure standing in the middle of the battlefield, his sleeves fluttering. That figure wasn't a youth, but a youth. When he turned his head, he saw him from afar, and the youth elegantly waved his hand, as if he was about to float away. Seeing this, Xiao Lian sternly said, "Don't go." The last 2 times he saw him, he had used a fake skin, but Xiao Lian's intuition told him that this time, it was definitely his real body. So, without hesitation, he flipped over the city wall, and with a leap, jumped down from the city tower. In this life, Xiao Lian had jumped down from extremely high places countless times. Relying on his powerful magic power and superb martial arts skills, he was able to land safely every time. Every time, he was proud and satisfied. Every time, it was a standard scene of a celestial being appearing on the stage in the legends. And this time, he was no longer a myth. When he landed, he didn't stand firm, and instead leaned to the side. A piercing pain instantly spread from his leg to his whole body. He broke his leg. Breaking a leg was actually nothing, and it would heal very quickly. However, from that day onwards, Xiao Lian seemed to have become another person. He seemed to have lost his soul, and he no longer had the original awe-inspiring might. After losing the first round, there was a second, a third. He didn't want to use his sword, and he didn't want to step out of the formation. But because there was no one in front of him to replace him, he could only brace himself and fight. On the battlefield, he didn't slack off, and he really did his best. But for some unknown reason, even though he was clearly in his 20s, the hand that held the sword had already begun to tremble like an old man with one foot in the grave. He trembled, and his heart was filled with fear. Moreover, he himself couldn't clearly say who it was, or what it was that made him afraid. In the end, the officers and soldiers who originally respected him all gradually lost their patience with him. Xiao Lian knew that many people began to spread this saying, "What kind of martial god is this? He's clearly a god of plagues." But he couldn't refute anything. This was because Xiao Lian himself was also doubting, could it be that he really has become a god of plagues? If that was the case, then it would still be alright. To Xianlu country, the real calamity was the human face plague, which had finally gone completely out of control. 500 people, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. In the end, Xiao Lian didn't dare to ask how many people had been infected today. As if it was his final judgment, on this day, the heavenly realm finally opened its gates to him, conveying a message to him, His Highness the Crown Prince, it's time to return to the heavenly court. It went without saying what awaited him on this trip back. Feng Xian and Mu Qing both felt a little uneasy. However, Xiao Lian was thinking about something else. He said to the 2 people, "Before I leave, I want to go to another place to take a look." Feng Xian asked, "Where?" Xiao Lian replied, "Huangji Temple." After a moment of silence, Feng Xian said, "Don't go." However, Xiao Lian had already walked out by himself. Feng Xian called out, "Your Highness." Unable to stop him, he could only follow along with Mu Qing. The 3 of them walked up the mountain. Huangji Temple. This was the place where Xiao Lian's first shrine rose from the ground. It was also the place where his first statue of a deity was built. However, under the request of the state preceptor, those 3,000 disciples had long been dismissed from the mountain. The current Huangji temple was just an empty temple. Walking halfway up the mountain, Xiaolian looked down. He saw that in the imperial city, there were clusters of bright flames everywhere, reflecting the brilliance of the stars in the sky. It was very beautiful. However, Xianxia was extremely angry and cursed, "This group of lunatics." Xiaolian fixed his gaze on the flames. Xianxia once again said, "Stop looking. What's there to look at?" During this period of time, Xiaolian scolded Xiaolian countless times. "Do you like to find suffering for yourself or what?" However, in reality, Xiaolian also didn't know what he wanted to do. He only knew that as long as another temple was burned or destroyed, he wouldn't be able to control himself. He had to personally go and take a look. He would look but not say anything. He couldn't stop it either. He could only stand there helplessly. What was there to look at? He also didn't know. At this moment, a fire also lit up on Crown Prince Peak. Xianxia was extremely shocked and said, "Why did they not even let Huangji Temple off? Did these people have their ancestral graves dug up or?" Before he finished speaking, he shut his mouth. Because he remembered that the pain and torment that many people in Xianlu country were suffering right now was even worse than the joke of having their ancestral graves dug up. However, this fire wasn't big. After it started for a while, it was extinguished. It seemed like it was put out by someone. This time, Xianxia was shocked. Because in these past few days, only people dared to set fires. No one dared to put them out. If someone tried to persuade or stop that group of evil people from setting fire to the temple, they would be treated as the god of plagues Xiaolian himself and beaten to death. Due to this reason, the three of them no longer dared to show themselves in front of mortals. They all hid their figures. As the three of them ascended the mountain, they could hear the sounds of fighting. When they arrived at the Crown Prince's peak, they saw that the Xianlu palace had long since been torn apart. Only the frame and four walls of the main hall were left standing. There was no statue of a deity on the huge altar. Instead, there was a group of people fighting at the entrance of the ruined main hall. As they fought, they shouted, "You bastard! Damn brat! Did you have * King lose your wife's virginity here or something? Is this lousy temple your lifeblood?" With one look, Xiaolian knew that this group of people definitely didn't come to destroy his temple out of anger. They were just a group of refugees who wished for the world to be in chaos. Perhaps they wanted to take advantage of the situation, or perhaps they just wanted to have fun, so they came to burn his temple. However, up until now, he didn't really care who was the one who destroyed his temple. At this moment, in the middle of this violent fight, a youngster's extremely fierce voice pierced through the night sky. Scram! If one listened carefully, it was actually a person fighting against a group of people. Moreover, this person was only a teenager, a half-grown child. However, he wasn't willing to show the slightest bit of weakness, nor was he at a disadvantage. However, it was still one against many. That youngster's face was already covered in blood. His face was also covered in bruises and purplish bruises. His face couldn't even be seen clearly anymore. Xianxia said, "This brat, when he grows up, he will definitely be a good man." At this moment, a man's eyes suddenly revealed a strange light. He picked up a large rock from the ground and was about to smash it at the back of the youngster's head. When Xiaolian saw this, he waved his hand. The rock that the man picked up bounced back and smashed into his own face. With a blood-curdling scream, blood spurted out from his nose. That youngster stared blankly for a moment. He turned around and raised his fists, violently beating them. The way he beat people was too frightening. It scared the group of adults away. As they ran, they pointed at him and bluffed, "****. Just wait. Just wait for this daddy to bring people to clean you up." That youngster sneered and said, "If you dare to come, I will take your dog life." That group of people was scared to death, so they ran even faster. After that youngster finished cursing, he rushed to the already extinguished fire at the side and fiercely stomped on it a few times. He stomped on every single spark until he was no longer breathing. Only then did he enter the main hall. He picked up a piece of paper from the ground and carefully smoothed it out. Then, he hung it in midair. Finally, he leaned against the altar and sat on the ground, lost in thought. Xiaolian walked forward and lightly swept onto the altar. He discovered that what the youngster hung in midair was actually a painting. The strokes were immature. With one look, one could tell that it was drawn by someone who had never learned to draw. However, every stroke was serious and earnest. It was just like a crown prince's painting that pleased the god. It seemed that this was used to replace the god's statue that he had summoned away. Feng Xian said, "It's drawn very well." After so many days, Feng Xian had finally met someone who was willing to protect Xiaolian. Just now, he was so excited that he wished he could go up and help him fight. Now that he saw this youngster, he naturally felt that everything about him was not bad. Mu Qing's gaze flickered, as if he had thought of something. However, he didn't say anything. Xiaolian raised his hand and lightly touched that painting. It wasn't very obvious, just like a light breeze brushing past. That youngster suddenly raised his head from his knees. His scarred face seemed to have lit up in an instant as he said, "Is that you?" Feng Xian was alarmed. How could this brat be so crafty? Mu Qing said, "Let's go." Xiaolian slightly nodded his head. Just as he was about to turn around, that youngster threw himself onto the edge of the altar. His breathing was slightly hurried as he said, "I know it's you. Your Highness, don't go. I have something to say to you." Hearing this, the three people were all stunned. That youngster seemed to be extremely nervous as he clenched his fists and said, "Although your temple was burned, but you don't have to be unhappy. In the future, I will build you more, bigger, and more gorgeous temples that no one else can compare to. No one will be able to compare to you. I will definitely do it." The three people were speechless. This youngster's clothes were ragged, his face was covered in dirt, and his nose was bruised and swollen. He looked miserable, yet he was able to say such ambitious and visionary words. It really made one not know whether to laugh or cry. They didn't know what to think. As if he was afraid that his voice wouldn't reach the other person's ears, he cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted towards the painting on the altar, "Your Highness. Do you hear me? In my heart, you are God. You are the only God, you are the true God. Do you hear me?" His voice was so hoarse that it echoed throughout the entire Mount Taizong. "Do you hear me?" Xiaolian suddenly laughed out loud. This laugh was too sudden, causing Feng Xian and Mu Qing to jump in fright. Xiaolian laughed as he shook his head. That youngster naturally couldn't hear him, but he seemed to feel something. His eyes shone as he looked around. Suddenly, a drop of ice-cold water fell on his cheek. The youngster's eyes suddenly widened. In that instant, a snow-white reflection appeared in his eyes. In the blink of an eye, when he opened his eyes again, that reflection had disappeared. Seeing that Xiaolian actually appeared for a moment, Feng Xian said, "Your Highness, just now you." Xiaolian said in confusion, "Just now? Oh, my mana is running out. I just couldn't control it." That youngster straightened his body and rubbed his eyes, as if he was still trying to hold back that fleeting shadow. Xiaolian closed his eyes. After a while, he said, "Forget it." He finally got an answer, but it was these three words. That youngster's eyes first brightened, and the corners of his mouth rose. Then, he froze, and the curve of the corners of his mouth gradually dropped. He said, "What? Forget what?" Xiaolian sighed, and said to him gently, "Forget it." That youngster was stunned and didn't speak. Xiaolian then said to himself, "Forget it. Anyway, very soon, no one will remember it." Hearing this, that youngster's eyes widened. Suddenly, a stream of tears flowed silently from his eyes, washing a pale mark on his face. His Adam's apple moved, and he said, "I." Feng Xian seemed to be unable to bear it, and said, "Your Highness, don't say any more. You broke the rules again." Xiaolian said, I won't say any more. However, in any case, I've already broken so many rules, so a few more words won't matter." This sentence, he didn't let that youngster hear it again. The three people got off the altar and walked towards the outside of the dilapidated main hall. The night wind blew, and Xiaolian shook his head. Right now, he was still a heavenly official. Logically speaking, it was impossible for him to feel cold. However, at this very moment, he truly felt a bone-piercing cold. Who knew that the youngster they had left behind would suddenly mutter in the main hall, "It can't be." He clearly couldn't see Xiaolian and the others, but he had accurately found the right direction. Rushing out, he shouted towards their backs, "It can't be." The three people turned their heads, and saw that the youngster's pair of eyes, in the dark night, were so bright that they could take one's soul away. His face, which was full of scars, seemed angry yet sad, seemed happy yet crazy. Amidst the surging tears, he said, "I won't forget." Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. The blade of the sword pierced deeply into the stone floor. Xiaolian gripped his sword with both hands. He lowered his head and pressed his forehead against the hilt of his sword. He gritted his teeth so hard that they felt like they were about to shatter. "Trash." Qi Rong laughed and said, "You trash. I knew you wouldn't dare to kill me. No matter how I humiliate you, no matter how I torture you, as long as I put a knife on someone else's neck, you can't do anything to me. You useless coward. To be a god like you, what are you still alive for?" However, Xiaolian had already completely calmed down. He looked up. His eyes were cold. "Don't celebrate too early. I can't do anything to you. Naturally, someone will be able to deal with you." Qi Rong snorted and said, "Are you thinking of hugging Junwa's thigh again and begging him to help you? Stop dreaming. Did she even care about you back then?" Now, he was still shamelessly following him. "Don't be an idiot." Xiaolian peeled off Qi Rong's solemn and gorgeous pleasing god clothing. He summoned Ruoxi, tied up Qi Rong, and threw him to the side. "You'd better shut up and speak less." Qi Rong said, "I'm not afraid of you, what right do you have to threaten me?" Xiaolian asked, "Then are you afraid of Flower City?" Qi Rong's smile finally froze. At this moment, Xiaolian said softly, "I'll tell you in advance, if I'm in a bad mood, he might even hand you over to Huaqing. Ask him to help me think of a way to deal with you. So be careful, do you hear me?" Hearing this, Qi Rong couldn't laugh anymore. He was terrified and said, "Damn it. You are so evil. Only you can think of that. You might as well hand me over to Lang Qianqiu." Xiaolian knelt on the ground and began to use his hands to pick up the coarse granules of varying sizes on the ground and at the bottom of the coffin. In reality, he would not hand Qi Rong over to the heavenly court for the time being. The reason was Lang Qianqiu. If he handed it over and Lang Qianqiu found out about Qi Rong's whereabouts, he would immediately raise his sword and rush over to kill him. Should he let him kill them? What if I kill him? What will I do next? He also had a headache. Therefore, the heavenly court could not hand it over at the moment. From the looks of it, asking Flower City for help was indeed a good choice. But in reality, he was only using Flower City to scare Qi Rong. After all, he had already disturbed the Flower City too many times. Every time something happened, he would think of the Flower City first. He felt that he was not treating himself as an outsider. Xiaolian already felt a little embarrassed to use his name to scare Qi Rong. Qi Rong turned his head and spat a mouthful of bloody saliva in another direction. The child pitifully stretched out his hand to touch his forehead and said, "Dad, are you all right? Are you in pain from the beating?" Qi Rong seemed to enjoy this father-son game very much. He said in a strange tone, "Good son, daddy is fine, ha ha ha." Xiaolian picked up the powder with reddened eyes and carefully put it into the soothing robe. The child quietly crawled over and helped Xiaolian pick up some. When Xiaolian saw this pair of small hands, he raised his head and looked at him. The child whispered, "Big brother, can you stop hitting my father? Let us go. We won't steal from your house anymore." Xiaolian's heart ached, but he endured it and said, "Little friend, what's your name?" The child said, "My name is Guzi." Xiaolian collected all the ashes, wrapped them in his clothes and folded them neatly before putting them back into the coffin. He closed the coffin and said slowly, "Guzi, the person over there isn't your father. It's another person. He's possessed by a ghost. He's a bad person now." The child couldn't understand his words and asked in confusion, "Another person?" "No, I recognize him. That's my father. Qi Rong praised, not bad, not bad. It's worth it. I picked up a cheap son. Ha ha ha. Ow. It was Xiaolian who kicked him. Guzi was still young and had always depended on his father. He was extremely reliant on the body that Qi Rong had possessed. He wouldn't leave no matter what. Xiaolian couldn't think of a way to settle him down, so he carried the fragrant heart sword and kowtowed 3 times to the 2 coffins. Carrying Qi Rong in his left hand and Guzi in his right, he left Mount Taizong and rushed to Puqi village at lightning speed. After leaving for many days, it was late at night when he returned. The doors of Puqi Monastery were wide open and clouds of incense billowed. The incense burner on the altar was filled with incense sticks and the table was piled with offerings. Xiaolian entered and casually looked around. He picked up 2 steamed buns from the altar and gave one to Guzi. He then roughly stuffed the other into Qi Rong's mouth. After all, this body was still a living person. Before Xiaolian figured out how to drag Qi Rong out of this person's body, he had to eat well. Qi Rong spat out a mouthful of steamed buns and cursed them for being unpalatable. He seemed a bit worried and said, I say. You're not really going to hand me over to Huaqing, are you? Xiaolian sneered, are you afraid? He was too lazy to listen to his nonsense and turned around to rummage through a pile of pickled vegetable jars on the ground. Qi Rong stubbornly said, what do I have to be afraid of? The one who should be afraid is you. As a heavenly official, you're actually hooking up with this kind of person. You. As he spoke, his gaze suddenly focused and locked onto a spot. It turned out that when Xiaolian bent over, something had slipped out from the clothes in front of his chest. It was a sparkling and translucent ring. This was what Qi Rong was staring at. Xiaolian didn't notice his gaze, but Qi Rong, who was behind him, had a suspicious expression on his face. After a while, he asked, Cousin Crown Prince, what's that thing in front of your chest? Xiaolian originally didn't plan on paying attention to him, but the ring Qi Rong mentioned was something he was a bit concerned about. Thus, he turned around and hooked his finger around the thin silver chain. He said, this? Do you know what it is? Qi Rong said, bring it over. I'll know once I see it. Xiaolian said, if you know, then say it. If you don't say it, then shut up. Qi Rong resentfully said, you're always so fierce to people you're familiar with. If you have the ability, then go show off your might to outsiders. Xiaolian stuffed the silver chain back into his chest and put it on properly. He said, if you have the ability, then continue talking. I'll record 1 point for every sentence you say. 1 more point means you're 1 step closer to Huaqing's blade. Unknowingly, he had actually become very familiar with using Huaqing. Qi Rong sneered and said, don't use him to scare me. Who knows when you'll die under someone's blade? Don't you want to know what this is? I, one of the 4 pests, will tell you. This is a cursed weapon, an inauspicious object. Why haven't you thrown it away yet? You actually dare to carry this thing on your body. Are you tired of living? Hearing this, Xiaolian suddenly stood up and said, really? Qi Rong said, nonsense. The person who gave you this thing, whether it's a human or a ghost, definitely doesn't have good intentions. Xiaolian squatted down again. Oh. Qi Rong said, what do you mean by oh? Xiaolian didn't even turn his head as he faintly said, oh means your words. It would be strange if I could believe them. I choose to believe the person who gave me this thing. I've decided to always wear it on my body. He had always been gentle towards others, but towards Qi Rong, he was exceptionally cold. Qi Rong was so angry that he almost died. He cursed endlessly, but Xiaolian acted as if he didn't hear anything. He discovered that no matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find the jar that contained Half Moon. He thought to himself, could it be that the Wind Master already came and took her away? As he listened, he suddenly faintly felt that something was wrong. It was really strange. Qi Rong was clearly afraid of Huaqing, but why did he still dare to incessantly provoke him? It was as if he was deliberately trying to attract his attention. Thinking of this, Xiaolian made a sudden attack. He coldly glanced at Qi Rong, and sure enough, he saw that Qi Rong's eyes flashed furtively. An inexplicable intuition drove Xiaolian to look up. When he raised his head, he saw that on top of the beam that wasn't that high, there was a black-clothed person with his back pressed tightly against the ceiling. He was crouched on top, looking like a giant bat. Xiaolian flipped his hand and threw a maiden heart sword. That person's back was pressed against the beam. In order to avoid this sword, he suddenly turned around and fell down. Guzi was so scared that he dropped his steamed bun and cried out loudly. Qi Rong was just about to shout when Ruaxia sealed his mouth and dragged him to a corner to tie him up. Xiaolian originally thought that this person was Qi Rong's hidden helper. However, after exchanging a few moves, he felt that this person's attacks were fast and ruthless, and inexplicably familiar. He could responsibly conclude that with Qi Rong's conduct, he definitely did not have the ability to command such a skilled subordinate. He also saw that the man was holding something in his other hand. When he looked closely, he saw that it was a pitch-black jar. And that jar was the one that contained Half Moon. Master Feng actually didn't bring Half Moon away? Xiaolian instantly remembered who this person was and blurted out, Xiao Pei. Pei Su came to steal Half Moon, but who knew that he would run into Xiaolian on his way back? He had no choice but to hide on the beam. Because Qi Rong was tied up by Rui, he was lying on the ground. With one glance, he saw Pei Su hiding on top. He didn't know who this person was, but he thought that this person was going to harm Xiaolian, so it was to his advantage. He was afraid that Xiaolian would find out that someone was lying in ambush, so he purposely made noises to disturb them. Who knew that Xiaolian would still notice? Xiaolian had 2 cursed shackles on him, and Pei Su was exiled. Both of them had no strength, so they could only fight head-on. Xiaolian had fought his way through these 800 years by relying on his skills. How could Pei Su resist? After a dozen moves, Xiaolian took him down and said, "Give me back the jar." Originally, he was just casually shouting. Who knew that Pei Su would actually really throw the pickled vegetable jar back to him? Xiaolian stared blankly. He thought to himself, why did he give it back so easily? This little General Pei is really straightforward. Usually, wouldn't he rather die than submit and pull for a long time? However, at the same time that Pei Su threw the jar back, he shouted in a low voice, "Hurry up and leave." Listening to his tone, he was actually really anxious. That jar had yet to land in the air, and Xiaolian was just about to reach out to catch it when it suddenly changed its trajectory and flew out the window. In the next moment, they heard a man's voice say from afar, "You really disappoint me." Pei Su's expression suddenly changed as he said, "General." Xiaolian and him rushed out of Puqi Monastery. Sure enough, the man standing on top of a building in the distance was Pei Ming. He wasn't wearing armor and was dressed in ordinary clothes. His figure was very tall, and his expression was like the morning sun, extremely confident and at ease. That jar leisurely flew to Pei Ming's side and floated motionlessly. Holding the saber at his waist, he said to Pei Su below, "As a man of character, the bigger picture is the most important, and your career comes first. You're someone who wants to do great things, so what's going on today? You're acting recklessly because of a little girl? Do you think you're a little brat?" Pei Su lowered his head and didn't say anything. Pei Ming then said, "You think it's easy to reach this position in 200 years? I've already paved the road for you. Going down is easy, but coming up isn't. As the saying goes, it's lonely at the top." As long as a deity descended to the mortal world, they generally liked to pick high places to stand. The higher they were, the more advantageous it was for them to look down on the common people below. Xiaolian used to have this bad habit. Of course, after he fell once, he now felt his legs ache faintly whenever he stood at a high place. This problem had been cured. However, the tallest building in all of Puqi village was the village chief's home. Furthermore, the village chief's home was just a simple and unadorned little tile-roofed house. Therefore, for General Pei to stand here could be said to be extremely condescending. However, this wasn't the main point. The main point was that as soon as Xiaolian saw this situation, he knew what was going on. Last time, Pei Ming had tried to pull Baoyu to take the blame for Pei Su, but he had been pushed back. Although on the surface Pei Ming seemed to have given up because of Jun Wu, he hadn't given up. This time, Xiaolian had been dragged into the mess of the gilded banquet. He couldn't even protect himself, so his reputation would inevitably plummet. General Pei probably felt that it was time to bring up this old matter again. Therefore, he sought out Pei Su, wanting to bring him and Bao Yu to the heavenly court again to think of a way to reverse the verdict. However, Pei Su didn't seem too enthusiastic. He sighed and said, "General, this matter, let's just forget about it." You. Pei Ming had a speechless expression as he looked to the heavens. It was also because he was so annoyed that he didn't care that Xia Lian was right in front of him and reprimanded Pei Su. After a while, he suddenly said, "I want to see what kind of strange woman she is, to make all my efforts go down the drain." After he finished speaking, he reached out as if he wanted to smash the jar. This method of opening the jar was originally not a problem. The problem was whether or not Bao Yu had recovered from her injury. If she hadn't recovered and broke it, then that would be terrible. Xia Lian's expression changed. He flew over and said, "Don't break it." Unexpectedly, before Pei Ming's hand could touch it, the jar exploded on its own with a loud bang. In an instant, the air was filled with the smell of salted vegetables that could make people collapse. Pei Ming, who was closest to the jar, unfortunately had salted vegetables all over his body. His entire person was stunned by the salted vegetables. Immediately, a clear and bright female voice rang out in the air, "General Pei is really open and aboveboard." A person in white flipped out from a small jar. At first, it was only the size of a fist, but after flipping a few times, it became bigger and bigger. Xia Lian fixed his eyes on it and said, "Wind Master." The person hiding in the jar of salted vegetables was actually not Bao Yu, but Xianxia. She hid in the jar and unexpectedly exploded all over Pei Ming's body. She was still dressed in white and was not stained by a speck of dust. She landed on the ground safely and flicked her horsetail whisk, saying, luckily, I sent this little girl to someone else's place. Otherwise, I'm afraid she wouldn't be able to escape General Pei's long arm." Pei Ming had always prided himself on being a playboy. No matter what he did, he had to maintain his elegance. Now that he was covered in the smell of salted vegetables, even if he was facing Xianxia who was in female form, he would still be depressed. "Xianxia, why do you have to go against me like this?" If it was someone else, he would have already beaten him up. Unfortunately, when he thought about the background of Xianxia's brother, he could only clean up the salted vegetables and tidy his hair. He clenched his teeth and shook his head. You better not let me know where you sent that little girl to. Otherwise, I will definitely pay you a visit personally." His words were no different than saying that whoever took in Half Moon was going against him. He would definitely find trouble with them. Xianxia clapped his hands and said, that's good. There's no harm in telling you where I sent her. I'm just afraid you won't dare to visit. Listen well, that little girl is now in the Rainmaster's cave at Mount Yulong, under the seat of Lord Rainmaster. Do you dare to go? Hearing this, Pei Ming's expression changed slightly. He actually wasn't as confident as he was before. He restrained his expression and suddenly became serious. He said to Master Feng, "Xianxia, you are still young right now. That's why you like to fight for justice. I only hope that when you grow up in the future, you won't regret what you did today." After he finished speaking, he jumped off the roof and his figure disappeared. He actually left in a hurry just like that. Xia Lian was slightly stunned. He kept feeling that there was more to his words and asked, "Master Feng, his last sentence?" Xianxia said indifferently, "It was just a bluff." Pei Su watched Pei Ming's figure disappear. Only then did he come over to greet the two of them and said, "Master Feng, Your Highness the Crown Prince." Xianxia patted his shoulder and said, "Little Pei, this time, you know to stop your general first. You can be considered kind. Turn over a new leaf. If there's a chance, I'll put in a good word for you in the heavenly court. Don't worry." Pei Su was speechless for a moment and said, "Thank you, Master. However, I've always felt that you might have misunderstood. Actually, General Pei isn't like this usually. It's just that because of what happened in the past, he's too worried about me. Also, you know, Lord Rainmaster." In the end, he seemed to feel that he had said too much. He shook his head and cupped his hands, "Goodbye." The two of them watched him leave. Xia Lian said again, "Master Feng, the Lord Rainmaster you mentioned just now, is it Master Huang?" Xianxia turned around and said, "Yes." Master Rain hasn't changed for hundreds of years. Why, do you know him? Is there an old relationship? Xiaolian shook his head and said warmly, although I've never had the fortune to meet him, this Lord Rainmaster has helped me before. I'm very grateful. Xianxia smiled and said, that's true. Although there are very few people who know Lord Rainmaster, those who know him have never said anything bad about him. Oh, except for Pei Ming. Xiaolian said, are there any conflicts between the two of them? Xianxia said, there are naturally conflicts. Those who have been in the heavenly court for so many years, who hasn't had some conflicts or collusion? Let me tell you, Lord Rainmaster is a shadow in Pei Ming's heart. Xiaolian said. Shadow? In his heart, he always felt that Lord Rainmaster was a farmer. Xianxia said, you know Pei Ming, there are many descendants. His children and grandchildren are everywhere. Before Xiao Pei, Ming Guanghao once had another deputy god. He was also a descendant who was picked up by him and then ascended. Xiaolian said curiously, then General Pei's descendants are really talented people. Not everyone could regard ascension as a family tradition. Of course. Xianxia waved his fan and said, talents can be considered talents, but they are all the same as Pei Ming. Great abilities, great problems. That deputy god often committed crimes in other people's territories, but relying on Pei Ming's power, no one dared to say anything. In the end, one day, he committed crimes at the former site of the Rainmaster country. Lord Rainmaster usually doesn't come out and only farms in the deep mountains, so he has the nickname of Deep Mountain Old Farmer Rainmaster Huang. Who knew that the moment he came out, he directly beat up Pei Ming's descendant and carried him up to the sky. In the end, he was thrown in front of the emperor and sentenced to exile. Xiaolian thought, why does this story seem a little familiar? Xianxia continued, originally, Pei Ming thought that if he was exiled, then so be it. After 100 years, it wouldn't be a big deal to get him back. However, how many things can happen in the human world in 100 years? Every year, or even every day, there would be new extraordinary people appearing. It was like a flashing lantern, dazzling the eyes, wave after wave, wave after wave. After only 10 years, the original believers had all converted to other divine officials. After 50 years, that deputy divine official was completely forgotten. After 100 years, he never rose again. A young divine official with a bright future was crippled just like that. It was only until Little Pei appeared that Pei Ming found a suitable assistant again. No wonder General Pei wanted to get Little Pei up by hook or by crook. It turned out that there was a precedent and he was afraid that Little Pei would be crippled. Although the method was not quite right. Xiaolian seemed to be deep in thought and sighed softly, the human world. Xianxia also said, that's right. If you stay in the human world for a long time, you will be worn down until you lose your spiritual energy and fighting spirit. The two of them nodded. The difference was that Xiaolian nodded unconsciously, while Xianxia nodded exaggeratedly. After a while, Xiaolian suddenly remembered an extremely important person and shouted. Lang Ying. That child. A series of things happened too quickly and the stimulation was too great. He actually did not remember this child. Xianxia said, you mean the child you brought back from the Paradise Workshop? The Emperor has seen that child. He is now at my place. I will bring him down for you later. Xiaolian thought that Qi Rong and another child were still locked up in the Puqi temple. He could not let others see them. He said, how can I do that? I'll go up. Xianxia nodded happily, same. It's the Mid-Autumn Banquet in a few days. Don't miss it. This year, my brother will also make a trip back. I will introduce you when the time comes. His tone was full of pride for his brother. Xiaolian could not help but smile and thought, the Mid-Autumn Banquet. Every year on the Mid-Autumn Festival, the celestial beings would hold a Mid-Autumn Banquet to celebrate. Other than that, there was a very important game at the banquet. It could be said that it was the finale of the Mid-Autumn Banquet, lantern competition. A prayer lamp was not something that ordinary people could offer. The Mid-Autumn Banquet 100 Gods Lantern competition was to compete on the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival. How many prayer lamps could each god official receive from the believers? Although everyone said, it's just a game, don't take it seriously, I'm just playing, I don't care at all." In reality, how many of them could really not care? Most of them were secretly working hard, hoping that this year's believers would fight for them. If there was anyone who did not fight, it would only be Junwoo. Because, of course, every year, the Divine Martial Palace won the lantern competition. Moreover, it was getting higher and higher every year. Therefore, he was the god official who truly treated this game as a game. As for the other god officials, they did not fight for first place. They only fought for second place. The situation was also extremely intense. However, even if it was ugly, it was best to go too. He was not like the Rainmaster, who had been in the Hidden Cultivators sect for hundreds of years. He was also not like the Earth Master, who had a secret mission at hand. He was also not like the Navy, who wanted to do whatever he wanted. What could they do to him? If he was no one, he would always be an exception. If he did not want to attend, he would not attend. In the long run, the others were dissatisfied and discussed spiritedly, even if he felt that it was nothing, but it was not easy for Junwoo to do it. Therefore, he immediately agreed to Xianxia. "Okay, I will definitely be there." In a few days, Xiaolian tried several methods, but he could not successfully separate Qi Rong's soul from this man's body. Qi Rong became more and more pleased. Fortunately, there was a millet who did not mind feeding his father. Otherwise, Xiaolian really did not want to stuff anything into this mouth. On the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, Xiaolian set up an array outside the Puqi temple and locked the door. He left Ruaxia to continue tying up Qi Rong. He went to the immortal capital to report. Shiyun said, "The white jade capital in the sky, the 12 buildings and 5 cities. The immortals caressed my head, tying my hair and receiving longevity." This was the white jade capital. On the Mid-Autumn Festival, the immortal capital had a new atmosphere. Other than that, Xiaolian saw many guards on the streets, corridors, and near the buildings. It was likely that after the Flower City broke in, they had increased their vigilance by several times. The banquet was set up in the open air in front of the moon. The fragrance lingered, the auspicious clouds, and the flowers were like blowing snow. One could enjoy the banquet while admiring the moon and watching the night. Admiring the moon in the human world, one would use their thumb and index finger to make a circle. The moon would at most be framed in this circle. However, admiring the moon in the immortal capital, the full moon was bright and white, like a huge jade screen standing not far away. It was as if one could catch up to it in a few more steps. It was a beautiful scene that could not be seen in the human world. The leader of the banquet was naturally Junwoo. However, how the others sat was a huge mystery. The order and position were very particular. It was impossible to sit high, and the priest himself was probably unwilling to sit low. Xiaolian did not care about this. However, he had to attend the mid-autumn banquet in formal attire. In other words, it was best to dress like the statue in the human world on the day of the banquet. Xiaolian didn't have a statue of a god right now, so he was still wearing a white Taoist robe and a bamboo hat. It was unavoidably shabby, but he really didn't have any better clothes. This kind of attire was quite eye-catching, so he felt that it was better to sit a little more inconspicuous. Unexpectedly, he had already found a random corner to sit down. When he raised his head, he saw Xianxia walking over. Both of them hesitated for a moment before nodding slightly at each other and greeting. Xianxia took a few steps forward, then turned back and asked, "Why are you sitting here?" Xiaolian thought he had sat in the wrong seat, so he stood up and said, "I thought I could sit anywhere." Xianxia was about to speak when Xiaolian saw Xianxia waving at him from afar. At this moment, Xianxia was in a female form. Xianxia turned around and seemed to have seen a shadow. He turned pale with fright and left hurriedly. Xianxia called out again, "Your Highness, over here." Wind Master was a very popular person in the heavenly court, so her seat was naturally very good, as it was closer to Junwoo. With this call, many heavenly officials looked over. Junwoo, who was originally resting his chin on his hand, also saw Xiaolian and nodded slightly at him. Xiaolian could only go over. Along the way, he didn't see Lane Qianxiu. It was said that in order to find Qi Rong's whereabouts, he had pushed off the Mid-Autumn Festival banquet. Xianxia found a seat for Xiaolian beside him. The feng shui was excellent, so Xiaolian felt that it wasn't too suitable. However, it was hard for Windmaster to refuse his kindness. She had already pressed him to sit down and said, "When the banquet is over, I'll bring you to find that child. He's a little ugly, but he's quite well behaved." At this point, he could only express his thanks. When he turned his head, the person sitting near the two of them was Ming Yi. He was currently playing with a jade cup, and the hand holding the cup was even wider than the jade cup. Seeing that his complexion was fine, it seemed that the injuries he received in the ghost city had already healed. Xiaolian said, "Lord Geomaster, I trust you have been well." Ming Yi nodded, as if he didn't want to talk. Xianxia, on the other hand, was the complete opposite of him. He knew everyone and could even exchange a few words with people tens of thousands of miles away. Xiaolian really admired him for being able to remember the names of so many heavenly officials. Sitting beside him was a teenager around 18 or 19 years old. He had a high nose, deep eyes, and slightly curly black hair. Xiaolian didn't recognize him, and he also didn't recognize Xiaolian. The two of them looked at each other for a while, both feeling baffled. In the end, Xiaolian casually greeted him. Looking around again, he saw that Feng Xian and Mu Qing were separated by an incomparably wide distance. Sitting directly opposite him were three heavenly officials who were conversing with each other in an extremely familiar manner. On the left was a black-robed civil official. He had a dignified appearance, and as he spoke, his 5 fingers tapped on the table rhythmically. His expression was calm and composed, and he looked strangely familiar. In the middle was Pei Ming, whom Meng Qi was already very familiar with. On the right was a white-robed young master, gently waving the paper fan in his hand. On the front of the fan, the word water was written, and on the back, there were 3 lines of water ripples. His appearance was somewhat similar to Shi Qingxuan's, but when he looked disdainfully, he had an arrogant and frivolous attitude. He looked gentle, but his eyes clearly showed that he looked down on everyone. Other than that Shui Hengtian, who else could it be? Xiaolian understood in his heart the 3 poisonous tumors. That black-robed civil official must be the male form with the strongest mana of the Lingwen. As expected, he had a dignified appearance. The 3 of them exchanged greetings, praising and flattering each other in all sorts of ways. Shi Qingxian could be heard repeatedly saying in a low voice, "Hypocritical, extremely hypocritical." Xiaolian, however, felt that it was rather interesting. At this moment, he saw that there was a gorgeous pavilion in front of the banquet. The 4 sides were covered by red curtains, and he asked, "What is that?" Shi Qingxian smiled and said, "Oh, you don't know, this is also a very popular game in the heavenly heavens. Come, come, I'll show you, it has already started." Just as he finished speaking, a few muffled thunder came from the sky. Junwu looked at the sky, poured a cup of wine, and handed it over. Hence, amidst the thunder, the heavenly officials at the banquet started to laugh and shout as they passed the cup of wine, saying, "Don't give it to me. Don't give it to me. Pass it to him." Just by watching others play, Xiaolian roughly understood the rules and thought to himself, so it's beating the drum and passing the flower. Everyone passed the cup of wine that Junwu handed over to them, and they couldn't spill it. They could pass it to anyone, but they couldn't pass it back. When the thunder stopped, whoever had the wine cup in their hands could take it for fun. It was just that they didn't know what kind of fun they were going to take. This game could be said to be very unfriendly to Xiaolian. Whoever you passed the wine cup to, you would be toying with that person, so normally, you would pass it to a few people who had a good relationship with you. However, he wasn't familiar with most of the heavenly officials present, so how could he casually play with others? At most, he could only pass it to Master Feng, but who knew if Master Feng would be the person who passed the wine to him? Xiaolian thought to himself, it's best if no one passes it to me. But maybe I'm just overthinking things. Before he spoke, the first round had already ended. The wine cup stopped in Pei Ming's hands as everyone expected, and it seemed that Pei Ming was already used to it. Amidst the loud cheers, he drank the wine in one gulp. The heavenly officials clapped their hands and shouted, "Rise! Rise!" Amidst the cheers, the gorgeous pavilion slowly pulled up the curtains on all sides. They saw a tall general standing on the stage, walking with his head held high, looking very awe-inspiring. He didn't seem to see the heavenly officials below, nor did he see the strange scenery outside the pavilion. He took a few steps and started to sing, his voice getting more and more excited. As it turned out, whenever the wine cup was passed to a heavenly official, the pavilion would bring up the human world's drama about that heavenly official and act it out for everyone to see. Because people loved to make up stories, who knew what kind of thunderous drama they would come up with, or whether they would just happen to be chosen. This game could be said to be extremely shameful and thrilling. However, this was where the fun came from. One had to know that General Pei's drama was wonderful because the female lead was different every time. Sometimes it was a fairy, sometimes it was a female demon, sometimes it was a young lady. Each female character was more beautiful than the last, and the story was more unscrupulous than the last. The heavenly officials watched with great interest, attentively waiting for the female character to come on stage. Sure enough, not long after, a young lady dressed in black appeared on the stage. Her voice was like an aureole, and the two sang for a while. The lyrics and music were quite provocative and bold. The more everyone looked at the two, the more they felt something was wrong. One after another, they asked, "What's the name of this play? Who is the woman? General Pei is seducing this time?" At this time, General Pei on the stage said, "Jia Qing." Below the stage, Pei Ming and Ling Wen both spat out a mouthful of wine. Who else could Jia Qing be? Ling Wen's real name was Nangong Jia. All the heavenly officials were shocked. How could these two actually have an affair? Ling Wen wiped the corner of her mouth with a handkerchief and said indifferently, "Don't think about it. I made it up." Although the two people involved were a little depressed, they were lucky enough to be thick-skinned enough. They acted like they didn't see anything on the stage. Sir Wudu, however, didn't let them off. He waved his fan and said with a smile, "This play is very interesting. What do you guys think?" Ling Wen said, "I don't have any thoughts. This play is very old. Back then, my idol wasn't like this. It's just folklore. Think about it carefully. In folklore, as long as it's a woman, how many old Pei hasn't seduced?" Everyone deeply agreed. Pei Ming said, "Hey, you can't say that. In folklore, I've indeed seduced almost all of them. I really haven't. Don't accuse good people." Ling Wen said, "According to what you said, the folklore says that I've seduced more male heavenly officials, but I haven't even seduced a single one. Isn't that like sitting on pins and needles?" Ever since Ling Wen was appointed, folklore had always said that she had seduced a heavenly official. This was also one of the reasons why Ling Wen's hall was cold and had no worshippers in the beginning. It was said that when the protests were fierce, she was scolded badly. People often threw doo-doo and menstrual cloth into her merit box. But if the male heavenly officials had such rumors, they were known to be dissolute and could still enjoy it. Although the circumstances were similar, the outcome was very different because of the difference between men and women. Just as they thought about this, the next round began. Sir Wudu was still laughing just now. This time, it was his turn. The two malignant tumors beside him made a congratulatory gesture to him. "Live karma, please receive it." Sir Wudu frowned and drank the wine. The curtain slowly rose again. Before it reached the top, two long cries came from inside. "Wife, Lang Jun," it was full of love, twists and turns, lingering. Hence, Xiaolian, who was below, saw with his own eyes that Sir Wudu and Sir Qingxian had goosebumps all over their bodies. Sir Qingxian jumped up and said, "Brother, quickly pinch it off." Sir Wudu immediately shouted, "Put it down. Put it down immediately." He didn't need to look to know that what he had drawn this time was definitely the folklore of Master Navy and Master Wind as husband and wife. Love and hatred were always people's favorite when telling stories. It was best if there was, but it was better if there wasn't. Logically speaking, what the heavenly officials did themselves was the authentic legend. But sometimes, looking at what people gave them, one couldn't help but admire that this was the real legend. Once Sir Wudu spoke, the curtain really fell down. All the heavenly officials wanted to laugh but they didn't dare to. It was hard for them to hold it in. Xiaolian smiled and asked, "Master Wind, is there a way to lower the curtain?" Sir Qingxian still had lingering fears and said, "Yes, it's a small matter. Just donate 100,000 merit points." While Xiaolian was speechless, the third round began. This time, the thunder didn't rumble for long, and the wine cup was passed to the young man beside Xiaolian. Seeing this result, the reaction of the heavenly officials was a little strange. It wasn't very enthusiastic, but it wasn't very cold either. It was as if they were interested in watching a show, but they didn't want to show it too obviously. The young man didn't seem to be interested in this game, but he still drank the wine. He put down the wine cup and the curtain was pulled up again. There were two people standing on the stage. One was a young general with curly hair like a stone lion's mane. Although it was extremely exaggerated, it could be said that he had an imposing appearance. He should be the young heavenly official. The other one was a hideous clown with a protruding mouth and monkey cheeks. He was jumping around on the stage. When the young man faced him, he pretended to be serious, but he was very greasy, which made people even more disgusted. When the young man turned around, he bared his teeth behind his back and stabbed with his sword. There was no doubt that he was a despicable villain who did one thing in front of others and another behind their backs. That clown's acting was extremely exaggerated, as if it was a comedy. When the heavenly officials saw this, their reactions were different. Xiaolian noticed that the heavenly officials in the lower positions were all laughing heartily, while the heavenly officials in the upper positions, such as Xianxia, Wudu, and the others, were mostly frowning and silent. They didn't find it funny. At the same time, he also noticed that the veins on the back of the young man's hands suddenly bulged. Although he couldn't understand what was being played on the stage, he could roughly guess that it was insulting another person. Moreover, even if he didn't know who it was, he still felt that this kind of arrangement made people feel extremely uncomfortable. Seeing that the young man seemed like he was about to explode, he picked up a chopstick from the table and threw it towards the rope that hung the curtain. The chopstick, which wasn't sharp, brushed past the rope and unexpectedly cut it. The curtain fell with a crash. All the heavenly officials were startled and all said, "How can this be? What is this?" They all looked towards Xiaolian, and some even stood up. Xiaolian was about to open his mouth, but in the next moment, something exploded beside his ear. It was that young man who had crushed the white jade wine cup. He seemed to be infuriated by this play. He threw away the broken pieces of the jade cup in his hand and jumped up onto the table. With a step, his figure shot up like an arrow and entered the pavilion through the curtain. Several heavenly officials rushed up to lift the red curtain, but there was already no one inside. Everyone was startled and said, "Not good, not good." His Highness Qiying went down to beat people again. Xiaolian thought, Qiying? Qiying Palace Hall? Western martial god Quanesian? He hurriedly asked Xianxia, Master Feng, what's going on? What's going on with His Highness Qiying beating people? Xianxia came back to his senses and said, beating people means, beating people. Cough, you might not believe it, but Qiying often beats his own believers. This was the first time he heard of a heavenly official beating his own believer. This was something that would cause the heavenly officials' hearts to plummet. He still wanted to ask more, but he heard a heavenly official say in a displeased tone, "This Quan is too insensible. Everyone is playing happily, but he doesn't know how to cooperate. Who hasn't been made fun of? Didn't General Pei and Ling Wenjun get made fun of? Besides, he's not the one being made fun of, so why are you so angry? That's right, this person really thinks too highly of himself. Even if he has anger in his heart, how could he let it out at this time? It's a good banquet, who came specially to look at his face? Really? Okay, a little brat is a little brat. He's already gone, without him, we can play to our heart's content." Hearing this, Xiaolian looked pensive. The banquet was only slightly chaotic for a while before Ling Wen seemed to have sent people down to deal with Quanesian's matter. After a few heavenly officials appeared to pacify them for a while, the banquet and game continued. Thus, amidst the sounds of thunder, the fourth round of beating drums and passing flowers began. Xiaolian never expected that someone would actually hand him the wine cup. It was his fault for reacting too quickly, he took it without thinking and was stunned when he took it. However, when he looked at the person who handed the wine, the other party was also stunned. It was actually Ming Yi. It turned out that the wine cup had been passed to Xianxia just now. Xianxia, for fun, deliberately handed it to Ming Yi. As for Ming Yi, he drank and ate, he didn't even look at it and casually passed it. After passing it, he only realized what had happened, he was also speechless. At the same time, the thunder also stopped abruptly, leaving the two of them looking at each other in dismay. Although Xiaolian was the one who took the wine cup, everyone's eyes were focused on Feng Xian and Mu Qing. It was not difficult to understand the reason. Xiaolian had been silent for more than 800 years. 800 years ago. Naturally, there were many books about his beautiful stories, but they had long been lost. Moreover, no one would specially set up a stage for him on this day. Therefore, if they had to find a play with the character of Xian Lu Crown Prince, then there was only a play with Feng Xian or Mu Qing as the main character. Because when the folk dramas were making up stories for these two priests, they would occasionally use Xiaolian. Usually, they would use him as a foil, playing a small role. In order to make the scene more exciting, they directly changed Xiaolian into a villain, arranging for him to bully Mu Qing who was lonely and helpless, or snatch away Feng Xian's love, and so on. If this kind of play really happened at the Mid-Autumn Banquet, regardless of whether the protagonists of the story were happy or not, the rest of the spectators would definitely be happy. Xiaolian held the small jade cup. A priest had already urged him to open it. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, come, come. Let's drink." There were a few more people urging him. Feng Xian said from afar, "Your Highness the Crown Prince can't drink." Everyone said, "It's just a cup. It's okay." Junwu had been supporting his forehead with one hand and did not say a word. At this moment, he stood up slightly as if he was about to speak. Xianxia also asked, "Can you do it? If you can't, then forget it. I'll help you pull the curtain with 100,000 merit points." Xiaolian was afraid that if he really did act impulsively, he would throw away 100,000 merit points. Even if he was a forthright person, he shouldn't be this forthright. Furthermore, no matter what kind of show it was, Xiaolian had seen it all, so he wasn't particular about it. Thus, he hurriedly said, "No need, no need. 1 cup should be fine." After he finished speaking, he drank the wine in one gulp. When the fine wine entered his throat, it first cooled and then warmed up. Xiaolian felt a little dizzy, but after a moment of preparation, he suppressed the dizziness. The curtains on all 4 sides of the building were slowly pulled up. Everyone shifted their gazes and prepared to watch the show. He was surprised to see that there were 2 people standing on the platform. One of them was dressed in white, his face was powdered, his body covered with dust, and he wore a bamboo hat on his back. Without a doubt, this was Xiaolian. The other person was dressed in red, his hair as black as ink, handsome and quick-witted, his eyes full of spirit. A long snake coiled around his hand was snatched away by Xiaolian. The red-clothed person immediately snatched the snake from his hand and threw it away, grabbing Xiaolian's hand and not letting go. His expression was as if his heart had been stabbed by a knife. This scene stupefied all the heavenly officials who were waiting to watch a good show. Of course, Xiaolian himself was also stupefied. At this moment, Junwu, who was sitting at the head of the banquet table, laughed and said, "What kind of book is this? Why does it look like I've never seen it before?" Ling Wen immediately ordered people to investigate and said, "This play seems to be called Travels of the Wonders of the Half-Moon Country. It's a new play, so I've never seen it before. Tonight is the first time it's being performed in the human world." Xianxia said to Xiaolian, "Last time, the group of merchants from the Half-Moon Country went back and found someone to write it. This saves merit points, there's no need to pull the curtains." Xiaolian declined to comment. In the human world, the only people who knew about the matters of the Half-Moon Country were those merchants. He remembered that there was a young man in the caravan called Tianxing. He had indeed said something about thanking him or worshipping him. Could it be that this play was written by someone Tianxing paid for? However, he didn't tell Tianxing his name. A young man like him might not have the ability to do this. On the other side of the stage, although the heavenly officials didn't see the play they imagined, the play in front of them was naturally even more exciting. After all, if the rumors were true, then this red-clothed person was playing the role of Hua Qing. There were many plays of blood rain Tanhua in the human world. However, it was usually something like the red-cloaked ghost burned 33 temples, Heaven Realm didn't dare to let out a fart, or blood rain Tanhua beat Wen Wuxian with one hand. This kind of play that made the people of Heaven Realm silently cry. Who knew how this play would be written? In any case, the main character was Xia Lian. Towards this person, everyone always felt that he was out of place. They didn't consider him as one of Heaven Realm's own people. So there was no harm in watching it. Moreover, the stage of this play was exquisite, the production was excellent, and the acting of the people in the play was excellent. It was simply a work of conscience. Thus, they couldn't help but exclaim in their hearts. As they watched, they commented, "Really? It must be made up. How could Huaqing talk to people like this? Nonsense, simply nonsense. What did this play make of Huaqing? Wake up. It's not a romance play, how dare you make it up?" After all, this was a play that was specially written for him. Xia Lian also watched it seriously. Frankly speaking, this play was not bad. The acting was good, and the play was good. However, as the person being played, he had a small opinion. The two main characters seemed to be a little too intimate. The one who played himself was quite skilled. However, every time he opened his mouth to call out San Lang, although his tone wasn't really up and down and lingering, Xia Lian felt that it was even more unsettling than when Feng Shernyang called Naval Master Darren with Lang Jun and husband. Moreover, there seemed to be a little too many small movements. Hooking his hand, hugging his shoulder, hugging him. He kept feeling that something wasn't quite right. However, thinking about it carefully, when he called out to Huaqing, he did indeed call him that. These movements seemed to have been done before. At that time, he didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Looking at it now, logically speaking, there shouldn't be anything wrong with it. He looked at the other heavenly officials. Although they were scolding him for talking nonsense, they were still watching with great interest. Their eyes were fixed on the play, and they were in full swing. He could only shut up. As he watched, suddenly, Shiwudu said, "What are the two manservants at the back doing?" Hearing the two words manservants, Feng Xian and Mu Qing both unconsciously stiffened. Ling Wen said, "Those aren't two manservants. They should be two small military officials from the Middle Heaven." At that time, they were recruited from Nanyang Palace Hall and Xianxia Palace Hall to help His Highness the Crown Prince in an emergency. There were actually people from Nanyang Palace Hall and Xianxia Palace Hall who came to Xia Lian's rescue. This was truly a strange story. It sounded as inconceivable as if Pei Ming had righteously and sternly rejected a beautiful woman who threw herself at him. All the heavenly officials looked over. Ling Wen then added, "They went willingly." Xia Lian smiled and said, "I forgot to ask. Are Nan Feng and Fu Yao doing well? Why haven't I seen them come out to play today?" Feng Xian said, "Nan Feng is." Mu Qing indifferently said, "Fu Yao is in confinement." Feng Xian immediately said, "Nan Feng is also in confinement." Xia Lian made an O sound and said, "Both of them are in confinement? That's too bad." As they spoke, the curtain fell on the splendid play. Although it was unanimously thought to be the fantasies of ignorant believers, because it was really satisfying to fantasize about Flower City, it actually won the applause of the entire hall. However, Peisu was exiled because of the Banyu Gate. After everyone had their fill, they couldn't help but give some attention to Pei Ming. Shiwudu said, "General Pei, how is your Xiao Pei now?" Pei Ming poured himself a cup and drank by himself. He shook his head and said, "What else can he do? He doesn't put his heart on what he should be paying attention to. I can't control him anymore." On this side, Shi Qingxian couldn't listen anymore. He chuckled and said, "So, in General Pei's eyes, what is the thing that you should be paying attention to? Your Xiao Pei's future is a future. Isn't that the little girl's?" His tone wasn't good. Shiwudu's gaze swept over and he said, "Qingxian is not allowed to be rude." When he reprimanded, Shi Qingxian lowered his head in embarrassment. Seeing this, Pei Ming laughed and said, "Senior Marshal Brother Shui, this little brother of yours is really amazing. Only you can control him. It's fine if he provokes me now, but if he provokes someone he shouldn't provoke in the future, he won't give you face like I do." Shiwudu opened his fan and continued to scold his brother. He said, "Did you hear what General Pei said? Also, how many times have I told you not to always walk around like this outside? What a scandal. I don't care what you like, you have to use your original appearance when you're outside." Even though Xianxia loved female appearances and was very unconvinced, he still didn't dare to talk back to his brother. Xiaolian thought, Master Feng said that he's not afraid of his brother, but that might not be the case. Who knew that Shi Wudu said in the end, what if we meet someone like General Pei who is strong mana but has bad intentions? Ling Wen laughed and laughed. Pei Ming almost spat out another mouthful of wine. He said, "Senior Marshal Brother Shui. If you continue to be like this, we won't be able to talk anymore." After a round of eating, they finally welcomed the last round of lanterns. In Immortal Capital, all the candles and bright lights were extinguished. Other than the moonlight, it was dark. The banquet was held near the lake. The smoke and mist on the surface of the lake was dispersed. Through the clear flowing lake water, one could see the pitch-black world below. On the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, the lanterns were the number of eternal prayer lamps that were consecrated in the largest and most famous temple of a god official. One eternal prayer lamp was hard to find, and it would not be extinguished for a long time. The order of the lanterns was from the least to the most. When it was a god official's turn, the lamp consecrated by his believers would float up from below and illuminate the endless night. It was incomparably beautiful. This year, the Divine Martial Hall had 961 eternal lamps, which was close to 1,000. It was unprecedented, and all the god officials felt that next year, it would definitely break the 1,000. However, this was not the main point. If the first place was always the first, then the first place would lose its meaning. Therefore, everyone had automatically eliminated the Divine Martial Hall in this round of lanterns. What made people not know whether to laugh or cry was that when the lanterns started, the first person in line was actually the Rain Master. When Xiaolian saw a small bright lamp slowly and crookedly rising into the sky, and then heard Rain Master Hall, one lamp. At that time, he even suspected that he was actually drunk and had not sobered up. No matter what, there shouldn't be only one lamp. In order to confirm that he wasn't drunk, he asked Shi Qingxian, "Is there no mistake?" Shi Qingxian said, "No. There's really only one lamp. There's only one lamp, and it was provided by the cow in the Rainmaster's house to support the scene." Providing for oneself, this kind of behavior was really intimate. Xiaolian thought about it, the Rainmaster was in charge of rain, so he was also the god of farming. He guessed, could it be because the Rainmaster has many believers who are farmers, so he doesn't have enough to offer? However, Shi Qingxian said, "Your Highness, what misunderstanding do you have about farmers? Many farmers are very rich, okay? Actually, it's because the Rainmaster said that having money to provide lamps is better than farming, so the believers have always provided fresh fruits and vegetables." Hearing this, Xiaolian was really envious, and thought to himself, there's such a beautiful thing. However, Shi Qingxian said again, later on, the Rainmaster said not to waste, so the believers usually take the offerings back to eat after 2 days. In front, there were only a few small god officials, and the eternal lamps ranged from a few to dozens. No one was interested. However, the more they went, the brighter the light of time every time the lamp was raised, and everyone became more focused. If it wasn't for the special god officials announcing, one could tell the number at a glance. The densely packed array of lamps flew up together, and it was impossible to count how many there were. Xiaolian wasn't clear about anything, so he didn't make any comments. He focused on admiring the beautiful scenery of the lamps illuminating the dark night, and at the same time, listening to the analysis of the others on the current lantern situation. Although he felt that there was nothing to analyze about this kind of thing. After about the time it took for 2 incense sticks to burn, the finale finally arrived. The Mid-Autumn Banquet Lantern competition began, and the last 10 battles began. The last of the 10, Xiaolian heard the announcing god official say loudly, "Extraordinary Heroic Hall, 421 lamps." Quan Yizhen had already left, and when the other god officials heard this number, they didn't bother to hide the sound of clicking their tongues. This Western martial god was still young, but his momentum was extremely fierce. For the god officials with the same qualifications as him, it was already considered a lot to have 200 eternal lamps, but he had more than double it. Lang Qianqiu, who had ascended slightly longer than him, had slightly fewer eternal lamps than him. It could be said that he was outstanding. However, Xia Lian felt that this youth was indeed not very popular in the celestial heavens, because other than himself and Xianxia, there was almost no one who was truly amazed by this. Next, Earth Master Hall, 444 lamps. Other than drinking 2 more mouthfuls of soup, Ming Yi didn't have any other expression, but Xianxia was even more excited than him, saying repeatedly, "Lower, lower." As everyone wasn't very familiar with the Earth Master, they clapped their hands as a form of congratulation. Next, it was Xianxuan's turn, Wind Master Hall, 523 lamps. It was really easy to see whether a person was popular or not. After reporting the number of eternal lamps in Wind Master Hall, before Xianxia could say anything, the applause at the banquet suddenly became louder, and there were congratulations and well-deserved everywhere. Xianxia was very pleased. He stood up and cupped his hands, shouting to Wudu, "Brother, I'm 8th this year." It was as if he was looking for his parents to ask for a reward after being praised by teacher. Xia Lian couldn't help but laugh, but Wudu scolded, "It's just 8th, what's there to be happy about?" His words were actually very arrogant. In the entire upper celestial heavens, who was ordinary? 500 eternal lamps, ranked 8th, but in his mouth, it was said to be just, then wouldn't the god officials ranked behind the 8th not even be comparable to just? It wasn't that he didn't know that these words were inappropriate, but he just had to say it because he wasn't afraid. Xianxuan's face fell. Wudu waved his fan, and said reluctantly, "However, there are more lamps than last year, there must be more next year." Hearing this, Xianxia stretched his arms and laughed. In the entire banquet, only Ming Yi had an indifferent expression as he buried his head in eating, not cheering for him, so Xianxia patted him twice, wanting to find him to congratulate him. Ming Yi didn't want to bother with him at all, he continued to focus on eating. Xianxia was furious, he wanted him to clap for him. Xia Lian was laughing so hard at the side, not mentioning it. Next, Lingwen Hall, 536 lamps. Among the gods of literature, Lingwen was considered the champion, but there weren't many gods of literature supporting him. Instead, it was mainly the martial gods who gave him face. Xia Lian congratulated him from afar. On this end he heard Wudu and Pei Ming asking him to set up a banquet. On the other end he heard some god officials muttering that Lingwen had a lot of followers. It was nothing more than because he turned into a man. Lingwen saw that the current martial god was powerful. He tried his best to curry favor with the martial gods, ignoring the gods of literature. Lingwen was the god officials of the upper celestial heavens who loved to treat, it was said. That Lingwen sometimes treated people to brothels and so on. He shook his head. There was only one thought in his mind, it's really not easy being a goddess official. Next, it was Nanyang Hall and Xianxia Hall, 572 lamps and 573 lamps respectively. Mu Qing's brows relaxed. Feng Xian wasn't happy or angry, he didn't seem to care. Xia Lian was puzzled, how could the numbers be so close? Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? He asked Xianxia in a low voice, only then did he find out that because these two people were of similar birth, territory, and strength, plus they didn't have a good relationship with each other, the followers of both sides held their breath and wanted to win. They swore that they would definitely offer more lamps in the other's temple. They didn't seek to be first, they just wanted to be higher than the other party. They went all out, and every year, there would be victories and defeats. This year, at the last moment, Xianxia Hall finally managed to squeeze out an extra lamp, winning against Nanyang Hall. Now, it was as if they had won a battle, and they were celebrating. After hearing this, Xia Lian couldn't help but think, outside, they are fighting until their heads bleed for an extra lamp. Don't these people go home to celebrate? Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. Next, Mingguang Hall, 580 lamps. This number was quite considerable. However, Pei Ming didn't look happy, because compared to last year, Mingguang Hall actually had fewer lamps this year. What happened to Pei Su, the assistant deity, was a blow. This year, there were nearly 100 lamps less. If it wasn't for Pei Ming's strong foundation, he would have lost even more lamps. Wudu and Lingwen didn't congratulate him, they only patted his shoulder. At this point, Xia Lian realized that the number of lamps of these few god officials were all very densely packed. There were tens of lamps, as if there was no way to pull apart the difference. In other words, everyone was actually about the same, no one was the absolute winner. Just as he was thinking this, he heard the announcing god official say, "Navy Hall, 718 lamps." At the banquet, there was a commotion, and exclamations sounded everywhere. All the god officials reacted and began to fight to be the first to congratulate him. Sherwudu just sat and didn't get up. His expression wasn't arrogant, it was just that it was natural. This was probably the closest the number of lamps of the second god official and the divine martial hall had been in the past few hundred years. Xiaolian's first ascension was too far away, and at that time a lamp of blessing was even more difficult to find than one today. Naturally, they couldn't be compared in the same way. However, as the saying goes, people die for wealth, and birds die for food. People's love for wealth would never decrease. He was worthy of being called the god of wealth. Xianxia was even more excited than if he had lit up 700 lamps himself. He vigorously clapped his hands and said to Xiaolian, "My brother." "It's my brother." Xiaolian smiled and said, "I know, it's your brother." In the entire banquet, only Mingyu was eating with all her might, as if she was out of place. In fact, Xiaolian felt that out of everyone, he was the only one who treated this banquet as a banquet seriously. He came to eat, as if he hadn't had enough to eat after being undercover in the ghost city for so many years, and wanted to eat to his heart's content tonight. Thinking of the snacks sold at the stalls on the streets of the ghost city, Xiaolian could understand it very well. He couldn't help but wonder, does Huaqing usually stroll around the streets of the ghost city? The most exciting riddle had been revealed. Tonight, all the god officials had watched enough and talked enough. Satisfied, they prepared to leave the banquet one after another. Unexpectedly, Sherwudu suddenly frowned and closed his fan, saying, "Wait." If others said wait, they probably wouldn't have such a strong deterrent force. But this Sherwudu really lived up to his nickname, water traversing the heavens. It was as if he was used to giving orders. Once he opened his mouth, people couldn't help but listen. Everyone sat back down and asked, "The top 10 have been decided. Is there anything else, Lord Navy?" Xiaolian thought, "Don't tell me I'm going to lose my merit too?" Sherwudu waved his fan and said, "The top 10 have been decided?" Everyone didn't know what he meant by this question, but Xianxia said in shock, "That's not right. No, no, no. The top 10 haven't been decided." Including the divine martial hall, there were only 9 that were reported just now. All the heavenly officials were shocked and said, "Only 9 came out?" "It's true. I counted, there really are only 9. There's actually another person in front of Lord Navy?" "What? Who else could it be? I don't have any impression of it." At this moment, in the dark night, a burst of light that was as bright as day suddenly exploded. That light was a lamp. Like millions of fish swimming across the sea, countless bright lamps slowly rose up. They shone brightly in the dark night, like floating souls and magnificent dreams. It was magnificent to the extreme, illuminating the pitch-black world. Such a miraculous scene was indescribable. The only thing left was a frozen breath and broken speech. Xiaolian stared at the bright lamps that filled the sky. It was as if he was suffocating and couldn't hear anything. He was in a daze for a while. After a while, he finally realized what was wrong. At the banquet, all the god officials cast their gazes over. It turned out that the reporting god official pointed at him with his trembling hand. Xiaolian was stunned and said, "What's wrong?" No one answered. Xiaolian pointed at himself and said, "Me?" Xianxia, who was at the side, patted his shoulder and said, "Yes. You." Xiaolian was still stunned and said, "Me what? What's wrong with me?" That reporting god official swallowed with difficulty and finally opened his mouth again. Thus, the 100 god officials present all heard a trembling voice of disbelief. Thousand Lantern Monastery, Crown Prince Palace, 3. After the first update last night, there was an update at the end of chapter 91. If you can't catch up, you can go back and take a look. If you can't see it, just clear the cache. Less than 2 days later, Xiaolian ushered in a huge crisis. There was nothing to eat in the monastery. He was alone, a few steamed buns, a plate of pickled vegetables, and some cucumbers picked from the fields to nibble on could perfectly solve the problem. The villagers of Puchi village had more than enough to provide for their lives. And now, there were 3 more mouths in the monastery. 2 living people and 1 living ghost, quickly emptying his food reserves. Forget about the 2 children. Chi Rong was a dead ghost, attached to a grown man's body and refused to come out, while cursing Xia Lian for not treating him as a human and feeding him dog stuff. One of them ate more than the other. Made Xia Lian really want to stuff pot soup into his mouth. After being completely unable to squeeze out the pot, Xia Lian decided to take the 2 children to the market for a stroll, to see if he could receive something, and then take them to eat a good meal. If Xia Lian's luck was usually not good, then today's Xia Lian's luck was especially bad. After walking around once, he actually didn't receive any junk. In the end, he stood at the entrance of the main street where people came and went, and made a decision to go back to his old profession. Thus, he settled the 2 children to the side and stood on the street. In a clear voice, he said, "Fellow villagers, neighbors. Today, this humble one has just arrived at this precious land and is short of money, so I will show my incompetence. I hope everyone will support me and send me some rations to make up for my travel expenses." Xia Lian's 2 sleeves fluttered in the wind. He had the demeanor of an immortal, and his voice was clear and full of energy. The idlers on the street surrounded him one after another and said, "What do you know? Come and see?" Xia Lian cheerfully said, "Spinning plates to see?" Everyone waved their hands. "No difficulty, it's just a small trick." "What else do you know?" Xia Lian said again, "Shattering a boulder on your chest to see?" Everyone also said, "Too old, too old." "What else do you know?" Xia Lian knew that even performing on the street had to keep up with the times. His specialty from back then had already become a thing of the past, and no one knew how to appreciate it anymore. Seeing that the crowd surrounding him was about to disperse, he had no choice but to use his trump card. He took out a stack of protective talismans from his sleeves and said, "Let's see a performer give a protective talisman. It's handmade, don't miss it when you pass by." Hearing that they were giving something for free, the scattered crowd suddenly gathered again. What kind of protective talismans? Which Taoist temple was it? Divine Martial Emperor? Is there anything that can protect your fortune? Give me the amulet of the God of Fortune, thank you. I want True Monarch Giant Sundae. Please leave one for me. Xia Lian replied, "Nope. No. It's from Xian Li's crown prince. Puchi Monastery has consecrated it, it's guaranteed to be efficacious." Of course it was efficacious. Other divine officials had at least a few thousand people praying for blessings every day. Their ears were buzzing, and if there was a little more, they would send it to their subordinate divine officials. And he prayed to at most a few people every day. Who do you think has a higher chance of being heard? Everyone scoffed, "What's that? I've never heard of it." Xia Lian continued, "It doesn't matter if you haven't heard of it. Puchi Monastery is located in Puchi village, 7 miles away. You are welcome to visit. Incense is not necessary to visit." But before he could finish speaking, the crowd had already dispersed with a rumble. Each and every one of them didn't walk far before casually throwing away the amulets they had just snatched. Xia Lian then followed up and picked them up one by one, patting them clean. With a relaxed expression, he put them back into his sleeves. As he picked them up, a pair of cloth shoes stopped in front of him. Xia Lian raised his head and saw Lang Ying's pair of pitch-black eyes peeking out from between the bandages, staring fixedly at him. Xia Lian warmly said, "What's wrong? You go over there and sit with Guzi. Wait for me for a while and I'll be done." Lang Ying was silent. Right at this moment, a large house at the end of the street suddenly opened its 2 doors. A person was thrown out, and immediately after, a loud shout could be heard, "Quack!" The passers-by on the street hurriedly gathered around to watch the excitement. With a crackling sound, dozens of feet trampled over the amulets that hadn't been picked up in time were instantly trampled into shriveled, dirty, and rotten pieces. Xia Lian stared blankly and didn't say a word. He didn't want to pick them up anymore. Instead, he let Lang Ying go back and look after Guzi. He also followed to see what was going on. In front of that house, he saw a man who looked like a wealthy merchant arguing endlessly with an old man who looked like a doctor. That wealthy merchant angrily said, "What did you say when you came yesterday? Didn't you say everything was fine and there was no need to worry? What's going on today? My wife didn't fall or eat anything bad, how did she suddenly become like this?" The doctor cried out in grievance, "Yesterday I came to see your wife, she was really fine. I think you should find a Taoist priest for this matter, not a doctor." That wealthy merchant flew into a rage and pointed at him with his hands on his hips. "My son hasn't even lost his son yet, why are you cursing him, you quack? Be careful that I sue you until you go bankrupt." The doctor picked up his medical box and said, "There's no use even if you sue me, I really can't understand this pulse. I've never seen it in my life." Everyone started to jeer, "Let's get a different doctor. Let's find a Taoist priest." Xiaolian instinctively felt that something was amiss. He raised his hand in the crowd and said, "Please look here. The Taoist priest is here, I am the Taoist priest." Everyone turned their heads in unison and asked curiously, "Aren't you a performer?" Xiaolian politely said, "That's just a side job. Thank you." After saying that, he walked forward and said, "Can you take me to see your wife?" Waves of screams came from inside the house. It was obvious that the group of women were panicking. The newly called doctor wouldn't be able to come for a while, and in such a desperate situation, they actually grabbed him and ran into the house. Xiaolian casually grabbed the doctor and brought him inside. When they entered the house, the floor was covered in blood and a young woman was lying on a large bed covered in flower curtains. She was in so much pain that her face was deathly pale. She almost hugged her stomach and rolled around. Fortunately, she was held down by several old women and maids. As soon as Xiaolian stepped through the door, the hairs on his back stood up. The yin energy in this house was extremely heavy, and that yin energy was coming from one place. That woman's stomach. Xiaolian immediately blocked the people behind him and shouted, "Don't move. There's something wrong with the thing in her stomach." That wealthy merchant said in horror, "Is my wife about to give birth?" The doctor and the old women couldn't listen anymore and said, "It's only been 5 months. How can she give birth?" That wealthy merchant angrily rebuked the doctor, "If she's not about to give birth, then you don't know what's wrong with her, quack. You can't even understand the pulse." Seeing that the woman was about to faint, Xiaolian said, "All of you, shut up." With a flip of his hand, he took out the maiden heart sword. Seeing him suddenly take out a several feet long, pitch-black murder weapon, everyone jumped in fright and said, "What are you trying to do?" Immediately after, they saw Xiaolian let go of his hand, and that sword actually floated in the air. This time everyone was stunned. With maiden heart sword hanging in the air, the tip of the sword pointed downwards, directly at that woman's bulging stomach. This sword's murderous aura was extremely heavy. Everyone watched as that woman's stomach suddenly moved. A lump of flesh bulged out, sometimes moving to the left side of her abdomen, sometimes moving to the right side. Moving back and forth, that woman suddenly burst into a fit of violent coughing, suddenly spitting out black smoke from her mouth. Maiden Heart Sword had been waiting for a long time, and with a single slash, it scattered the black smoke. That woman screamed, "My son," and fainted on the spot. Only then did Xiaolian recall the sword and put it back on his back. Facing that doctor, he said, "That's enough." The doctor was dumbstruck. Xiaolian waved his hand a few times, and only then did he hesitantly move forward. That rich merchant's face revealed a happy expression. "My son is saved?" Who knew that after feeling the pulse for a while, that doctor would tremble with fear and trepidation as he said, "Gone." That rich merchant was stunned. After a while, he loudly roared, "Gone? How could it have flowed like this?" However, Xiaolian turned around and said, "Your wife's child didn't flow, it's gone." "Gone, do you understand?" That rich merchant said, "Gone and flowed, isn't that the same thing?" Xiaolian said, "It's slightly different. Flowed, just flowed. Gone means this, your wife's stomach originally had a child, but now, this child is gone." Sure enough, this woman's abdomen was still bulging just now. But now, it clearly didn't have any external injuries, yet it had clearly deflated. Moreover, it was deflated in an extremely unnatural manner. That rich merchant said, Wasn't my son still in her stomach just now? Xiaolian said, just now, the one inside wasn't your child. What propped up your wife's stomach was only that mass of black smoke. After the doctor confirmed that the woman had only fainted and her life wasn't in danger, they left the room. The rich merchant said, Taoist priest, how should I address you? Which monastery are you from? Which true monarch do you worship? Xiaolian said, your surname is Xia. He originally wanted to say Puqi Monastery, but when the words reached his mouth, he didn't know why, but he changed it and said, Thousand Lanterns Monastery. After those 3 words left his mouth, his face inexplicably became a little feverish. That rich merchant said, oh, I've never heard of it. Is it very far? Xiaolian also didn't know if it was far or not, so he quietly said, N. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the rich merchant impatiently and fearfully said, Taoist priest. In the end, what kind of monster was that just now? What my wife has always been pregnant with, is that thing? A mass of black smoke? Changing the topic, Xiaolian also straightened his expression and said, it's uncertain. Didn't you say that yesterday, when the doctor came to take a look, your wife was still fine? At that time, her pulse should have still been stable. Today, it's chaotic. I'm afraid that the child had an accident last night. You might as well think about it. Last night, did your wife do anything? Or did something strange happen? The rich merchant said, nothing happened last night. My wife didn't even leave the house. Ever since she burned incense at Juyang Palace Hall and begged for this child, she specially set up a shrine to Juyang Zhenjun in her house. Every day, she doesn't leave the house, chanting sutras and burning incense. She's extremely pious. Xiaolian thought that if Feng Xian found out that someone was worshipping him like this, then that would be terrible. After thinking for a bit, he said, then, did she have any strange dreams? That rich merchant was startled and said, yes. Xiaolian became spirited. He only heard the rich merchant say, Taoist priest, you really have incredible foresight. My wife really did have a strange dream last night. She dreamed that a child was playing with her and calling her mother. In the middle of the night, she felt something kick her stomach and woke up. She even happily told me that maybe the child in her stomach couldn't wait to meet its parents, so it came to greet them first. At that time, I even coaxed her. In an instant, Xiaolian concluded and said, there's definitely a problem with this child. Pausing for a moment, he then asked, how old is this child? What does he look like? Did your wife say anything about it? The rich merchant broke out in a cold sweat and said, I'm afraid she can't remember. At that time, when she told me, she couldn't tell exactly how old it was. She only vaguely felt that it should be very young. She even wanted her to carry it, and when she carried it, it was quite light. After muttering to himself for a moment, Xiaolian said, I'll ask you a few more questions. You must answer truthfully, otherwise, I won't be able to investigate this matter clearly. First, in your house, do you have any concubines fighting for favor? Second, in the past, has this wife of yours ever had an abortion? When he asked if there were any concubines fighting for favor, he wanted to see if there was a possibility that it was a curse caused by jealousy. Once a woman who was confined to the backyard of a house all year round became jealous, there was nothing they wouldn't do. When he asked if she had an abortion before, it was because if she had an abortion for improper reasons, there might be resentment left in the mother's body that wouldn't let the new child have an easy time. Under Xiaolian's repeated confirmation, this rich merchant honestly confessed. Unexpectedly, everything was correct. Not only did he have quite a few concubines in his house that chattered all day long, but he also kept a mistress outside that was always eagerly waiting to be carried in. Soon after, the young maid by this madam's side also confessed. Her master was originally a concubine, and she had once been pregnant. After listening to some folk prescriptions of Jianghu doctors, she concluded that the child was a daughter. However, she wanted to give birth to a son to raise her status, so she drank medicine and aborted the child. After listening, Xiaolian's head swelled. That rich merchant anxiously said, Daozhong, could this be the revenge of that unborn girl? Xiaolian said, that's possible, but it's not entirely possible. After all, even your wife couldn't tell how old the child in her dreams was, or whether it was a boy or a girl. Xiaolian said, it's possible. It might have been eaten. That rich merchant trembled. Eaten, eaten? Xiaolian nodded. That rich merchant said, then, Daozhong, what should we do now? I still have Madame Ru who is pregnant. What if that monster comes again? This person actually had a pregnant woman in his family. Xiaolian raised his hand and said, don't be impatient. I'll ask again. Does your wife remember where she met this child in her dream? That rich merchant said she vaguely remembered it was a large room. She definitely doesn't remember more. It was just a dream. Who would remember it so clearly? He then gnashed his teeth. I've been hoping for a son for over 40 years. I'm so bitter. Daozhong, can you catch and kill this monster? I can't let it harm the people in my family again. Xiaolian said, don't panic. Don't panic. I'll do my best. That rich merchant was overjoyed. Rubbing his hands, he said, good, good, good. What does Daozhong need? Payment isn't a problem. Xiaolian said, no need for payment. I just want you to help me with a few things. First, please find me a set of unused women's clothing. It must be loose enough for a man to wear. Also, I'm afraid I'll need a strand of your Madame Ru's hair. It can be used in a ritual. That rich merchant ordered his servant, write it down, write it down. Xiaolian continued, second, please tell your pregnant Madame Ru that it's best if she changes rooms to sleep in. No matter where she is, if you hear a strange child's voice calling her mother, don't agree. Don't ever agree. It's best if you don't even open your mouth. Although people often don't. Know they're dreaming when they're dreaming and lose their minds. If you repeatedly tell her to remember this matter deeply in her mind, it might be effective. That rich merchant also agreed. Xiaolian said, third, I brought 2 children out. I'll have to trouble you to help me take care of them and arrange a good meal. That rich merchant said, for this kind of small matter, let alone 2, even if it's 100, I can still do it for you. Finally, it was time for the most important last item. Xiaolian said, fourth. He took out an amulet consecrated by Puqi Monastery from his sleeve and handed it over with both hands. He said solemnly, please look at this amulet and say, Your Highness, please protect me, loudly. This way, this matter can be recorded under the name of my monastery. That night, Xiaolian once again changed into women's clothes. Although he was already very familiar with wearing women's clothing, it was still his first time dressing up as a pregnant woman. In front of the mirror, he didn't even spend half the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. In the end, he stuffed a pillow into his stomach and hid a strand of hair he took from the pregnant woman inside the pillow. Afterwards, he lay down on the bed. He calmed himself down and slowed down his breathing. After a while, he fell into a deep sleep. After an unknown period of time, Xiaolian slowly opened his eyes. What came into view was no longer the room of the rich merchant's concubine, but a magnificent pavilion. Xiaolian's first reaction was to feel if his heart was by his side. Only after he felt it, did he feel at ease. After all, a maiden's heart was a treasured sword, tightly bound to him. Afterwards, he slowly sat up. Suddenly, he felt something sticky on the bottom of his hand. He raised it up to take a look. He was lying on a bed, and the bed was covered with a large patch of extremely frightening bloodstains that had yet to dry. Half of his body was also dyed bright red. It was a ghastly sight. Xiaolian was not surprised. He got off the bed and walked 2 steps. Suddenly, he felt something drop from his body. He looked down and saw that it was actually that pillow. He quickly picked it up and stuffed it back in. After another 2 steps, his stomach dropped again. Xiaolian could only carry it with both hands and observe his surroundings. Growing up in the palace, he was imperceptibly influenced by what he saw and heard. Xiaolian had his own set of views on beauty and unbeauty. This small building, in his view, although it was magnificent, it was full of the smell of cosmetics. If he were to guess, he would think that it was a restaurant or a place to seek pleasure. Moreover, compared to the prevailing style of architecture today, this style was really a bit old. It was more like a house from hundreds of years ago. He didn't know what kind of place it was. Therefore, it was unlikely that it was the spirit of the aborted daughter of the rich merchant that was causing mischief. This was because the illusion created by the evil spirits was based on their own knowledge. Obviously, this kind of ancient house from hundreds of years ago would only exist in the knowledge of the evil spirits that were hundreds of years old. After walking around, there was no one in sight. Xiaolian returned to the room that he first laid in. This was a woman's bedroom. There was a dressing table and a cabinet that could be opened. Inside, there were some children's clothes, as well as dolls, rattles and other toys. Xiaolian examined them one by one and found that they were all brand new. It could be seen that the mistress of this room cherished these items. In other words, this woman was full of love and tenderness towards the child. After looking through it again, Xiaolian was suddenly shocked. In the child's clothes, there was a protective talisman. And this protective talisman was actually his protective talisman. Extremely surprised, Xiaolian had to confirm it again and again. That's right, this was indeed his protective talisman. Moreover, it wasn't the kind of simple protective talisman that he picked himself, weaved himself, drew his own talisman, and bought his own red thread to tie it together. Instead, it was the kind of protective talisman that was circulated in the whole country 800 years ago, when the Xianlu crown prince was at his peak. The material used and the pattern were extremely exquisite. It was clear where it came from and whether it had been blessed or not. Could it be that the mistress of this house was once his believer? At this time, in the dead silence, Xiaolian suddenly heard a series of giggles. It was the laughter of a child. It was very abrupt and spread in all directions. He didn't know where it came from. Xiaolian remained calm and collected, but in his heart, he was pondering, this voice is somewhat familiar, as if I've heard it somewhere before. Just where is it? Suddenly, a childish voice rang out in his mind, new bride. New bride on the red sedan chair. Tearful eyes, crossing the hill, don't smile under the veil. Mao Jun, on the sedan chair, he heard the voice of the child. When Xiaolian suddenly woke up from his stupor, the child spirit's laughter also stopped. He suddenly turned around, disappearing without a trace. After the matter on Mao Jun, he had also asked this child in the spirit communication array, but at that time, the others all told him that they hadn't found any child on the mountain. He was the only one who had heard this child's voice. But now, this child had already appeared in front of him for the second time. Was it a coincidence, or was it intentional? The child stopped laughing and said, "Mother." This mother was very close, but he didn't know where it came from. Xiaolian didn't say a word. He held his breath and listened carefully. After a long period of silence, the child's voice said again, "Mother. Hug me." This time, Xiaolian finally discovered that the voice was coming from his stomach. Xiaolian's hands had been holding the fake stomach all along. Only now did he realize with a start that the pillow in his hands had unexpectedly become heavy. He slapped down with his palm, and with a bang, something rolled out from his clothes. He could vaguely see that it seemed to be a deathly pale child. It spat out several things from its mouth, rolled into the darkness, and disappeared in a flash. Xiaolian rushed over to take a look. The things it spat out were several balls of cotton wool and a strand of black hair. Thinking about it, it seemed that his camouflage had taken effect. This little demon originally wanted to eat Xiaolian's child like how it ate the pregnant woman's child, but it ate the cotton substitute that Xiaolian had placed in front of his stomach. Immediately after, Xiaolian heard that thing cry out mournfully, "Mother." No matter how it opened its mouth, no matter how mournfully it cried out, Xiaolian remained calm and didn't even open his mouth. He concluded that this child was a fetus spirit, and this room was where it or its mother had once lived. Because it didn't have a definite form, if it died at what age, it would appear in the form of that age when it caused mischief. But most of the time, it was a ball of black smoke, or a blurry white shadow, indicating that it itself wasn't sure what it should look like. Moreover, the clothes in the cupboard obviously hadn't been worn by anyone, and there was a large amount of frightening blood stains on the bed. Xiaolian deduced that the mistress of this room should have had a miscarriage, and her unborn child had already taken shape, and had a bit of its own consciousness. After turning into a fetus spirit, it wanted to return to its mother's stomach, so it found the rich merchant's wife. It opened its mouth to call out mother in the woman's dream, and the naughty woman was to open her mouth and agree. It should be noted that the bond between a mother and a child was not ordinary. Once she agreed, it was a permission to take whatever it wanted. When she opened her mouth again, it just happened to give the evil creature an opportunity to enter. The little demon crawled into her mouth, slipped into her stomach, and ate the fetus that was originally in her stomach, taking over a magpie's nest with poison. Although Xiaolian was a man, he wasn't sure if this child would also take the opportunity to crawl into his stomach if he opened his mouth. But just in case, it was better to keep his mouth shut. Thus, while keeping his mouth shut, he held the fragrant heart sword and searched everywhere for traces of the child. Xiaolian's intuition towards danger had always been very strong. This was tempered by countless battles. He didn't need to look carefully at the place he suspected it was, and he would stab it with his sword. 9 times out of 10, he would stab it correctly. Although in the illusion set up by the child spirit, Xiaolian's damage to it would be reduced by several times, but it had been stabbed by Xiaolian a few times, and it was probably not enough. After a while, Xiaolian suddenly felt a sharp pain under his feet. He had actually stepped on something extremely sharp, and he paused slightly. Seeing that he was hit, the child spirit seemed to let out a short evil laugh. Although this voice was young, it was not something that a child would make. Instead, it sounded like a malicious adult. The contrast was so great that it made one's hair stand on end. Who knew that Xiaolian's expression didn't change? He didn't stop and stabbed out with his sword again. Stabbed again. The child spirit cried out, and suffered a great deal, and dodged far away. Only then did Xiaolian lower his head to look at the soles of his boots. It turned out he had stepped on a small needle that was erected upside down. It must have been deliberately placed there by the child spirit. It seemed that it really did hope for Xiaolian to cry out in pain. However, it miscalculated. Xiaolian was extremely capable of enduring pain. Let alone stepping on a needle, even if his leg was caught in a beast trap a few feet long, if necessary, he would still be able to endure it without making a sound. That needle was very small, but it was pierced extremely deep. Xiaolian originally wanted to pick it out first, but after the child spirit suffered a setback and jumped out, Xiaolian was afraid that it would take the opportunity to escape and harm others. Thus, he stepped on that needle and chased it out of the house. After a while, he no longer felt any pain, and his steps were as swift as if he was flying. After looking around the small building, he still couldn't find the child spirit. In his heart, Xiaolian was puzzled. Could it be that I scared it? Right at this moment, a window not too far away opened on its own. Xiaolian immediately rushed over. When he stepped forward to take a look, he was stunned. Outside the window, there were no streets, no mountain scenery, and no pedestrians. There was only a bottomless pool. On the opposite side of this pool, there was a house. Inside the house sat 2 children. They were Lang Ying and Guzi, and they were currently sitting around a table eating rice. However, what they were completely unaware of was that above them, there was a thick black fog circling around. It was currently giggling and giggling as it shouted in a crisp voice, "Mother! Mother!" Xiaolian's heart suddenly jumped. Placing both of his hands on the window frame, he subconsciously wanted to give a warning. However, he remembered that he couldn't open his mouth, so he forced himself to keep his voice down. Although this was only the child spirit's illusion, he didn't know if Lang Ying and Guzi had also been pulled in. If that was the case, then the injuries they suffered here would be added to their bodies in reality. He wanted to look around for a vase to throw over as a warning, but he couldn't find anything to throw. He couldn't throw tables or chairs, and there was a large lake between the 2 houses. Did he have to swim over? At this time, Guzi listlessly yawned. That black fog suddenly gathered, as if it was about to slip into his mouth. That layer of defense on a child's body was very weak. Even without permission, this thing might be able to invade. There was no time for Xiaolian to slowly think and slowly swim. Making a prompt decision, Xiaolian shouted, "Shut up! Run!" As soon as the words left his mouth, Lang Ying and Guzi woke up. They were so scared that they shut their mouths and jumped up. That child spirit suddenly disappeared, and in the next moment, a cloud of black fog exploded in front of Xiaolian. Although Xiaolian stopped after drinking, he could already feel a gust of cold air pouring into his mouth. The black fog entered his abdomen, and his internal organs felt like they were about to be frozen in an instant. He clenched his teeth and quickly tore apart a few protective talismans. He took out the herbs and talisman paper inside, chewed them, and swallowed them. After a while, his throat felt itchy, and this cloud of black fog was suddenly spat out by him. Xiaolian covered his mouth with his sleeve and coughed incessantly. He choked until tears came out, and he quickly thought of a way to deal with it. After he spat out that cloud of black fog, it still enveloped his upper body and entangled endlessly. Thus, Xiaolian pressed his hand on the window lattice and jumped into the lake outside the window. With a dong sound, Xiaolian plunged deep into the lake. He held his breath, crossed his legs, and crossed his arms. He entered a meditative posture, allowing his body to slowly sink into the ice-cold lake water. After his heartbeat calmed down, he raised his head and looked up. He could faintly see that black fog hovering above him, locking down the entire surface of the water. As long as he came out of the water, he would definitely take a deep breath. And as long as he took a deep breath, he would definitely suck that child spirit into his stomach. If a man were to suddenly have a big belly, it wouldn't look good at all. However, jumping into the water was only to find some free time to think. After a while, Xiaolian thought of a way to deal with it. He thought to himself, so what if I swallow it? I'll just have to swallow her heart too. When he was a street performer, he had also learned the art of swallowing swords. Although swallowing it would probably harm his body, it didn't matter. In any case, it was enough as long as he could capture this child spirit. After making up his mind, he let go of his hand and swam to the side. However, he heard the dull sound of water from above. Suddenly, his eyes were occupied by a large expanse of blazing and dazzling red. Jet-black strands of hair filled his entire line of sight. The water splashes and bubbles became denser, and he couldn't see anything clearly. Xiaolian blinked his eyes, and with all his might, he pushed aside the countless strands of hair and the crystal-like bubbles. Then, he felt a pair of strong hands. One hand wrapped around his waist, and the other hand pinched his lower jaw. End of chapter 92. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.